they've got all the protocols in place with him. But yeah, it is a bit of a strange one that we're sort of in this position where they're rocking with three different players over the past week. Don't know how you're supposed to find form or consistency when you're playing with that kind of bottleneck. Ooh. Gets run down. Smoke goes up onto the side, and for a B stick. Starts to tiptoe up as well as Mars lands one with a nade. This is a good start to the buy round, and this is a bonus from them as well. This would be a bad one to lose for Sinners. The control's kind of slipping away. The bomb's beeping, the retake's coming. They're being held off, Luxon. Part of his trial. It would be massive if he can go huge here and pull off a clutch, and he's just sat in the smoke, emerges out. Oh, very messy spray onto the man on car, and that should sort of seal the deal on that one. Like the idea behind it, but the execution's off. So the last round was somewhat of a bonus round, so this one comes with some decent weaponry as well. Don't know if I can snatch back this round. They'll be in a pretty powerful position, but they're just burning time on this clock, and for no real benefit. Shock's coming from behind and saying, yeah, you know what, if you're going to give us this kind of room, we will gladly take it. So tap in the bomb. Emo. That up on the side. B-stick. Oh, yeah, this is just so clean on the retake. The Tunnel Fire been pretty consistent. Getting out onto this site, getting that bomb down, but going much further than that seems to be problematic. Sinners are a team that are just very well drilled. Very happy to give up a site, play for those retakes. Sometimes it means that they gift their opponents a stronger economy as a result, but Sinners are a team that are all about big picture. Winning matches, not winning rounds. And wins, not kills. Kisarak. It's an easy pick to start this off. Mast struggling to find a head here, and yeah, it's a bit of a whiff for the last duel. It's 3-2 we sit. Sinners back in the lead, back in control. A lot of early damage dealt out along, but Master's still alive. He needs support from his teammates. He's calling in. But they're crossing, they're pressuring. Whilst Emo was able to catch out one, Shock still alive and doing damage. So 3 grouping up, heading towards B. Only the one man to stand in their way. It's Kisarak. B sticks on the other side. Starts to rotate his way over as, wow, a lot of noise being heard. Luxon entries with the AWP, that is just ridiculous. Balls of steel, full confidence. He shuts down, round under lock and key. I don't think Sinners should be able to do too much about this. B-Stick's giving it a go, to be fair, and inflicted a bit of damage. It should be all she wrote. Yeah, it will be. So, as expected, 3 apiece. Spam's going to the door. Eternal Fire knowing that while Sinners will still have a buy behind them, it's a very fragile economy. Losing this round will break the money. Give them some real troubles, stress up. Well, us for one, but it's an instant trade. Luxton's been pretty consistent on this sort, but he's needed to be. So contact down along. Beanox takes a tag down to 31. Shot comes from over the top. Flash over. He has to drop. And this site is under jeopardy again. The nades rain in. Mast will spam. He's having a hard time finding this one. The HG's going to follow up as well. All right, shut down, lock and key. Money's looking really awkward now for Sinners. This is actually some scary stuff. Quickly start to recognise how concerning this can become real quick. Mas. Maybe in a bit of trouble. Kisarek wants to play off a B-Sticks contact, but he gets blown away. Stressan arrives at the party. It's a strong kill out of him. Beanox will spam. Calyx will trade, and it all gets a little bit messy. They get there eventually. Tunnel Fire make it 6. They are really starting to pull away from the pack here. This is looking very, very good. Any more? Oh, lovely shot. Devo gets his head blown off. Emo's just gonna keep it coming. Barreling towards the site, still smashing heads. Shock. Desperate to dish out a bit of damage through these smokes, but unlikely to find it. Emo is absolutely farming. He's found 4 kills in this round. It's looking exceptionally good. And with that, it's 7-3. Best case scenario, a 7-5 half here for Sinners, and I think they're looking at this and saying, yeah, we can definitely do that. But it'll be no easy task. into the meat of things. HG, lower tunnels, good angle for Stressan. So find the entry, but it's instant traded back. Good damage at least onto Mast. Now, I firmly believe that this has just been a bit of a slow start from Sinners and that they'll come back into this, but I don't know. Maybe it's one of those god runs out of Eternal Fire. They've been pouring everything else, but so far unbeaten in the Proving Grounds. They want to keep it that way. Beppo ready on the angle with the ARC. When he came into the scene, when he came into this team to replace Oscar, he had big boots to fill. And I thought he was unbelievable. I actually didn't think he'd be here in the team long, because I thought he'd just be poached by a bigger team. He has sort of settled down a little bit. Not putting out some of the crazy numbers that he was at the very start of his campaign here in Sinners, but finding more consistency, which I think is important. And yeah, much better round from Sinners. So that's going to be a fourth now. 7-5 really on the cards. They do have to face up against another full buy, but proven in that last round that that's no issue. There's something interesting. B-Stick, and actually Shock as well, but B-Stick has been IGLing this team for nearly 6 years. Isn't that crazy? I covered what I believe, let me go and double check, was the first event that these Sinners guys went to go and play. I'm going to go check before I spread misinformation. But I think it was. Yeah, the first event under Sinners. It was a Supreme Masters. It was back in Switzerland in February 2020. That was my sort of first look at these Sinners guys. I was there online casting the event, and they looked really good. They won it. It was, you know, a sort of debut breakout event for this team. It was a different roster. You still had that sort of semi-core of Shock and B-Stick, but alongside Neofrag, Zedco, and Canny. I think sort of all gone their separate ways now. Canny, I believe, was doing like some broadcast stuff. Yeah, he's been doing like some analyst stuff and whatnot. But yeah, just wild to me that so much has happened in the last 5.5 years. So many players and teams sort of going each way and everywhere. These guys throughout that time have had some major ups, some major downs, and B-Stick's still in the driver's seat, in the captain's chair. Calling the shots under many different iterations of the team. So here we go. Beppo's got an AWP out, of course, as does Luxon. Luxon's just quicker, my god. That's kind of filthy. He's hitting some really good shots today. Not always easy to stay confident when you're going for that long pick. You always feel as though they're going to beat you to the corner. You're taking a major risk taking an early duel like that, but yeah, handled nicely. B-Stick. One short. Somewhat ready for Calyx, but like I said, it's just more ready for everything else. I'm going to go ahead and say this trial's going pretty well so far. Enox follows up with another. They are just dismantling this Sinners CT side as Calyx finds the last eventually. It's a slow burn around and it goes their way. Almost everybody getting a piece of the pie. Emor just a little bit quiet in that one, but he can take a well-deserved break. He's had one hell of a half. But yeah, what's impressing me is Luxon. And he is just initiative in many of these rounds, you know, to go for these early fights, to find these opening duels. It's kind of rare, I guess, when you think about, like, a team and trialing a new player, and especially, like, a young academy player coming up. You often feel like they turtle up a bit. Whilst they're keen to show what they're capable of, they're also very, very conscious of not overextending, not making mistakes. Luxon's kind of been doing everything right, hitting his shots along the way. The second half pistol will be an important one. They're trying to go for a mid-B split. The Julies on Emort are a scary sight. I've seen him hit some crazy shots with these in the past. Oh, God. Oh, my. This is getting really messy. Somehow the dust settles and Sinners are out on the B site with the plant and the man advantage. Eternal Fire don't want to play for the retake. They want to throw themselves at it before that C4 goes down, and they're stopped in their tracks. 8-4 becomes 8-5, and we go into a quick tech pause. Alright, so crease is ironed out and we're good to go again. Just up against, you know, a force way here, but one that shouldn't be able to do too much. Stick down below, 5-7. Gonna try and press, Stresson says. Don't you worry. Got this one sorted. Alex. Hoping he can hold on to this rifle, but realising that that is wishful thinking. Doesn't get a chance. That boat. Oh no, not like this. I mean, they'll get it done, I'm sure, but way too much damage against the full eco. Sinners showing signs of vulnerability. Sorry, it's still pretty early. The Shinners. So, this one's actually the important one, to be honest. I mean, they've all been important up to here in terms of must-wins, but they've not been too much of a challenge. If they can now actually overcome the buy round, then it's a different story. This then becomes important. Cool. Pop a smoke up top. Team's managed to take first blood. The perfect start as it's gone completely untraded. Stress on in the meantime, we'll get that smoke over. Flashbang out. Ooh. Oh, wow. Cutting this too fine as well. I think they were hoping that there's going to be a bit of overthinking going on. Be able to get into that B-bomb site without any problems, but actually it was stacked up to the max. There was no way in. There we go. Hello. Sorry, folks. I had a bit of a technical issue. I've not just been completely silent for the last few minutes. I am here. I've been yapping away to myself. But my microphone decided to stop working, I think. I had to unplug it, plug it back in again. So sorry about that. This just hasn't really felt good enough for Sinners, though. It's going to be 11 rounds for Eternal Fire, surely, Kisarek. Jump onto this B site, try and go for a last second plant, but Emor is just there, ready for it. Doesn't let it happen. Gets the kill before the timer expires as well, so the money's not going to be too problematic for Sinners. I mean, it is for this next round, but you can take an eco, go for the full buy in the next. Hugson. In hand, posted up and ready. Flashbang over as the molly goes into short. Eagle. Oh. Not bad. Wow. Overrunning. This is not a round they're supposed to be winning. Beanox tries to save the day, and to be fair, he does. He makes this really doable now. Ball down to a 2v2 with 60 seconds left. Got a bit of time to work with. This would be one hell of a round to win. B6 going to spearhead this with the M4. Master's definitely just seen the shoulder. We'll call in for the rotate, but it is going to be slow. Second rifle recovered, and yeah. Beppo schooled there. The class of how to isolate two individual fights against players that are right next to each other. Some picks. Oh, wow. My round's going a little bit better. Okay. Only able to find the one. Puts this back into a 2v2. Spams through the door. Beanox take down to 8. Shock's going to get a little upgrade. Scout to the AWP. Dancing around, trying to keep them busy. This bomb is still in the tunnels, and Peppo's got a free kill onto Mars too. He's unsuspecting. Sinners will stay alive. This is by no means easy road back, and actually by no means even a guaranteed round. Shock's got the Glock out to try and clear Beanox. Is he going to clear the hard corner? Oh, he does. All right. Crisis averted. Sinners take 8. As I say, just way too close for comfort. That was scary stuff. Gives a deep sight line into the mid doors. This is massive. No, it's not. Luxon has got his number dialed in on the angle there for the stairs. Just pops the head off as soon as it pokes over. Sinners, in the meantime, have at least got out onto the A site, so yeah, a lot of room to work with here, a lot of opportunity. Sun's going to follow up. That should be enough for Calix and Luxon to just pull the plug. They realise that even though they've got a little margin for error, they don't have a lot of money, so really important to just hold on to this cash. Should fly around it into the next.
Terrorists win.
Tactical pause out of Eternal Fire. How do you plug the bleeding? How do you fix what's going wrong? It's been kind of a tough break so far. Wow. Little exchange at the start. And again, doesn't feel like there's anything that they can really do. In terms of a retake again, with sort of 2k in the bank, say, yeah, grab that fallen AK. Carry that AWP across. Give this another stab in the next, but it's going to be 12-10. Sinners now really pressing for OT.
Terrorists win.
Been a bizarre little run of form that's come at a time that you don't necessarily expect it. Nades come in. Disarray. Falls back by the fire. Sees the AWP. Now I have a decent idea that there's two playing close aggressive long. Just start timing out people. Just start timing out people for spoilers. You're getting timed out. 2 spoilers. Get the ban hammer. Luxon. Nice shot. Doing a lot of lifting in this game, and Yeah, sort of the trial-y, I guess we'll call it. Poetic if he's the one to going. It closed. Shot. He's got no place. He's really hungry for this fight. Oh, gets the opportunity to catch out Mast. He's wrapping around. That's not really going to give him any information there either, to be honest. I mean, just a straggler there in bottom mid. It's not going to matter. The B hold is solid. And it's 13 for Eternal Fire. They get there eventually. And it'll be them taking their own map pick. Now, for Sinners, that's, I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't be the end of the world. I think they should be coming into this next map still fairly confident, saying, well, you know, we've got our own pick coming up next. And then actually the third map in this series as well is one that they often pick into. So, in fact, I think it's they pick into it the most. So, yeah, there is kind of this element of it's not terrifying for Sinners yet, but it is, yeah, it is still a little bit awkward. They weren't able to take that first map. It felt very winnable at times, but Eternal Fire did just look better. So that's going to wrap things up for our first map. We're going to go to a short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with the second map of this series. You don't want to miss it, folks. It should be a good one. Eternal Fire may be able to break this loss streak, this little curse that they've got plaguing them at the moment. We'll see you all soon. We'll be back in a minute. Second map of the series, Eternal Fire winning their own pick. Only somewhat narrowly, but I mean, I don't know if the 13-10 scoreline does it all too much justice. It was far more one-sided than that. We just saw a little mini Sinners resurgence at the end. It's alright, because they're having technical issues in the server as well, so we can sit and wait. Alright, so, ready to go. The opening pistol round here of Inferno, the pick of the Sinners, and an important one to take. Getting off to a good start here is absolutely key after their slow start to Dust 2. Oh god, really messy stuff. But Mars prevails with the Glock, the extra bullets, that spam ability. Get it over the line for him. Shock's timing's really awkward. Oh no. Emor plays with the trigger discipline, doesn't realise just how low Shock is on health. Lugan will find out. One bullet will do the trick. Taps in these digits, but no way that he doesn't get overrun. The bomb plant is valuable in itself. But a bit of BM, bit of teabag in there from Kisarek. They will manage to squeeze back the pistol. It does feel like it comes more off of the back of Eternal Fire mistakes than much else, but well recovered at the end regardless. And honestly, I said this in the last map as well, CT pistol rounds can sometimes get really, really messy, can really sort of go all over the place. If those USPs aren't connecting, you're in trouble. The important part is just winning them. It doesn't really matter how you get there, it doesn't really matter if it's super scrappy or whatever. Win the pistol round, you're in good stead. Great opening kill with the nade. It's going to do them a lot of favours. Beanox has taken some early tags, as has Emor. But nothing as potent as that man advantage. There is still an extra rotation in place over towards Ace. They've somewhat stacked up and ready for this execute. So Eternal Fire do feel like, or do look like at least, they are going to commit to a press here, and they're going to walk into the rifles. This is a locked and loaded site. You've even got the fourth man on the way in the form of B-Stick already in library. Molly into the pit. They'll fly out. Oh, Calyx. Instant entry. Trades are good. Brings it down to a 2v2, but so low on health. Peppo is the last man standing, and he gets overrun. It was an Eternal Fire force off of the back of the bomb plant in the pistol, but there actually wasn't so much behind it. Just chaos there on the A site. This is now a bit of a worst case scenario for Sinners because they're on double eco. No extra loss bonus that you get for losing the pistol. You just sat in an awkward spot for the next couple of rounds. Forced into a buy here with no real weight behind it. Pistols, a couple of 5.7s, a couple of Deagles, an MP9. So far, I think, honestly, this game's looked pretty uninspiring from Sinners. We've got plenty of time to make up for that, but As it stands, it's felt flat, it's felt stale. Gonna go for the spams? Oh my god, oh wow. Okay. The idea was to innovate with a boost over the smoke, but a laser beam and a headshot right through it will do the trick as well. 5-7. Does actually land the head of the body of Mast. The bomb will be tapped. They know they need to be careful. There is a flank coming in from Banana as well, and it's shock on an M4. This is doable. They need a bit of luck on their side and to play their cards right. You will have heard that second oranges drop, and there you go. One onto the man on quad, doubling down now to press on to the site. Beanox overrun, and Calix is miles away. I don't even think the bomb's planted for him, so yeah, once that contact's made, Stressan's going to jump on this C4. The problem is he doesn't have a kit, but he is in the smoke. Spams have got to be on the money, and they're not. Oh. Alright, yeah, kind of froze. A little bit of lag for me, but it does seem like Calix has found it. A defuse kit there would have made all the difference. That's a valiant attempt. No cigar. So, they really run it back with another force. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this from Sinners, but they came so close in the last round that they fancy their chances again. I'm somewhere in the middle. Okay, 1 for 1. B-stick. Would be enough any other time, but he's the solo anchor on the B site, so now they've got to play for the retake. No kits, no util. Kind of made the wrong call to stack the wrong site. Now this gets tricky. Shock does at least manage to catch one through the smoke. Makes it a little bit easier with Beanox low as well. Kisarek wants to find a timing, does get caught by Luxon, and straight into the crossfire. They will continue to go, but Stressan's MP9 snatches away a double. Shock knows he hasn't got time on this. Again, it's come real close, and they've done mega damage. Can't finish it off.
Terrorists win.
Finally, the eco that kind of should come. It's chaos. Alright. Single kill found onto Beanox for a full eco. You just sort of shrug your shoulders. Never seems to be more than just an insta 1-for-1 in the start of these rounds. Eternal Fire playing a very sort of group up approach and therefore just really consistent with the trading. Sinners have not been allowed a foot in many of these situations because, yeah, contact's made, they take one, it's an instant trade, and then left in an awkward spot. Oh my god. This is so smart from Beanox. If he decides to walk back into A, if he goes and joins his teammate, then it's foolish and, oh. Yeah, I don't know. Now I start to second guess it. And the contact was made on B. Beanox and Luxon just run back to A. They can be pretty confident that it's going to be an empty site and you can play a 2v2 post plant, but he's not committed to go and joining his teammates. In that case, if he goes and joins them, he's got a very good chance of trading, and then at least it goes into a 1v1. Now the numbers against him, but there is no kit again. Kissarak and Beppo. Got to really speed this up. Oh my god, they've just thrown it. That's it. The round is lost. There's no kit. Even if Beppo finds his kill, that's it. It's done. Jeez. This has not looked good at all for Sinners. This has been miserable. Why is there no defuse kit on the buy round? And you see there's a little moment there as well. When there's just over 10 seconds on that bomb, maybe 11, 12 seconds, where it's tapped and they're looking for the fight. There is no other option there when you've both got no kits. So you need to kind of keep that clarity of mind to take a little peep and say, yeah, okay, neither of us have a kit. How do we go about this? Someone needs to get on the bomb and the other needs to just hold it. Turns into an effective 1v1, but it's the only way to win the round. And for the trade won't do it. Again, these early 1-for-1s. Eternal Fire are the ones better off. Smoke goes into CT, stress up. Boost Peppo over the top. Beanox is going to walk his way up. In and through that smoke. Oh, tries to play the trigger discipline. Punished for doing so, but that'll be confirmation. There's 2 on B. They're just going to book it right back. Sinners need to hurry up and rotate. This feels like a bit of a given that Eternal Fire are now going to head towards the Alpha site, and Shock is the only man here to defend it. Smoked off. With that Moto Smoke, Luxon catches Shock without too much damage in response. It leaves it on to Stressan and Beppo. Ideally, they need to save here, but this just doesn't feel like a situation you want to save from. That HG should make up their mind. This has been really disappointing from Sinners so far. Flashbang round the corner. Already looking for these aggressive duels as Shock has fallen first again. This is getting a little bit desperate now. "45 seconds, Calix up and out. Short, what is Peppo doing? I think he's blinded there, but he's still very exposed. He's all the way through the smoke with no support.
Bomb has been planted.
This is just disaster after disaster for Sinners. They need to wake up, and they need to wake up now, or this is game over. They have looked so wildly disappointing on this map. Not just in the sense of not winning rounds, but in the way in which these rounds have unfolded. They're not even coming close. We're seeing no resistance. You know, there's an insta-call to save here. They've got 3 rifles to bring into the next, and they just get overrun. They're not even allowed to save them. It's just tragic. Thought after the close affair that they gave us on map 1, being the Eternal Fire pick, the Sinners would sort of take control here and reverse sweep this. Take their own map pick, take the Decider, which is supposed to be one of their best maps in the ball as well. Instead, it has been pure disappointment. Kisarek first down again. It's not necessarily always him, but it's always one of them being dropped with no trade potential. B-bomb site's completely open. Looks like they're having a bit of a rough time with the sites that they stack. I'll be honest with that, right? Consistently, you know, they're putting extra numbers on the A site, B gets overrun. They go for a little bit of an extra B stack in the last round, A gets overrun. Ooh. Thought he was going to land that random tap through the smoke for a second there, but it shouldn't even matter. Calix is behind to clean up. And yeah, there's now just this no mercy approach. You see how much money is building up here for the T side as we go into the final couple of rounds of the half. Absolutely no reason whatsoever to allow these saves. They are going to be relentless on the hunts. Yeah, Sinner's timeout, please. Fix what's going wrong. It really is do or die. Alex. Big entry out onto Shock, puts this into a 4-on-4. Stressed out. Finish off the low HP Beanox. Must. Can't get it done either. Finally, a bit of a resurgence out of Sinners. That brief little talk in the pause has woken them up. And locked him in. God, that's felt like a long time coming, but... just don't know why it took them so long. Oof. Again, just better. 8-4 wouldn't be too shabby. I mean, it's not good. It's certainly nothing to brag about, but it may be enough. A dink hit onto Calyx, but headshot return the other way, and obviously with the AK, a lethal blow. Peppo, but with a bit of overkill, will finish it off with the AWP. It's all down to Luxon. It's been really good in this map and in this series as a whole. Creeps his way through. Clears these corners, but Kissarak's there. Ready and posted on the angle, shuts it down. Final round of the half. Not a lot of money here for Eternal Fire, and it's actually going to be Peppo to pick Mast out of the air straight away. Sends him to a very early grave. We kind of see the roles reverse a little bit, going from consistently every round. Eternal Fire finding that early advantage, going untraded, and them having the leverage. Sinners being the ones with the ball in their court. Kissarak. Oh, shutting this down. Triple to lead into a Pepper Warp shot to close it. Really good work. been a bit of an interesting half. I mean, not one that is supposed to go like this, I'll be honest. Eternal Fire were absolutely stomping. It was their show through and through. And then in what seems like a blink of an eye, it's really flipped on its head. Sinners took 3 in a row to close out an 8-4 half, which, you know, isn't anything to brag about, but it is now recoverable. It's a step in the right direction. And now the pistol round's looking good as well, unless Mast can do something for the back of the site. It is only the single kill. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Bomb has been planted.
Slugson will tap away. That's just not going to happen. Stresson follows up onto his teammate with Beanox gone. Luxon alone and yeah, overrun. Not a lot that he can do there. So fully go. Seen that fair share of sort of CT second round force buys. Sinners have actually been really keen in many of these positions to go for quite aggressive buys. We saw them really lose control at the start of this game in the first half, where they won the pistol, lost the follow-up, and then just kind of continued to go for the forces. They came so close first time round, they run it back again. They came really close second time round as well, and they said, yeah, maybe we can't just keep throwing ourselves into these kind of buys, but... Oh, nice shot, Emor. The investment might actually work out. Oh my god, Mast follows up as well as switcheroo into the AK. You gotta be careful. Emor's on the other side of the MAC-10. He will start spamming alongside the 5-7. It is a shutdown Eternal Fire. Wow. Had the answer for that one. And I think for me, that was just so bizarre for Sinners. They'd made so much noise. They'd made their presence known for ages there. Top banana. So surprising that there's sort of no thought process there of, you know, they've probably stacked up this site, whether they're on an eco or a force. For the noise we've made, this is what we do, right? We'd pull everybody over here towards B. Maybe running through the smoke isn't the best idea. Either way, a double entry into this round momentarily gave him the 2-man advantage, but it doesn't stick. Trades come back, and we are tied up at 3 apiece with Shock on 3 HP. Oh my god. Okay. That changes the course of this one a little bit. Peppo's just overthrown Masked. Taking a free kill. Not any damage in the process. Grabs an M4. Lands one through the smoke as well on the spam. Sinners are right back in this. The force by wars are unrelenting.
Terrorists win.
Okay. Great start from Shock. Oh, B-Stick's going to follow as well. Of course, there was going to be a force back from Eternal Fire. The money in these situations is always all over the place. They weren't expecting a third man at the back of the site, so Emor's causing some trouble, but a good way to deal with him. Just get that nade in. Swing from both sides. Zero chance to escape. So really starting to close in now. That's the concerning part of this.
Terrorists win.
Okay, rinse and repeat. Alex with the saved M4, but the rest just on an eco here. Low expectations, but we've seen some crazy stuff in rounds like this, so I'll keep an open mind. Alright, Alex able to trade back for one. Emor's Deagle could get busy. With that bomb down, I think he concedes to the fact that the round is lost. He exit frags are a best case scenario here, and he won't be allowed any. He stick overruns. It's just Calyx and Beanox that are set on this A site, and the idea of just saving these rifles. They're going to be on a buy in the next anyway, so Sinners have no major incentive to really go hunting here. They have a bit of money to fall back on, but not heaps of cash, so I think they should definitely be prioritising their own economy first. Oh, careful. They can afford to lose B-Stick. They can afford to lose B-Stick. That was the one man with the MAC-10. Yeah, they won't press it any harder than that. Eternal Fire will call us tactical pause. Work out what's going wrong here, because there's a fair bit going wrong. How do you patch the boat whilst it's actively sinking? That boat cracks down again with the opening pick. That's through the smoke with the orb as well. That is cruel. Stressan's going to entry out of the apartments. Peppo ends up with another elsewhere. Stressan should definitely get traded here. HE should do the trick. There you go, but still a man advantage in their favour. Doesn't last long though. Luxon somehow manages to sneak his way along, hit that shot, and come away untouched. No one was in position to trade, and it's a big question mark for me. Should know he's here. He found a kill earlier on. Just got the wrong read on this, so he's playing back through the moto smoke. In the meantime, they'll walk out of the apartments. Luxon seems aware that this is a possibility. He'll wait for Emor to get into position to play for the retake, hoping that he can maybe catch one off guard. But I'm thinking that that scope might have been heard, and either way, the moto smoke re-established. So what do you do now? Got to go at this together, but the wrong tool for the retake. The M4 being boosted over. Doesn't see anything. It feels like you kind of got to pull the plug on this. This is too far gone, but they'll go in anyway. And Beastic and Peppo make light work of it. Why wouldn't you? It's an easy round to close when you're given the space like they were. Ooh. Alright, he's a little kill with an aid from Masked, but I think that's probably, again, where this one stops, because yeah, it's really tidy. On the trades out onto the site, C4 goes down again for Eternal Fire. This wasn't like a full commitment. There's still going to be money into the next round, but the important part is that this is now Sinners on to 10. Exit damage is great and all, but I don't think it's really going to do all too much to impact Sinners here, who have built up their economy. Not quite to the max yet, but enough that they should be able to buy without any real complications going into these final couple of rounds. Either that or we go OT and money becomes no problem anyway. So, running it back with another buy. Eternal Fire need to start putting their foot back on the gas now. This was a very one-sided game in their favour not so long ago. Now that feels like a distant memory. Only leg shot connected by Peppo onto him, or forces him right off of the long angle, so they'll be able to take brackets without too many troubles. Alex got the right idea, at least onto Shock, but oh god. He's whiffed the fight. The nade won't finish him either. Beast Stick doesn't quite get there quick enough for the kill, but that was a really free opportunity for Calix, and instead, Beast Stick is still alive. Sorry, Shock is still alive. When he really shouldn't be. Luxon connects. I see one in the apartments. That's the barrel gonna poke around. Oh, God. I'll be feeding Luxon like this. Where's the insta-peek? Where's the trades? Everybody's so delayed. This is really disjointed from Sinners. The no-scope that I thought connected wasn't actually his kill. So we tie him back up at 10 apiece, but Luxon is running circles around him here. That was really well played out of him on the site. Kind of needing to win this round now as Sinners. I mean, they've got money for this one and another in the next if they need it, but the cash isn't really the problem here. It's about completing the comeback. The cherry on top, that's the map win. Shock's taken a lot of damage and Beastick's lost his life. Put down to 32 as well. This is worrying stuff, but stress up. Turns the valve and alleviates a bit of that pressure. Shock's up in the apartments. Oh, this is awkward. They can't find Luxon. How is he still alive? And how is he still hitting shots? Eventually the trade is there. They now sit at a disadvantage. Shock needs that fight and he gets it. It leaves Kisarek by himself. He's got the info. There's one on short and he's just kind of rocking with his back turn. He wants this fight into long first. He knows it'll come. Timing is key and pressing through the smoke is Beanox. Kisarek, there's no real way of coming out on top of that when they're playing coordinated and putting on that kind of pressure. Another go at a bite. Good HE as well. They're keeping Sinners in a box right now. Emor with a great flash allows him to swing out for 2. Calix gets a pat on the back for that one, but the trades are solid as well. And Sinners reminiscent of the last round, but this time end up in a 2v2 instead of the disadvantage. Here's once again Luxon in position. Sound like a broken record, but the AWP may struggle to get back into this. He's been hitting some great shots, but with mask on, yeah, swaps out to the rifle. He's only got info on one towards the pit, so he'll smoke it off, but they both reside there. It's just going to take a little too long to clear this out. Surprised he doesn't go back for the AWP before backing away, but it's the way it has to go. 11 here for Sinners. They hold on. That round really could have gone either way. We saw some of the fights towards the midsection. It's a fine balance. Sinners were just able to find it. B-stick. A great start. That's the early advantage. Calix worried about the swing through. In apps. Good work, Calix. Still alive though. Emor coming to join the party. Flashbang. Oh god, this is really awkward. From a man advantage in the 5v4 to a 4v3 the other way. Or doesn't connect. Emor backs it up. And just being toyed with. There's 3 here on the A site. What is going on? Bomb down, Kisarak. Creates a bit of room. They're on long. It's him and Stressan that have got to recover this. But a 4v2 that's become now 3. 35 seconds. Stressan ready for the peak on long. What is Beanox doing? That is a foolish move. And it may just give Stressan a timing. More scoped in on it for now, but Stressan, oh, just a little jiggle, doesn't bait out the AWP shot. Kisarak knows that eyes are going to be on him now. As he drops down, swing should come from pit. Emor's going to hit the shot anyway. 12 to 11, Eternal Fire secure themselves overtime at the very least. This has been a bizarre game. Wow, great start as well. With Day G's masked. Doubles up alongside Beanox. There is an eventual trade, but I think this one might just be dead in the water, to be honest. This has been a very disappointing showing from the boys on Sinners. If they can somehow dig deep and bring this to OT, there's a conversation to be had here, but I just don't think this has been good enough at all. Emor doubles up. Stressan's left for the 1v4. Does eventually trade it back, but still 3 more. It's not going to happen. Calix is there from behind. Shuts it down. 13-11. And just wild stuff. Sinners, your heavy favourites going into that series, playing up against an Eternal Fire that aren't playing with their full five at the moment and have been in a major slump, and Sinners just don't show up at all. We see a little resurgence there towards the tail end of map 2, but yeah, nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near good enough. And it begs the question, what's next for them here in the Swiss stage? You know, that puts them 1-1. Eternal Fire, despite their slump, but I did kind of allude to this at the start, maybe they'll have, you know, a slump in every other tournament, but here in the Proving Grounds, that's where they lock in. We saw that last season with a couple of teams as well. Puts them in the 2-0 bracket. That puts them in a really, really good position. They've got a great opportunity to actually make it to the playoffs. Emor had a great game. 19 kills, 2,100 damage though. And yeah, I mean, 79 ADR isn't anything crazy, but yeah, just consistency from the whole team, and that's really what was key. For Sinners, felt a little bit top heavy, and as I say, just not up to scratch. That's going to wrap things up for our first series of the day, though. Our next should be a banger. We have got Zero Tenacity. No, we don't. We've got Johnny Speed's ARCRED. I'm looking at the wrong game. That's CCT. We've got Johnny Speed's ARCRED coming up next, which yeah, I think should be a fun one. Johnny Speed's were awesome on LAN. I was watching them, the Birch Cup the other day. They were really, really impressive. Yeah, I think these guys are a fun team to watch, and a team that should be able to take that next best of 3, but we'll have to wait and see when we get there. Unfortunately, we've got an hour break before we get there, so go grab yourself some lunch, be back here fairly sharpish, because we'll be ready to go with the action as soon of the day coming up in just a second, and it should be a good one, to be honest. We've got ARCRED taking on Johnny Speeds. I did just say before we cut over to the break that I'd seen Johnny Speeds playing on LAN over the weekend at the Birch Cup. They gave it a good go. They were looking strong, and yeah, ultimately, a team that should be able to beat the likes of a side like ARCRED. Although ARCRED are always a bit of a dark horse. They can be sort of big name killers, to be honest, and always a force to be reckoned with. They're always a side to kind of be wary of, I guess, is the right way of putting it. So this should be an interesting game. Obviously, up on the ARCRED side, we've got Rojin, DSSJ, Raging, Chill, and Get Jika. And all of these players are very, very capable of having just exceptional performances. And, you know, those kind of performances that win your series against better teams. So, yeah, as I say, I keep an open mind when it comes to these guys. Over on the other side of things, obviously, Johnny Speeds, a team that really need no introduction, or at least not much of one, as they have been really, really good recently, bringing in some new pieces to replace some of those sort of, I don't know, you know, they were playing with Mail for a little while, which was really interesting. I was like really enjoying sort of following that storyline. Then obviously they brought Sved in to kind of fill some of those shoes. Heap to join this roster as well. I like Electro as part of this team. He brings a lot of experience. And obviously Draken, who sort of spearheaded this Johnny Speeds project from the start. It's nice that they've got a bit of backing within this team now, and yeah, they just feel like a side that can definitely sort of climb the rankings and go further. A little glance at the veto: Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke as that decider. Should be pretty interesting, to be honest. Yeah, waiting to see how this first map unfolds, to be honest, because Johnny Speeds, it's kind of their weak link in the pool. In fact, I think they've come off a little worse off here in the veto on the basis that they're playing two of their weaker links, two maps that they do play, but just not very successfully recently, although they do definitely have a better record than ARCRED do over the past couple of weeks. So as we kick things off in the pistol, Mirage underway, and it's going to be the Glocks. Try and get things started for ARCRED. Urgent. Smoke down. Ooh. Wow, what a shutdown. Lovely shots out of the USPs. Jeez. There was any doubts as to who is the favourite here. Hopefully those doubts have been settled, because Johnny Speeds just popping heads left, right and centre. Draken will finish off the last. Tidy stuff, Johnny Speeds. Go 1-0 up. Draken, look at that gamer setup. Oh my god. So many colours. So much RGB. I love it. So just up against the full eco here. Absolutely no justification for a buy for ARCRED. He found one kill in the pistol round, that was it. No bomb plant, no nothing to put a smile on their face and say, yeah, you know what, let's have a go with Tech 9s. So it is just going to be a shutdown here as well. Single kill found with the Glock, and that'll be all she wrote. DSSJ drops at the end of it. So now you expect a little bit more resistance. Now, the gun's out for the ARCRED boys. don't want to pressure for mid anymore, actually. Sort of giving this a little look in and then saying, nah, you know what? We're definitely better off elsewhere. Start to work their way over. Deep HE. There's a good old chunk of damage. Chill will actually draw first blood. The mission is to get out onto this A site right now. Draken just sat in Ninja, playing the trigger discipline, but... Ay. Only good for the one. It's not going to matter all too much, and Sapek comes in for two. Ends up with a third as well. That flank is lethal. That should seal the deal, and it does. Sved will finish off the job, and really good work being done. So, carbon copy a last round. It's the Tech 9s this time, but they do get the entry out onto the A site. And they're just going to keep trying to barrel forward with this one. They maintain the numbers. Bomb's going to be tapped in. So it's going to continue to creep through. Kinda needs to be a clean retake, as clean as they can keep it. At a time like this, Heap and Sapek are good for damage. The bomb's a little too far gone, and these pistols just overwhelming. It's the numbers that get it over the line there for ARCRED. An unlikely fashion, an unlikely round to win. They get there. It's good work. It's really good work. So once again, Draken falling first. Slight complications to this. Shell's going to emerge out through the smoke. Lecro on the jump spots is bizarre with an AWP. With the site lost to the bomb going down, doesn't feel like there's much of a way back in. Kinda gotta let this go the other way. Hold on to those weapons, as painful as it may seem. So just like that.
Terrorists win.
Another one goes the other way. ARCRED make it a second. Those rifles saved, there is still going to be some decent firepower to work with here for Johnny Speeds, but it'll be no walk in the park. Damaged out, Raging picks off Sapek. If ARCRED are able to snatch this one away, it will be very little in the Johnny Speeds camp. It'll have to be an eco. Things get scary. Chill doesn't have the threat from window anymore. It's been smoked, so he starts to pull it away. Genjika starts to work his way up alongside Rojin. Needs to fly through. Sved tucked away. It's the important shot, but Genjika's there for the trade. Draken follows up with one of his own as well. And what a flick for the second. Can't convert a third. That'll be problematic. Not his fault. He can fully shift the blame, but anything shy of 3 there was going to leave Lekro with an impossible task. A deagle from behind. This guy's unbelievable with a Desert Eagle. So I always sort of keep my mind open, but yeah, it's not going to happen here. NWP at the SSJ, looking for the fight, doesn't quite catch it. Raging starts to work his way out of top mid. This one should come for free. There's really no need to be overcomplicating here. I think they're playing this well. Staying composed as they creep up short. The stack up is all wrong from Johnny Speed, so nothing they can really do here in this one. DSSJ picking them apart as well. There's not a lot to save, but not a huge amount to gain either by really going for this. Fourth goes the way of ARCRED. Johnny Speeds to buy up into this one, and it needs to be better. It needs to be more. They've got the full investment out, but it's time to lock in a little bit. They'll call a tactical pause to talk things over and cook something up before going into this next round. Make sure they're all on the same page, because yeah, whilst this map isn't necessarily a must, it's not completely paramount. They are on their opponent's pick, and they're still the favourites in the series, but yeah, it still just feels like a real important factor to get out of the gates hot, to come into this game looking strong from the start. They don't, they'll face problems. Really, really nice little double entry there. Sapek, who's been a beast. No one has been able to do a whole lot about him. Comes in massive again for a double kill. Slacro will get the penultimate blow, get Jeekers left with not a lot more to say. 20 HP, 4 strike back. This will be Johnny Speeds tying things up at 4 apiece. Still going to be money for ARCRED, no doubt about that. They've had a couple of really clean rounds, but it's a step in the right direction for sure.
Counter-terrorists win.
So we tie up 4-4. Yeah, there's that aforementioned reinvestment out of ARCRED. Decent chunk of change behind them. Someone goes into the ramp, flash over the top into middle. Draken wants the early fight, but Smoke will stop him. Yeah, I think he was thinking about maybe blowing it open or going for something a little cheeky here. No, it's just setting up a lineup to go behind the boxes, and Raging walking through that smoke. Meets his maker. Electro on the other side, ready for the push. Ryujin goes massive. Pulls this back to a winnable round with a two-piece in middle, but Draken arriving at the party fashionably late on B, but still slaying the outfit as he ends up with another. It's all onto DSSJ. Oh, yeah, looking the wrong way. I thought Draken had him there, but shouldn't matter all too much because the Electro flank on short's coming into position. And he'll finish it off. 5-4, Johnny Speeds. It's a pretty sick round. Just seeing how that started with Draken and then easy pick there. This next flick was really crisp. Bang. See you later. 3 in the round for him. Not sure it showed on the HUD, but 5-4 regardless. Still just about enough in the tank to go for another full buy here. Cheat into the lower tunnels. One goes up into short. Doesn't deal nearly as much damage. In fact, just 2 points of it. Little boost into window, but oh, they fumbled it. Rojan's made the sound. They pull it off. Johnny Speeds are instantly aware they'll drop the molly. It's a deterrent for them. Getting cheeky and going for it again. Draken Follows up with an AWP shot. Up close, Getjika's beat the molly, but it means that there's no escape. There's no going back. Has to take the fight with Electro and he loses it. So sandwiched in, left, right and centre. Johnny Speeds are back in their groove. And from looking shaky and a few kind of awkward rounds last, they call a pause and they lock back in, and instantly the tides have turned. The odds have shifted from being 4-3 down to 6-4 up, and a very good chance to make it 7 as there's no money here for ARCRED. Ooh, there's an eagle. Trying to get lucky. This is just easy picks. There will be one back from Roge, and he's always the man that, in these rounds that are just looking dead and gone, lost to the wind, he always sort of squeezes in a kill or two at the end, but... yeah, just the one this time. Someone commented on Chill's hair. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? That's a gamer hairstyle. The SSJ wishes. He wishes he had hair like that. So, Nade's going to reign over for the execution. Last hurrah here in the half, and Electro is playing close to the smokes. He gets blown open. He's in for a bit of a nasty surprise. It doesn't end up with any, but he gets the info. Very nice shot out of Getjika. If he doesn't hit that, I think this round's over, but with it, keeps it very plausible. In fact, likely. As they trade 1-for-1 onto Sapek. It's been a bit of a rarity for Sapek not to take more than the single. Sved can't do anything in the clutch. It's Draken and Sapek that end the half right up at the top of the scoreboard. They've had an exceptional showing here on Mirage so far, but it is only going to be a 7-5. And to be honest, based on how things were looking, being 4-3 down, I think you'll take a 7.5 every day of the week. But yeah, there was that opportunity for an 8th. They couldn't seize it. Alright, second half pistol, pretty key here, and Johnny Speeds. There's that little weird stalemate in the middle. There's that little moment where shots are flying both ways and nobody's really connecting. And then you blink and it's all okay. TSSJ's hair's better. I feel it. He kind of owns it. Ooh. Alright, well, just against the pistols here shouldn't be an issue. We have seen a couple of rounds that have got a little bit awkward against guns just like this, but doesn't look like there'll be any resistance from ARCRED as they'll back away. Give up this round, they're happy to do so.
Terrorists win.
So what does that make it? They were 4-3 down. They've now taken 6 of the last 7. And once again in prime position in the driver's seat to close this out. The force from ARCRED in the last was a really bold call. A desperate move to stay relevant in this game, and in losing it, now face sort of further irrelevancy, I guess. ARCRED. Oh god. Yeah. Seemed to have the same reaction to that nade as I did. Not a nice one. Raging. 1-2 sucker punch with the Deagles. Johnny Speeds. This is not a round to lose. Sapek, you need to get your gun out, my friend. You're about to take a fight with a scout. Oh, very nice reaction. My god. He could be the savior of this round. Yeah, he really could be the savior of this round, knowing there's one in CT as well. What a shot from Get Gico. That range as well. The 5-7. It's pretty remarkable. He's tracking the 1v2. He's got a Galil as well. Someone's moved the plant pot and hasn't broken it. That's crazy. Right, he's going to send it up to A. Been given all the space in the world to do so, but the open plant, oh my god, this is so dangerous. No, he's facing the wrong way. Oh, okay, hang on a minute, no. Ay. Was dead set on the fact that we're going to be coming up from CT. It wasn't the case. Johnny Speeds lose against the pistols, and it actually gives ARCRED a real foot back in. Losing that one would have given us a 10-5 score. The next buy round wouldn't have even... I mean, it would have put them closer, but would have put them massively close.
Counter-terrorists win.
This one becomes quite important again. ARCRED have got a bit of cash in the bank to fall back on as well if they need to. Scary stuff ahead. The boys on Johnny Speed, if they can't convert this round. It's a good start from Draken. It's a very good start. Convert on that first. Chill salvation. Oh, Molly's gonna flush him out. Can't play for the fight, just has to accept the damage and know they're coming. They've cut this very fine though, Johnny Speeds, with 10 seconds left. They're walking into a stacked bomb site, and this was the wrong call. And it all crumbles beneath them. That is painful. You could just see it coming from a mile away. They're completely blind in the dark to what they're walking into. But yeah, everybody there ready and waiting. It's a nasty sight, it's a nasty surprise. Rojan here on the short corner. Knows that they have well and truly squeezed their way back into this game. A nice shot from Draken. He will succumb to the burns of the molly. DSSJ and chill. And some good damage back. The Glock should be able to get too much. Let Crow has said the Deagle Master, of course, has to have his piece of the pie in a round like this. He does get it, but it's only a small slice. It's been a bit of a choke from Johnny Speeds. Major opportunity. Win this game, tossed away. Now the scoreline's almost dead even. Good start from Lecro though. Gets the blood pumping. The man advantage and get Jika's head on a pivot because he knows they're coming in from Connector, and there's still this threat of Ramp and Palace as well. Rojan with an important kill, but they adjust. Get Jika gone. Sapek so consistent, so strong on the entries as he has been throughout the whole game. The worry is Chill's flank, but actually Sapek's holding for it, so aware. He won't win the fight, but Lecro will trade it. Draken's there to follow up for another on the rotate. And this one is done and dusted. A 10th round for Johnny Speeds when they needed it most. Raging. Oh my god, he's actually going to have a go at this. Jesus, careful guys. He does have a kit as well. Wow. Alright. Alright. Crisis averted, but that was a little wake-up call, I think, for Johnny Speeds. You can never get complacent against these guys. They will punish you for doing so. Unreal. And the tactical pause here for Johnny Speeds. I don't blame him. It's a good time to just sort of use up some of these pauses, and you remember how successful that last time out that they called was. It was what sort of turned the game around for them, so... Whilst they won't necessarily need that here. We're in the run for it. Rage him. Chill. Wow, cracking things down on the B apartments. Caught with their pants at their ankles are Johnny Speeds. Electro can at least trade one back, but... this has looked kind of miserable. As we'll see ARCRED right back in the picture again. I thought that last round was going to be Johnny Speeds' ticket back into the game. Electro's looking for an upgrade. There won't be one, of course. If there was, ARCRED would have taken it and run away with it. No, it's just another Galil. The SSJ with a clean shot. Yorp's on the angle. Waiting for his next victim. Sved will go right into the mouth of the monster. 10-9, Johnny Speeds. Still ahead, but they're being closed in on. They're being closed in on real fast. And of course, all of a sudden, these odds heavily start to shift because Johnny Speed's got no money. So we'll actually see this tie up at 10 apiece. This will be the closest that we've seen this game since ARCRED took the lead at the start of the game. Just a full eco. Can't really be anything else. It'll make sense. He goes into the apartments. Electro. Be kind of careful here. MP9 around the corner. Just spam away. Chill. Understands what's needed here. It's just a player's life. He wants a little bit of extra cash to go with it as well. He'll pop shots through the smoke, and he's dealing damage, but just not finding those lethal blows. He's tagging them up for the rifles to finish, which is kind of not the point. Having this SMG. It's $600 a pop for these kills. Sapek showing a lovely bit of movement. Ay, ay, ay. Is it with the speed as well? Guess that's why they call him Johnny Speeds. And then he finds Electro. Yeah, this is just sort of one by one into the blender. Johnny Speeds were hoping to inflict a bit of damage there, but really nothing from them. Now it's do or die. All or nothing, really, as we go into these next couple of rounds. Johnny Speeds. It's at 10-10. He... oh, no, that's a whiff. That's rough. He was being double peaked. I don't think there was a world that he got out of there alive, but 1 for 1 would have been quite beneficial for him. And the team boost into Windows. Sapek. Oh, here's Raging rotating. No, he doesn't want the fight. Wow. It said about just taking the positioning here on A. winning this execution. They're happy for the 3-man stack on B. It does them some favours. By pulling the trigger there, not only are you sort of risking your life in the duel a little bit, but you're then saying, all right, well, they know what's up, and the rotates start coming over. This execution gets a little bit harder, but it's already tricky. They've got a man disadvantage. Draken's going to go for the plant, get Chico, won't try to deny. There's nothing he can do about this until his teammates get in position for the retake. Lekra on the stairs. Bomb beeping away. I'd argue Johnny Speed's got the advantage here, but how well drilled are ARCRED's retakes? It's kits galore. Lekra seeing the barrel. Easy pick. Now the advantage certainly leans in their favour. Chill's been tagged down to 5 HP. And they're making a whole lot of noise, being loud and proud about the fact that this trifecta is pushing in from the CT spawn. Sved's just trying to play his life, and it all falls down to Lekra in connector. He's just playing for the diffuser, and there it is. Lekra with a 4K. Perfection out of the veteran. As ARCRED just start panicking. It's such an open plant, and they're fumbling to get on it before that smoke establishes. Once it blooms, Lekra's got a tough task, but that's why he's pressuring, that's why he's playing for those fights before it does so. Really good stuff. Now they're back in the driver's seat. Sort of. They got the lead, and they've got a bye, but it's 4 Galils, sorry. It's only Lekra with that AK that you saved from the last. Everybody else a little strapped for cash. Heap almost catches a brilliant timing there. He should still get one anyway. There you go, freebie kill. Information relayed that they've got to be pushing ramp because no one else appears to be present as Sved doubles down and the Galils don't seem to be much of a contingency at all. It's all going swimmingly for Johnny Speeds in the 22nd. They've really complicated this map. They've made it look a lot harder than at times it needed to be, but they grit their teeth together and seem like they might just be able to get it done at the final hurdle. With this map going their way, the series surely follows. It's Inferno up next. You know, the big concern for the veto was Mirage and Nuke. Now, we may not even see Nuke. With Johnny Speeds taking Mirage, assuming they close out one of the next 2 rounds. Put them in prime position for the 2-0 clean sweep. Send ARCRED packing. Decent chunk of points up for grabs here. Draken took the first. Lekra follows up for the second. Oh, Sved. Seemed to make that one happen. Of course, a 1-0 game, but I think a bit of a superficial one for ARCRED, because I believe they got a forfeit win. So that's why they're here. For Johnny Speeds, they had to fight tooth and nail against Cybershock, and they took that series 2-0. Now, Cybershock haven't been on their best form recently, to be fair, but have kind of picked it up in the past week. They've been actually pulling together some good wins against some really good teams as well. They beat BetBoom 2-0 the other day. Kind of put an end to that horrible run of form by winning CCT. So I think the Johnny Speeds win there, it's yeah, pretty impressive stuff. ARCRED games look difficult, but they will get it over the line as Heap and Sapek finish off the job. And there you go. Johnny Speeds will take Mirage. That's going to put them in a great position, as I said before, to close this series out in 2 bites. Now, that's not a given. That's not a guarantee. It felt like there were 2 key pieces missing in that game, and their names were Heap and Sved, both sat 10 and 14, while the rest of the boys were doing most of the lifting. But that does kind of go both ways. Get ARCRED a disappointing map as well. He's normally one of the harder hitters. Your MVP, of course, Lecro. 20 kills, 21, nearly 2,200 damage, 86 ADR, 6 assists, and just having a really great game, to be honest. But I think it could have been any one of him, Draken, and Sapek. I think all 3 of them were just looking very, very strong and really important pieces there on Mirage. So, as I say, that wraps up our first map of the series. We go into Inferno up next. It's one that Johnny Speeds are very, very good on, and it's one that ARCRED don't play all too much of. So I am expecting this to go 2-0 in their favour, but we will have to wait to find out. So we're going to go to a short 10-minute break. Speeds were able to take the ARCRED pick. Only narrowly, it was a very close game, but they got there in the end. And now we're in a position where, yeah, they've got a very, very good shot at a 2-0 here. And I kind of expect them to take it. Now, ARCRED did impress me to some degree on Mirage. I think they gave us some good moments, some good rounds. And I think Inferno is going to be a slightly different kettle of fish. Johnny Speeds have looked very good on Inferno recently. They've been beating some good teams there as well. They're on like a little bit of a 3-loss streak on it, to be fair. So there is that to sort of worry about. And the last time these two teams did butt heads on Inferno, it did actually go to double overtime. Johnny Speeds won it, but it was 19-16. So maybe it's not as clear-cut as it may seem. But I think just like the recent form comes into context here, and I think that that's a very important thing to think about. The fact that, yeah, Johnny Speeds have looked very good recently. ARCRED have kind of struggled recently. They've taken some losses over the past sort of few weeks, a few days even, here on this map. One of them, interestingly, is against the team that just got banned by Acros. So maybe you could take that one with a pinch of salt. ESC as well, some raised eyebrows there. But yeah, they did lose it to the, I never know how to say this, the Mousquetaires, the French side. That's probably a game that they should be winning. So and yeah, some other losses there as well against some sort of similar caliber opponents. So I think ARCRED might have a little bit of a hard time with this one. We'll see. But we're jumping into this, unfortunately, into a technical pause straight away. Hopefully should be able to iron this one out quickly, but all right, yeah, very quickly. Easy. Call for it and it happens. Let's go. Pistol round underway. Johnny Speeds stacked up. Lower mid looking to try and put a bit of pressure there towards Banana. Sved has definitely just been seen, but I think Shaw made a bit of noise, so that's not like secret info that only goes one way. Sved connects the dink. It's pretty close range as well. So gets him down to 2 HP. He wants to press for more. He's selling quite a convincing fake here. It says 3 contesting towards brackets, and Sved keeping him busy, but he's done a lot of damage, he's taken a lot of damage, and now he's going to fall away and join his teammates. He's done his job beautifully, even if it doesn't merit any kills. The Jawlies trying to cause a ruckus for now, won't land anything. Tampon will go down. Johnny Speeds now with a bit of leverage. Fuse on the round. Still a 5v5, bizarrely. The Jawlies will rock up again. Oh, very nice shots here on the retake. The problem is they don't have a kit. So even if they do manage to topple this site, they got to do so real quick. Bomb's been tapped. Rojan's now going to go for the hold, but they're looking towards Banana, and all Sapek needs to do is find that first kill. I think he was entertaining the idea of just beating that first kill off and just trying to kill the diffuser, but yeah, definitely made more sense to take the duel, secure both. Tossing away that first kind of gives a sort of ignoring that first player and trying to kill the planter. You're gambling a little bit. You're praying that they whiff on you. Taking the fight shows confidence. So into the second round. Ichi over the top in a CT does a lot of damage onto Raging. That is nice. Oops. Ignore that noise. Should be a bit of a walk in the park for Johnny Speeds, but they've gone quite heavy with the SMGs, and they are up against a force, so it is going to get messy. Towards top mid, brackets control taken, and the SSJ missing his scout shots. Not easy ones to connect, but ones that he kind of had to. If he pops ahead there, that it's a round that can be talked about. His inability to do so means that it kind of goes nowhere. Sinners versus Z10, is it done? I don't think that was even on this stream. But no, it's being played at the moment. It's a CCT game. You guys really got to start using the HLTV. I want to change your life. Draken. And easy pickings. Land up the triple on the Mac 10, not too bad at all. Is it just down to Trojan? Finished off as well. Let's go 1 for 1 though. So 3-0. Johnny Speeds pulling away from the pack nicely. These ones, you know, aside from the pistol round, which came really close to be fair, have kind of been freebies. I'm surprised, right, that ARCRED played the setup that they did on the pistol round and were very, very eager to back off and play for the retake without any kits. You know, there's no kit. There wasn't any util. They still found the kills, but you're normally a little more keen to kind of get stuck in before the site is lost when there isn't a defuse kit in play. As a result, sort of lost them this early streak of rounds. Now they've got to try and get stuck back in with the rifles. We're already 4 deep into this game. Crow and Heap. Big entries, that is clean. I think that's enough for DSSJ Ragents. We're already pulled the plug. That's it. 32nd round, done and dusted. So it's going to make it 4. It's going to put the economy in, I don't know, an interesting spot for ARCRED. I think they definitely buy up around these 2 weapons if they're able to save both of them. HE is a big old chunk of damage, but not going to force a peek at our agent. He'll just stay alive. Are you even a real CS fan if you're not using HLTV? Yeah, I kind of think the same thing, but all the time you get people in here asking about, like, you know, basic info or how many kills a player got last map or whatever, and it's like, what? You don't use HLTV? Are you kidding me? So yeah, I don't know. I've been just as surprised learning it as well, but seems that we have a lot of fake CS fans. Zapek, Draken. Just making really, really easy work of these entries. It seems like they are, in fact, just rolling through this. And when you trust, you're right. It's entertaining. Not sure how long they can keep this up, but for now, been pretty flawless. The SSJ. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. I think he's aware that Draken's in this smoke as well. And Draken kind of wants to take the fight because he knows he's got an advantage close range against the orb. But he's also worried that if the orb connects a lucky shot, then that's the bomb drop to the 1v1. So yeah, he just kind of sticks around. Ends up winning it. 5-0. This has been a pretty exceptional start from Johnny Speeds. Burning down the clock in this round. Tapping away. HG goes over. Oh, a lot of damage actually. Inflicted onto Heap as Gachika will spray down Sapek. This round is looking a lot better. ARCRED force Johnny Speeds into this bear trap again that we actually saw Sinners falling for in that first series of the day as well. Just leaving it way too late. And we actually saw it in one round on the B site as well in this series on Mirage. Vicky Kiwi, you gotta be trolling. You gotta be trolling. Check HLTV. Wow, really good nade damage onto Sapek. Still, they end up with a man advantage, despite Sapek limping from the get-go. Trojan follows up with one more, sends up us to 4v3. Still, this time I'm running down low. Kept the one man in the former Heap up at the top of Banana, and the bomb surrounded by the rest. Here in brackets. Ready to try and make some room. Heap. Lovely headshot. Trojan looking for the timing. Does get it. And he sneaks out of there alive as well. But he thinks that this is a late B hit. And he's going to go and join Getjika to play for the round. How very wrong he is. With Heap finding that kill, Trojan still thinks he's cooking. He still thinks he knows what's up. They'll never know that they were rused. Because Heap does it all. Whilst just trying to sell a fake, whilst just trying to draw the attention away and pull the rotations, he ends up just single-handedly dismantling the round. 6-1. Entire family tree depends on it. Oh man, that's why. That's why you don't bet your whole inheritance on raging headshots. It's alright, happens to the best of us. Sapek is very wary that there's 1 second oranges. Not the case, they've found both. I'm taking a lot of damage, but 5v3 is enough to call the save, 7-1.
Terrorists win.
So of course with the 3-man save, a buy back out. Sapling crosses. And fire at his feet, get Chico and raging. Lock in and shut down. That's a much better defense there on B that's quite consistently been crumbling. They coordinate well. Jim follows up for one more. Let's just leave it on to Draken. There's really nothing he can do here. Feels like a bit of a done deal. Because it is. Best case scenario you can really hope for here is saving this orb. Worst case is dying after time. It does feel like a prospect. He's kind of sandwiched in. I don't think that ARCRED are going to press all too hard for this kill. They don't have a lot of money themselves, but if they chose to, Draken's in trouble. 5 seconds left. Once that timer expires, do they go for the peak? No. Alright, 7-2. Orb saved, more than enough money to buy around it. Round number 10 could certainly just flip-flop back the way of the... was on Johnny Speed. Looking for the early fight. He very nearly catches the head. That would have been a good entry. Bold Pete on the boys on ARCRED. I appreciate the sort of innovation, the desire to get stuck in. Try and deal a bit of earlier damage. It's still going to fall all around them. 7-2, surely about to become 8 with another 2-man advantage out of Johnny Speeds. And they're not even overpressing this. They're actually just staying really calm, really cool in this. It's a good pick back from DSSJ. Been smoked off. They're going to flash through it. They're pretty aware that there's only one man on beat, and that's got to be Raging here in CT. So as soon as he's smoked off, they can just overwhelm this site. They don't kill him yet, so still some room if ARCRED want to play for the retake, but it seems like that won't be the case. Chalked up 4-3. It's just Inferno in a nutshell. You just can't go for these retakes, so it's going to be Johnny Speeds on to 8.
Terrorists win.
So, final 2 rounds of this half actually become really important quite quickly. If ARCRED aren't able to take both of them, to be honest, I mean, if they're not able to take either, then it's disaster. If they're not able to take both of them, then it's game over, surely. Oh, wow. Sick trade back out of Draken. They gain the B site again. Sved sneaks in the plant just next to the burn. Doesn't get touched by the flames. Now there's a fuse on this round. It'll be tricky to get back into. DSSJ, wide swing, pre-fire. There's alongside Chill's flash. There's no way Sved wins that duel. Oh, what a flick out of Draken. My god. A monster shot. But knows that there's no way to fight his way out of that. That round is cooked. Unfortunately, his teammates just not able to deliver. Sick shot nonetheless. That is unreal. A couple of nice orb shots being hit in this round. HE's fly over. Got to be a 4th round here for ARCRED. And there you go, a better start. A little 3-man crossfire set up here between short and long. As Raging picks off another elsewhere. 2v4, Sved and Draken will have a go at this, why not? Final round of the half. Little jiggle, contact made, confirmation that there's one in mini. Sved gets spanned down low in the process. He's having a hard time here. Trying to squeeze something out of this. Gajika seems very aware, but timing gets the better of him. And a 2v3 now feels a lot more palatable, especially with Draken in the CT spawn. Sved's got a chance to wrap through Donut. Instead, I think he's going to try and... No? I don't know anymore. I don't know. Thought he was going to try and sell something on A and pull off that rotate, but it wasn't really a world that was going to happen. 20 seconds. Come on, final round of the half. You've got to give this a go. I think they've left this too late. I think they've left this way too late. Draken hasn't got an avenue to actually really get onto the site here. 12 seconds to spare. Draken's been picked off by the mini player. There you go. Sved, even if he lands his second headshot, the round is unwinnable. And he won't get it anyway. Rogin will finish off. Yeah, bit of a weird one at the end there from Johnny Speeds. They sort of fumbled the last couple of rounds, and I think just had the wrong read on the situation in that final one, but either way, an 8-4 half is nothing to grumble at. When you're 8-2 up, maybe a little bit. Maybe you can say, maybe could have got a little bit more out of that, but so we move into the second half and the pistol round. There's a lot of weight behind it. As ARCRED are just going to try and answer it with a very fast push into the B site, and it's met with pure resistance. Look at that. A couple of really nice shots being connected there by Lecro. Wagen thinks he's got a bit of room. He doesn't. He's being flanked. USP, won't know it. Only needs one into the body. Goes for the head. Gets him somewhere in the middle. Still the kill. And the neck counts as a headshot. Easy pickings against the full eco. 10 on the horizon here for Johnny Speeds, and oh yeah, Lecro doesn't really want to lose his life, and with it, the helmet, Kevlar and M4. Running the clock down low in this one. I could have barely left the T-spawn as well. And they hear heat burning. There's no way he gets out of this alive, surely. It's a good flash. It gives him a bit of room to walk back if he wants to, but he doesn't. He actually sticks around. I don't think they're going to be expecting this. The attention's been drawn over to the FAMAS. He's peppering shots through this smoke. As soon as it fades, Heap. Oh, God, should have been good for at least one there. Doesn't end up with it. Sapek has to deliver a double just so they trade even. He does do that. That's fine. And cheat to follow up. We're already pretty low. Still, a B-side retake is always tricky. At least they've got the pieces in place to go for it, but the smokes are going to delay. Lecro just doesn't respect the smokes at all. Spams through. Ends up with the first, so... Now this should just be easy enough to knock over the final couple of dominoes. Maybe not. Chill has got no chill. Ends up with a sick little two-piece at the end there to close it out in his favour. This did just feel a bit disjointed. I don't know where Draken is when Chill's taking the fight there on Church. Still going to be a decent buy here for Johnny Speeds regardless. I don't think they're going to be super happy about losing that last round, but... they can recover right back from this one then. I think they sort of shrug it off a little bit. Still a man advantage and Chill's on 7 HP. I can't imagine there'll be any more shenanigans from him. Like that clutch in the last. Oof. A little double spray down on Electro. Leaves Chill in the clutch position again. As I say, at 7 HP just makes it real tricky. Draken, even with the scout, only needs that one bullet. Powerful stuff. Draken early on, just dancing around the edge of that molly. Ends up with a really nice pick. Sved follows up as well. ARCRED just looking cooked here. They're invested into this round as well. This is one that, whilst at face value, it looks like there's only pistols. There's actually armor, and it's actually everything they could afford. So running it back, last hurrah here for ARCRED. Couple of pistols, 3 MAC-10s. Try and prolong things, stay afloat in this series. I just don't see it happening. Electro's going to draw first blood despite the fact that he's got the MP9. He gives him an even fight. He gives him a fair playing field. And still, Johnny Speeds come out on top. Sved with a wide swing out of the mini. Raging only hits a nice shot back, but that is all she wrote. Heap will get him out from the side. Johnny Speeds 13-5 and a clean 2-0 to sweep away the series and bag themselves a spot in that 2-0 bracket. Really comfortable stuff. After Mirage, I kind of had some question marks. I did wonder if maybe, just maybe, this series would kind of go missing a little bit. Maybe ARCRED would give us something more on Inferno. I mean, there was a real world that ARCRED could have taken that first map, but then whatever happens, we end up on Nuke, and I'd already expressed in the pre-game that Nuke was a slight concern for Johnny Speeds as well. But yeah, looking at the scoreboard there, no doubt about your MVPs again. Let Grow up there, right up at the top of the scoreboard. MVP in both maps has to be the best man in the series. And yeah, putting up some great numbers. So impressive stuff from Johnny Speeds. Great win. As I say, put some 2-0. They're in a really strong position now to make it out of the groups and into the playoffs. As we'll take a look at our Swiss standings, and as they stand right now, Eternal Fire 2-0 after their win against Sinners. Bit of an upset there. I don't think all too many people were expecting that one, especially not in the fashion that it came. Sinners just looked disappointing. Johnny Speeds up 2-0, looking strong. Nobody in that 0-2 bracket yet. Everybody else either yet to play or now 1-1. But yeah, more exciting Counter-Strike to come over the course of the day. Unfortunately, it won't be me bringing you through it. But still a couple of banger matchups. Just take a little look at who we've actually got left to play this evening. So it is going to be Sangal taking on 33. That is in around about an hour and 15 minutes, so you will have to wait for that one. And then we've got Nexus Sparta to wrap up the night, which should be a good game as well. Sparta are kind of an interesting team at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how those ones go. But for now, it's an extended break, and then one of my amazing colleagues to jump in instead of me for that third best of three. So have a wonderful rest of your day, folks. Be back here around about an hour, and there'll be someone to bring you through the
Forced by the CT side as well. They know just how much this means. You lose control here. You are not going to be feeling good. CT side retakes are not built on this map to succeed.
Yep.
Can't afford to lose. Not this time. Not right now. When Martin will start off the right way for his team. But extends a little too far for his own good.
Yeah, he really tried. He really tried to get in position to do something glorious, but it's Stress Iron to catch him, and now Z10 have to play catch up. Oh, Neymar. Oh, what a peel.
Hey!
What a push, I wanted to say. It still ends up sour in the end.
Good enough.
Good enough.
2-on-2 with 30 HP on Beastic. He's got a Desert Eagle and Scout. Both can one-shot him. If Shock is dead, you know how this will go. The story of the 4 Spy Wars gets retold. Time and time again, for Beastic is now a mission impossible here. Cannot take a single shot on anywhere on his body. Maybe now with AVN down to the on the Galil. But nonetheless, he has to be the one to shoot first and ask questions later. For AVN, he's already here. And Beastic taken down. This one is not that cut and dry. We've got a couple of twists and turns in it, and Zero Tenacity, they're cruising through it. This time, no bomb plant.
Turn it back on its head. Final moments find a clutch to work out for Z10. And a big round. Very important to keep them in contention for this series. Mirage is up next, so they have to draw Inferno as a W. Let's see if they do. Decent damage. Nades taking down
damage.
AVN, but Beastic, yeah, hello. Nice kills.
Decent versus good.
Well, decent versus better.
All is well, the third man back over toward the A side. All you have to do now on Zero Tenacity is just play it on the bomb sides, and that's exactly what they do. They do feel comfortable with Nemanja jump spotting towards Banana as well at the same time, so they've called Martin over toward A just to support it, that extra bit.
Honestly, to be expected.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm fine. The single MP9 towards the B side, jump spotting for information. You've got a fast rotation Martin if you need it.
It's the gold standard of Inferno.
Yeah, that's just what happens. Expectations met, and in this one, I think Z10 over-deliver as well. Not a single life lost here, so they bounce back and balance out the game in their favor now. Rounds may be 8-8, but we know which way this is leaning, and it certainly isn't Sinners.
Pound for pound, right now, definitely Z10 getting the better deal of it. And it seems like they'll continue to do so. Yeah, put them up and make an example out of them.
Nail them to a cross. And Martin, okay, efficient work.
Easy.
2 headshots for the AONS and for Nemanja, an upgraded weapon as well. They don't care if they lose a weapon or two here. Although it would have been nice not to, right? Considering you still have the Scout and MP9 in play, you're essentially treating the last one and this one as a bonus round. So you might actually see Z10 to be a bit more inclined to go over-aggressive here just because they have these sort of weapons and so little investment overall in this round itself. Just to test and stretch the bounds of what can you get away with.
Yeah.
And guess what they're doing?
Sure.
Look at Martin, down mid. We saw this play from, I believe it was Stresson back then, and now it's Martin, and he's gone even further than that. He's actually cleared out Banana. Oh my god.
That's insane. He's really gone big time. Delivered for Z10, yeah. And I mean, what I'm seeing right now is Z10 being a little bit chaotic about it. We can see nobody on B for a second there, so they're a little bit, you know, up and down, but this will surely spin out to their control, because Sinners are just not non-reactive. They're not moving enough, they're not doing enough to win this round. As a flash helps, and it's going to be AVN with the secondaries. Still keeping the lead by a man different. Z10 now towards B, it's empty. Yes, Z10 have made the wrong call, but they've made the judgment call here of, let's just go A. If they go B, we'll retake it. We've got a 3v2, and that's doable. And that's exactly what we're going to see.
Even worse, there's zero utility for Sinners. Not that there's any utility on Zero Tenacity side, but for post plant on B, not a single smoke, no Molotov. You have to trust the fact that you can hold this bomb side. Beastic thankfully does not take a position backside. Peppo as well, he's joining him. They want to clear out this position towards CT. The timing of which might be the one that matters the most here. But neither player goes in searching too far. They're just playing for the trade. They're going to make that cross. Sight to be taken. Brute Monster has the idea. He's got pistol out. Whipping. B6 can't do it. That's one. That's two. Holding onto the post line. No utility, no problem. They've got weapons that can do better.
Exactly. And they absolutely obliterate the offense. Good hold. Well played. Good corners. They play solo basically for the most part there. They do not help each other in any meaningful way, but they play those corners as they should. Take those kills for free and then charge in. And even then, we could see the... we could say the focus from the guys. Not letting themselves be spotted when they got the kill, right? Once you get the entry, you chill for a second. You don't let yourself die immediately after and keep on moving. Oof, counter molly. On Banana, forced into a different action. Damn.
Speaking nade, I like the idea behind it as well. Just selling the fact that the money wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
But I think that pushes then miss time afterwards. Gets himself into the corner, and vice versa gets himself stuck in a corner. Finding out two is ridiculous. Able to get those at AVN, only good for one. Still keeps this one in a single 1v1 clutch. One bullet to make the difference, but chance, depending on which way it goes. That nade will chip away, stress on. You peek now, a headshot will take you down. That it chooses to back away. Think twice about it.
Look at Stressarn. Look at how active he still is to look for the kill towards Church. He's not letting up.
Spotted.
And he will be spotted. Siofo. Patient and deadly. It's exactly what he encompasses best. And that is going to be the round done. Just like that. D10 on 10. Yeah.
They got something here, I knew it. I can smell it and feel it. And now trying to take this one to its very end and get us to what a third map. I believe Mirage is the one that's waiting for us. We're going to find out in a second if I'm right. I am right. Not crazy. Not that crazy.
It is Mirage.
I'm a little bit crazy.
That's debatable, yes.
I might say very, but that's fine. What's life
Depends
without a
on
little
who
crazy?
you ask, I guess. Yeah.
But again, with an entry, he's just been pushing for these openings here. I love to see it because he's got this very aggressive playstyle that seems to offer a lot here in Inferno. That's what I was feeling, apparently. The openings that he's now bringing, he's been part of 11 openings. Sorry, 10 openings. And they have gone 7-3 in his favor. Real nice to see. In a similar fashion, Brute Monster has not been part of more than one opening duel. That was last round when Shock decided to just cut him in half. Which is kind of crazy. I mean, we know Inferno is not an AWPer map, right? But
Sure.
you expect your AWPer to still look for that opening, right? You kind of still send that AWPer out towards mid, control the part of the map, even apartments.
There.
Banana, maybe you play a bit more contact. Here we go, however. That also works. You can just wait, but you can see, right? Not every position is meant for the AWP to be taking contact. In there, Brute Monster gets it. He's not part of the opening, but he'll still seal the deal here and the fate of Sinners for round number 20.
Z10.
It's really nicely done.
Yeah. 11th on the board and looking like 12 is following. This is very good so far. CT side, they finally give us the showcase we'd expect them to. It's their map pick. Brute Monster hitting some crazily good shots. Some we'd usually expect him to do, but a lot of times he hasn't. So it's a nice little change of direction compared to where we were headed in the recent past of this squad. I think you and I can both agree that certainly things have not been as squeaky clean as they should have been.
Hey, we do have Brood Monster searching for this. It questions the timing, but just about. Stress on into the smoke, and it will betray him. Same time, Martin. Part of another shot down off B. He's not stopped. He's relentless. The only manual way to stop him is by hoping he runs out of ammunition, which doesn't seem to be the case this time. Avian, checking the corner, just about half-assed it, but he does get the kill.
He does.
Round 12 is calling zero Tenacity, and so is Mirage. A couple of bumps perhaps still in the way, and Kisserek could absolutely be one of them. He's been unusually quiet for this Inferno. Feels it's about time to get him onto the board as well. Something big, but AVN, he's just walked around perfectly. Getting himself in toward a pit as time continues to draw down further and further only makes sense as such. Well of his reach, zero Tenacity, 5 kills away.
Here we go. It's about a done deal. Almost.
First timeout is crazy here for Sinners.
Wondering what's going through their minds.
Boys, this Inferno ain't going all too well.
Yeah.
Could be at the top of their minds. I'm taking a bit of a gamble there saying that much. But I feel like that could have close. Close to reality.
Sure.
I don't think they're celebrating this Inferno at least, so I'm getting the mood right.
I think that's absolutely correct.
So, what do you do to change it? Martin's been an absolute beast on the second half. So do you want to feed him again? Probably give him an 8 this time.
Maybe run an A?
Martin's got to be there somehow.
Yeah, sure.
Just watch. He's got to run behind him.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, but yeah.
They're playing them all passive, so they've even called a third play toward the B side. Brood Monster, second opening duel and second L he's taken to start off the round. 5v4 for Sinners to start off. AWP can be taken, A side can be taken, it has been taken. And I did say maybe you'll see Martin pushing and running in behind them, but currently very far away. It's looking like a 10th round and a very minimal save. You have a Z10 and they're happy to say this one and call it quits. They'll have money for the next round. They'll keep what they have because there is a realistic chance Sinners do come back if they run into this one and give away those weapons. The money, the bank is not infinite. They will have to take an eco here by most predictions, I would imagine, if Sinners are to make this comeback and take 11 as well. Not an eco, but at least force with a real ball investment. So, saving here, really important. Going when enough is enough. The money, I don't like that he is still spamming the smoke, sticking around a little too long. In my eyes, but it won't punish him.
Well, you said what do you do? How do you change? You don't feed Madden, that's for sure. Xiaofo, he's only able to get 1, which is unfortunate. Usually there you'd surely see 2, maybe even all 3. And in the end, like I said, they go apps, they go A, they abuse that little bit of gap in the armor, even though Xiaofo's anything but a gap in there. Because he's got 16 kills. He's doing better than most others even. Sometimes that's a rarity. Good counter nades. Look at the amount of damage already shipped out. I'm surprised Sinners continue to run banana, but they do, and they still are able to capitalize. They get 1 for free. That's Beppo with the first, but B-Stick offers himself up for nothing. Madden now in its half wall, and it's a full A play again, but they are being expected. Oh, that pixel angle, yeah. Missed shot coming out from Brute Monster. You can't afford those, especially not when now you're approaching the end of this second map. And a beautiful challenge from AVN, but will it stick? Not yet.
Oh no, Kiss. Oh, RIP. Hello, Mirage.
Why?
Goodbye, Inferno. This world seems to have seen its final pieces of the Italian side. I don't see this one anymore.
It's hard to imagine it. Peppo's about to die as well. Even
There's
if he
no
gets
way he doesn't get
Brute,
traded.
he does get Brute, but there's a second there, and he dies with the C4. The other side, Shock. See, this is the one thing that really gets me at Sinner's side, and this is not the first time we see it. The way they split after starting to lose players is absurd. And now they have no contingency against the fact that they lose the C4. I mean, yeah, Shock is having to use utilities on middle instead of on the site. And with 20 seconds to go, I think it's GG. This is map done.
Has to be.
100% it is.
He'll have the timing, but he has to make
No,
be
he won't
cautious
have time.
not
He won't have
to
time.
die. Yes, sir.
No. Look,
He has time.
he has no time, I told you. From the get-go, no chance. And that is map
If
done.
Martin wasn't there, he had time.
Even if Madden was there, he wouldn't have had time, and that is going to be 13-10. Well played, Zero Tenacity, man. All I'll say is I perhaps expected a little bit less, a bit of a wake-up call, a late one, but it works, and here we have them in glorious number on Inferno.
Zero Tenacity, they had that Inferno second half in the bag. I didn't know exactly how it was going to go, but I'm really happy to see that it was Modern constantly getting those kills, hunting for the opening, then said, you know what, maybe I'm going to slow down a little bit, just play more passive. They still run into him. Every single time he's playing Banana Sandbags, he should be good if only one, he gets 2, 3, whatever, is insane. That second half is all him. And without that sort of performance from him as well, the fact that alone, so many times he was playing alone, there was no support, maybe a flashbang that comes half the time, but he's just an absolute beast there on that second half, and all credit to Inferno goes to Modern there for Zero Tenacity. And now we go to a map like Mirage. We know this one. Everybody knows it. If you don't know Inferno, well, you know Mirage. And
You should.
yeah, talk to me a little bit about it, because it's really good for both teams.
Well, honestly, I'm not sure what to expect because it's in the individuals that have made the difference previously, and they're going to have to make it again. Ladies and gents, it's going to be a short break, and then we'll see more of actual Mirage.
conversation as well, like 19 kills he added on Nuke. Just about getting the consistency right. Round 2 here. Nothing too major, just the single loss of Modern. Besides that, all good. Kept clean, and we take a look at round number 3 instead, when the weapons are going to be brought out for Sinners. And, ooh, heavy mid. Okay, tripling up here. One nade, plenty of damage. A kill, make a double. Not triple, and not yet. They'll back off instead, with the advantage already so clear.
I like what I'm seeing. Sinners are finally reacting to the damage on mid, and a nice little challenge. Stress Iron will take the advantage. Although this time, a bit too aggressive. I would have hoped for him to fall back. They had the numbers. They did not need further info. And now with Shock down, it's back to a 2v2, just like that. You blinked and you've missed it. Sinners. The deep push from Beastie gives them a lot of info and a lot of chances to, yeah, as I say, cut off Brute Monster, which leaves Nemanja with 52 HP and the C4 running towards A, about to land, and possibly exiting into CT. Unless he doesn't want to take the chance crossing connector, but I think he has to, yeah, and he knows it. We all do. This is the best case scenario for him. He can engage from a medium and range. He can try and isolate the duels as well as stick away in and out if he plays it correct. Spots the player. Info gained with that, pushes back, try and challenge his jungle. He knows there's going to be at least one here. He hears both.
They have thoughts, they heard the steps, they know he can't be close. They just need the confirmation. And it's the slight jiggle peek from Peppo that then takes it wide. Beastic arrives as well if you need him for the trade. But that not being a necessity here, it leaves Sinners to survive with both their final members. Getting themselves on the board here fairly early on as well. A nice bomb plan as well there for the T-side, so money is going to be pretty good. You're down to two Galils. Nemanja with very little utility. Modern's actually dropped him a flash there as well. But you're not entirely built for this round, but this Mirage, you can absolutely just get an entry and then play off of reactions.
Oh,
PT side as well, like playing aggressive. Spinners here already, we saw that last round mid-play here as well, mid-focused, but options will be presented in Zero Tenacity, even if they have low utility, keep that in mind. It's just about finding the right timing.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. And I want to add on top of it, you mentioned earlier, Z10, individually, things have been a bit of a hit and miss. We have good days and bad days, and unfortunately, there's been one too many of them to see them rise to the occasion in recent days. And hopefully, Series 8 presents an opportunity for the whole of the Balkan scene here. Right now, basically only Zero Tenacity and Partizan representing the ex-Yugoslavian states. And here we go. Oh, Maden, beautiful entry. Stress Aran does re-challenge. It's Tjofo from Palace. It's enough. I think Sinners have to back off. You risk losing Peppo for free. And that's exactly what happens. I don't even know why you would challenge there without even a flash.
Going for glory and getting nothing.
So it's back to the standard. This is going to be... Oh, what? How does he
This is crazy.
What is happening? Beastic is going to try as well. What are we... What? Sinners?
Apparently, they don't want to give up.
No, that's not... No, that's not... You're trying to excuse it. I can't. It's 3 players alive against 4.
They don't know when to give up.
That's a better way to put it, for sure, because... Okay, Peppo, he tries to peek, he tries to get lucky, or who was it? No, Strasaran dies on site. Peppo in CT. I mean, after that, you pull back, you play it safe, you save those weapons. Instead, we see...
They don't know the meaning of the word.
Yeah, instead we see an eco here, and this is technically a very easy start for Z10. Mirage could not have gone better for them to begin.
So it seems.
I don't know, man. I gotta be honest. Again, I'm just a little bit shook. Sinners, what is happening? Like, this is also trouble. This is also something we described earlier for Sinners as a issue that's been persistent even before they changed the roster. Sometimes we see very, let's say, awkward decisions being taken. And perhaps we're looking too deep into it, and it's just a simple, okay, let's try, screw it, kind of solution, but still, it gives us the impression that sometimes not everything is going as smoothly when it comes to communication.
To me, it's fine since it's the start of the game, right? If this is 10 rounds later,
No.
I've criticized a lot more, but
Sure.
I can say, yeah, it's that effort ball mentality of let's just try. Here as well, oh my god, wait, hold on.
I mean, yeah, we ball. Damn.
They ball.
They
The last one was set up.
they definitely got a big ball right there as Kisserek just deletes AVN. Brute Monster now with an AWP in his hands and the C4. Hoping to get lucky. I don't know. This is going to be a tough round. What the hell, man? It's a full eco.
Seeking to take a look at what's actually happening here. It's a long con.
And it's not so much... Oh, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Alright, let's
They
see
don't have
that.
a kit.
It's spot instantly on the side. Brute Monster, a time to adjust. A second still needed. 20 seconds. They're going to push him. But it's a slow approach and a simple shot for Kisserek. Stealing this one away.
You're not wrong. And it's not so much this map, it's just generally, you know, what's recently been happening. Them losing so much. But yeah, a round like this, I mean, this is right up Sinner's alley, honestly. I mean, it couldn't be a better representation of how we see them, right? They're capable of all of these amazing things, and most of the time they do give them to us, or rather do perform them. Miracles almost, and this was almost, I would dare say, classify this close to a miracle.
Yes.
And
No argument from me.
yeah, Zero Tenacity, I mean, you're as appalled as we are probably, because this is an insane round to lose. And Brute Monster, he's as mad as it gets. It's going to be Stress Arn to pay the price, and we're right back where we started. It's going to be 5-4, and Z10 take it a little bit slower here. Don't want to put themselves at harm's way from the get-go.
Onto the A side here as well. Shock's waiting. This is already a setup that was once played, not really entirely this one, but position for Shock played previously on an A route. Unless I'm somehow mixing up my games. Joffo, opening fan for him. Martin will follow suit. And I think we're about to have some tomfoolery in this game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's for sure. Nobody expecting, rather, I should say, the fast aggression, and that is round gone. And yeah, Z10 blazingly hot to get number 4 immediately. I like it. I really do. Zero Tenacity as always. Likewise, tend to surprise when you least expect them to. And the entry's on point. Pretty standard A play here.
Terrorists win.
I mean, standard. What is really standard these days, honestly, but... Oh, CCT, man. It gets better every time. Finally, we got rid of the... As we
Some
know.
of the plague.
Yeah, some of the plague that has been issuing us. Z10 though.
By the admins, of course, in that regard as well.
Big ups to everybody who were able to achieve that without any issue, shall we say. Well, as we all know, Zero Tenacity, they had some issues in their past, especially when it comes to certain CT sides. We are looking at Anubis at times. Here we're looking at, obviously, Mirage. T side, so far, solid. I mean, whenever they played fast, they were pretty much successful almost every single time. We see a standard mid-take, pretty heavy towards window, so they might try to boost, and there's a chance this could be countered. There's usually a molly thrown or a nade, but there's no short presence. Connector will be challenged. Kisser finds the kill on Madden. The infiltration begins, and it's all eyes on Nemanja, the big brains of the whole operation. He's gonna try and connect the dots towards B. I like the idea. Molotov towards balcony. They open up the smoke. Nobody to challenge. D10, do not continue. Nemanja's found a way into jungle. That's massive. Do they expect already a player in window? That's the big question all of a sudden. As Sinners might lose two, both at the same time. Nemanja has made it possible. There it is. And they still perhaps go B. This is the mistake that could ruin them, though. Oh, no way. Sinners haven't fully rotated off. They're still here.
Here's the assistance, at least. The opening is beautiful. Beastic, doubles is required. Doubles taken. Triples? Do you deliver more than you're worth? No, but he's done enough here. Push coming in, and at that point, there's no time. The knife swinging wild, but that is not a boy. That is not long enough to do that.
I think you'd need a great sword for that one.
Yeah, it's also not proficiency in the knife, I can tell.
Yeah. Whew, I gotta say, I mean, I love the idea of how Nemanja's trying to infiltrate window. They set up the play towards B. He was trying to obviously go possibly through murder hole into kitchen. But the fact that he gets two in con, you would think that they would pull back, play it into A instead. And as we say it, it all just comes down to nothing. Well done by Sinners. What a beautiful hold. I don't think anybody can deny them that. That was possibly the best round out of Beastic and company. And once again, they hold on to their positions. Not a single player lost.
That might be better.
No more than 17 damage dealt. Yeah.
Very nicely done there as well. That just balances the things out immediately in Sinners' camp. Not having to worry about the immediate return to, I suppose, T-side form is what we would call it here. So,
sure, yeah.
Let them breathe through a round. That should be this one. But in the way that Sinners already stole away an eco,
yes.
May I present to you an option of zero tenacity?
Tenacity, yeah, sure. Why not? We've had enough rounds like these today already. I'm not opposed to another one, I guess.
Yeah, at this point, what else is lost? All your sanity gone. It's in the negatives. You can't lose anymore, really. At some point, it has to be like going full circle.
Sure.
So far into the negatives that you gain something instead. A new
this point,
perspective
we turn
on life,
positive.
but
Yeah.
yeah, not this time apparently.
Sinners, good hold. Again, they don't lose too much. In fact, mostly just utility. And we see a fifth round out of them. Zero tenacity now on AKs again. There will be really an op available for Brute Monster, as you would hope to see maybe. Did they play default mid again? Did they try to split through under, try to take window once more? I mean, I don't think Sinners realized how quickly that happened, so they might be susceptible for it again. No, Martin just gets clapped. He tries to support his teammates. He's down. Nemanja on mid, and it's going to be Toffo to intercept Beastic pushing B-Apps. There's still Peppo on site. He's trying to hold, and he will find ADN. There's more to follow, and there's at least one or two more behind. Stressarn. Trades off again. Serek on Nemanja, they catch that mid player and they've got them on lockdown toward B-Apps. There should be another going towards window to check under and they will have them on lockdown in B-Apps. Yup, there we go.
Good opening as well for Shocker. Closer, almost, you could call it. But we've got Brute Monster again. He did have, I'll say, a really good nuke. Inferno's different, of course. He was at the bottom there, I believe. Only 12 kills for him.
Yeah.
But We know this man can be the X Factor, and so let's see it. One last time. Ooh, RIP that Nade's got him, if not, Peppo does. Nade maybe would have taken him down, but nonetheless he took the fight anyway. Not a clutch, but a Peppo 3k instead of him. Sinners, I feel like I'd be fairly happy with that one. Managing to solidify this, that it's not just one gun around and an eco or a force buy. They managed to get another one in the mix as well. And even if it was a tie, might have been a Z10.
I think the strain is getting at them. The few rounds that have slipped through their fingers are going to be gnawing at their sanity, as it is at ours, almost.
That's what I'm saying.
And I would love to see just a straight A execution here from Z10. They've got the utility. The Tech 9s are perfectly made for this. You put a few players palace, maybe just a Deagle if you really feel funky, and just full send it. They've been really good with it. I mean, entries usually secured through that, and Tech 9s. A B rush, I could see work if only they get rid of the short player. So that means they have to commit resources on shorts. Again, fake A? Yeah, Nemanja might try and sell this as an A fake. I can get behind this, especially if the fake is good and they time it perfectly. Oh, stress on. He's been hearing a little bit of action in apps, I think. There's the utility B-stick pushed up. He finds 3. This is not even a challenge right now for the IGL. He will find 4 on 37, Death's Door. That is going to be an ace, potentially. Nemanja, no, he denies it at least. They avoid the humiliation.
The only challenge is to not get the ace.
Yeah.
Maybe the Vadia gets an ace.
Maybe. Hey, I'm open. I'm open for it.
No,
honestly.
I don't think so.
But down to 2 HP doesn't look likely. Unfortunate. As Sinners, okay. We have not only 1 or 2 rounds consecutive, we have quite a few now, building up into one hell of a repertoire. And this is not the first time, by the way, that B-Stick pushes. So let's be honest here, and Z10 should have perhaps been a bit more suspective of such a play. You know, should have perhaps tried to predict it a bit better there. We've seen Sinners try the B play a few times. Early on, mid-rounds, a few ecos, I think, even. Top mid push.
Once or twice. Resson, seen dead. Apparently shot into the sky.
Counter prediction, good.
Real nice there.
The action plan. Still focusing A. Nemanja finds Peppo. Exactly as you'd hope for. And Z10, they have found a way in. It's a crucial round as well. Before things get hairy, before we see 9-10 for Sinners. So Z10 by no way, by no mean out of this series just yet. Right?
No, not at all. You can never count them out. It's still a good first half they get as well, right? 7-5.
Yeah.
It seems to be the case. As much as we'd like to believe in the V-Stick 1v4, it's not. Steve all too likely, and ends up being indeed not the case. It's still a decent enough half there. It's not perfect. You do lose a little bit of control as setting that.
Sure.
Was it round 5? 6? It doesn't matter exactly, but we had that moment where the control was given over as well. Tried to fight it back, could not do so. Yeah. And as such, Sinners, they should at that point get away with that half. And a 7-5 recovery from that, or at least the result overall, is still really good for Z10 as well. Considering there are worlds where that gets so much worse.
Yeah, the fact that they got rocked hard and still get 5, I'd say is a decent outcome. So
yeah, rocked hard as in E-code.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say that's a pretty heavy concussion, you know. That's like, it definitely resets you mentally, and you need to find your way back into it. Your mantra has to be positive, otherwise you're going to be just pissed off and angry and nothing's going to work.
I know
and right
a
now,
really good mantra of those situations.
Yeah.
Just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. Interesting.
It just keeps swimming.
I've never heard of that one, if I'm honest with you.
Finding Nemo!
Oh,
Come
okay.
on.
Fair.
Man.
Sorry, bro, I'm not... I genuinely didn't know. I don't want to...
It still fits.
Make you feel
Just
bad.
forget about it. As the New Yorkers would say.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Finding Nemo. I mean, I know the movie, but...
The show, he almost said?
Yeah,
Oh my
I
God.
almost said the show.
Is
Well,
Dory the bluefish?
Yeah,
That's that one,
Dory
sure.
the Explorer. Let's stop
That's
joking
the
about it's 7-5 and Sinners right now with pistol minded towards A. This is a surprise A play, so I don't think it's gonna work. If I'm honest with you, I think Z10 are too good to lose against like Alice Bush. This is absurd. If they do, Beastic finds AVN though. But Tiafo holds the door, not for long. Nemanya's gone already. Tiafo under Palace. I don't think there's a molly to chug him out, but... This is a troublesome start. Despite Sinners having an advantage, like I was about to say, it doesn't really matter as much because they have no positional favor, although... With this kill now, things turn back on its head. Anyone's chance, really, to take it here. And Stressarn finds Tiafo. That's a massive pickup. Bomb planted, despite low HP. I can't say I see them surviving in this instance right now. I gotta be honest with you.
Does not look fantastic here, but yeah, I can see it. I can see it. You're definitely putting yourself, well, not putting yourself, but you've been put into a real tough situation with Z10 as well. The big one, forced by yes or no. In most sensible worlds, I say no. In today's world, as in the day we've had today, I say yes, because why not? And it keeps happening. We had our Force by Wars as well previously, Gun 5 and joining Swedes. Barrage was the map then. With 6 rounds, back to back to back. All Force buys and nothing else. That kept succeeding, and Nemanja almost goes unchecked. Oh, and now this 4v5. 3v5, excuse me. Becomes a 2v4 and it becomes impossible.
Round is done.
It's that one moment of Nemanja, whether or not he gets that kill or whether or not he survives, that can change things. And as his fate is sealed, so it feels that Z10 will follow suit as well. As you said, the force buy here, it is such a risky one. We have thoughts about this. We don't really necessarily like these force buys, especially second half. I think that's one thing you and I can agree on.
Yeah.
Instead of arguing like an old married couple, which is really funny. But at the second half, force buys are often case the one where we say, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. Second half is always like... It's that last chance saloon that you really don't want to waste any rounds on, and
first half, warm up. Second half, real shit, it's time to wake up.
Yeah, it's time to play for real, and this loss is massive because it not only gives Sinners 9, it gives them 10 afterwards, and all of a sudden we've got pretty much a reality check for Z10 that this might be a spin out of control kind of scenario. The snowball's big enough, and unless they've got somebody to stop it, aka somebody to go right now above 20 kills to really play into the hand of that individual strength, it ain't happening.
Got it. One back, about with a second. We are not done here. Payback might be in tow here for Zero Tenacity on Amico. Dealt once against him, now it's theirs. Spill blood instead of the Nemanja lost in spawn. It forces the CT side to reconsider, while AVN continues to push forward. If he gets this kill, the round is on.
Nobody to challenge, though. Nobody there.
Playing a safe game on the T side. No need to overcommit when you've got such a strong setup as well. Not even if it's not a CT retake, but a normal one. I think normal. If it's one through connector as well, this is, I think, the strongest setup you can have.
And with the molly to finish the job, it's a done deal. That is going to be number 10 confirmed. And closer call than it perhaps could have been, but still not enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's another turning point again with Nemanja in spawn there. Which way that duel goes.
Yeah. If he stays alive, man. That's all it takes.
Okay, whether or not he gets that kill, but just survives, that alone could have been enough.
Yeah.
But didn't have his weapon out ready. He was just switching to it, and Kesserek swings with a very good timing. This round itself, it is looking like the only chance Z10 are going to have here. Fair to say, in my eyes, and in your argument, I don't think you've got anything that goes against that.
No, it's pretty much on point. Thinners, I like how careful they are. We see some mid-presence, sure, they just don't want to give up the show of force. You have to keep your opponents on their toes. You can't keep them, let's say, nosy. The more Zero Tenacity is going to be looking for trouble, the more trouble they'll find, but equally can be said for Sinners, and keep it safe, keep them, kind of compressed, keep them onto the sites, locked in instead of expanding. Doing pretty well right now, actually. Z10 have no info mid. They want to peek, they want to challenge, sure, but right now they know nothing.
What is there to know? That's the question here. What do you find out before it's too late? They've got no information. Game on Z10 currently just trusting their setups and individuals. It's a high bar considering how this map has so far gone. You've got Modern at 11 and Brute at 10. That's the best you've got here. And the site hold, it's not looking amazing. Who is Kesserek instead.
The egg
From
has
map
been
2,
cracked.
he's continuing, man. He is just on a different level.
On a roll, you can say. Xavian and Martin will try to clean it up, though. If 1v2 shock now in a bit of an exposed spot, but he's in a decent enough challenging... never mind. I wanted to say in a decent enough of a off angle to still challenge CT or jungle pretty effectively, but yeah. It ends
fairly certain that
Yeah.
AVN saw him when he jumped spot from the CT.
It's possible, yeah, because
Yeah,
the reaction
jumped on
following
ticket,
up,
saw him, immediately as well. Just recognized.
And the reaction was, pretty much that as well, yeah.
Quickly back to it. So for this round, Z10 did the right choice. Trusted the individuals. Now, right back to the fire. And as Sinners are looking to bring, put him onto a boiling hot pan.
Oh, hello, Beastic is down. He just dies on mid.
Yet again, that is a big hit.
Beastic has been quite a component of their entries, so yeah, for sure. Sinner's losing him, losing that micromanagement in the mid round. Well, at least on the actual ground. He leads from the beyond, but
he's just elevated to a different level. He's got the all-seeing eye right now for his team. But a stress on, he heard that from Beastic in the comms. They're about to swing ya, watch out. Takes down the Nemanja, boost into window, space taking it for Sinners, and suddenly you can now start to build up your mid-round plan as well, how you want to do this, and it's got to be a B play.
They will commit B. That's massive, by the way. The fact that they'll go B here, it will allow for the defense to hold on and might just make the difference between life or death.
Has to be.
Such a slow approach, though. 'Cause, 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 'cause
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. I was going to say it has to be perfect here with the timing. But Stress has taken so long that it just creates more confusion than anything, I think, in the T side camp as well. CT start to anticipate. Maybe they don't. Brood is done after 1. Same with at AN. The bomb is dropped on balcony. Recoverable. You've got 10 seconds. The bomb goes down unless there's a slam dunk of an 8. And Joffo's not going to be in a position to throw that. Even a molly would have been required at the same time. Instead, just about get given Shock enough leeway to wiggle his way into a corner. Deliver 1 into the afterlife, and it's the last player to go.
Madden against the
versus
world. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is where Madden excels. This is what he was brought in to do. Unfortunately, the day is not the day that he's going to display the strengths that he has. It's a little bit of a unfortunate turn of events that all of a sudden sees Zero Tenacity 2 rounds away from being thrown down into the pits. 1-1 bracket. This
the worst of pits.
Yeah, the worst of pits, because it's kind of limbo. Like, you're not in a bad place by no means. Let's not take this too far, right? And you still have a fair chance to make it to the playoffs. But you have to play through perhaps some of the more difficult teams, because there's a tendency for good teams to lose the first series and then make a big whiff onto the next one. But in any case, we don't even know who they might face just yet. I'm not even sure. I have to double check myself.
We'll have to take a look at the entire bracket as it's formed, but we know a couple of teams in there already.
Yeah.
I think most.
Oh, yeah.
Today is when we find out the last few only, if I'm not mistaken. It could be, but doesn't change the fact that one of these teams is headed there at the moment. It's looking like Z10. It's only 2 rounds that Sinners need. You've got Shock taking control of Connector. Just the spearhead of this offensive play that is coming through from the Sinners, but you've got a good position for Nemanja to find the first. Second, double down is not possible. I don't like the fact that Joffo is not helping his teammate earlier there. But it felt trapped. His fault for putting himself in that position in the first place, and thus couldn't assist, and now a 2-on-2 is more than doable here. But we've got Stress on. His 20th kill has been achieved, and he's hunting for 21 with AVN around the corner. That is 21, and 21 is where he will remain, as Peppo's just at a simple 8 to close out this one, to take us to match point. And I think
finish the job. Yeah.
It's time to finish it here.
It is. I think we're there.
Taking us a while, but we've gotten it toward the end finally.
I mean, to be fair, both of our...
of the day for Sinners.
Yeah. Sinners have been playing... Fifth. Yeah, they lost 0-2. Yeah, they lost 0-2. Did lose 3 maps today, though, technically, so... Could lose another if they lose this.
The best of 5, they have lost.
But more specifically, it is the end of the line for Z10 in this series. Like we said, the 1-1 bracket awaits for them 6 rounds to return. It's not impossible, it is improbable. And Sinners, well, par the course for what we're used to seeing from them, which is play damn well and usually get out of the Swiss stages with a 3-1, 3-0 score. I'm expecting Zero Tenacity to get out with a 3-1 possibly. Their next opponent is...
Last month or so, as we said, right? Series 4 and 5 didn't really make it out. Didn't have too much, but... like, we have those expectations, and I feel like they are met most of the time, but with a little bit of disappointment by the side.
Sure. By the way, I wanted to say, today we have the last 2 games, for the day as well after this one. So we're going to be seeing ESC versus X Inner Circle, which has been a forfeit. That was the forfeit. And Cybershock versus Favbet, which is the last series of the day. And I think Zero Tenacity, if they lose... Right now, they won't lose the round. But if they do lose, it's either the Musketeers or one of the 2 between Cybershock and Favbet. I'm not sure yet. We'll see that once... the brackets change, but or the ones they're done. But in any case, Meanwhile, for Sinners, we can say that they likely face off either Gun 5 or I would say Cybershock.
Well, we are gonna have to wait to find out a few more hours until we have the confirmation, of course. But we're still focused on this one. Z10 have extended play.
They have 5 more to go. Timeout for Sinners for the first time. Taking a moment.
We've seen very few timeouts today, haven't we? It's felt like only one per team per map at most. I don't know if that's just me.
No,
that's what it's
I
felt
think
like. They've been very late as well.
Yeah. It's definitely been an awkward day, I would say, overall, for quite a few teams here today. Some rounds, some moments. Timeouts, I believe in our first series, the only timeouts we really saw fully used was before our first overtime, was it?
We had overtime?
Oh no, it was 13. No, sorry, it was 13-10 Mirage. Yeah.
I was going to say, I know
it felt
I'm
like it went to
cooked,
overtime.
but I don't think I'm that cooked to forget an overtime.
No. It wasn't overtime. Sorry, it was 13-10. For some reason, I thought it was OT. Yeah.
I got scared for a moment.
Yeah. I thought myself there. But yes, it's regardless.
Well, this could be the first overtime. If Z10 put their cards right.
It could be. Absolutely.
12-8, seeming to be the scoreline, unless we do start to see something right this moment. But before Pepo gets the chance, he'll be shot in the side of the head here by Martin, who then takes aggressive space. They hold the position, they're not falling back from this. Right, it can go wrong. Stress on absolutely will make it go wrong. That prediction is really sick. Dismantles the setup, a 2 versus 5 that they've turned to a 2v3 in mere seconds. And that's all they've got left, by the way, 40 in total. Are they not trying it?
This is one of the core premises.
They're not trying.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, but this is one of the things...
Surprised.
One of the things I wanted to talk about earlier already, I mentioned it as a passing thought of Sinners. A lot of times we see them slow down and then they split up a lot.
Yes.
And this is again the same round here, at least the example of it. 2 versus 3, in what world do you split up where you have the C4 on you instead of just walking somewhere together? You know, it's just beyond me. And that is going to be 12-8. 4 rounds to go, 0 tenacity. Overtime is still waiting. Honestly, I could see this go to overtime. Like, legit. Despite it all, Stressaran and Kisarek are the only ones that are currently really kind of the issue. If they stop fragging and tire out, there is a discussion to be had.
Control of mid taken over by Zero Tenacity and no challenge for Sinners. It seems like they want to build up into a slightly slower round, and with that, I'll take the opportunity as well here to say another piece of news that has just come out. ESL is suspending their Impact circuit after Season 8 closes, which is a really stupid choice in my eyes. Thanks,
I'm not
ESL.
surprised, though.
Yes, economic reasons, yada yada yada, but you're owned by literal infinite money, okay? Come on.
Yep, I do
Owned by
agree.
infinite money, and you're saying, yeah, hey, we can't give away a little bit here for the women scene of Counter-Strike. Wonderful. Great job.
Well, I think there's
amazing decision.
Brother, I think there's
Just
a discussion
another
to be
one
had
of
that
these
goes a
decisions.
lot deeper than just
I
that.
know, but it's another choice in the ecosystem of, ESL just needs to become profitable in whatever way, and that just extends to so many different ways and yada yada yada. But that's just, I think, a really poor choice.
It is, and it's never gonna get better, I'm afraid to say.
Yep. Infinite money, and you don't... oh, wow, okay, that's whatever.
Nope. So, as I was saying before, we are in for... Now that you said that news, it really kind of...
I know, it knocked a little bit of wind out of you, but Zero Tenacity, not so much. They haven't heard of that yet.
I'm not so surprised, honestly, because...
It's still like, you're expecting nothing, but you're still kind of disappointed.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, I'm expecting better news than that from ESL at least. But in any case, Shock down to 45. There goes B-Stick, and B will be the side they get the bomb plant down. Peppo with the op. This is not yet over. I mean, we're looking at a 2 versus 3 that could go either way, especially if Peppo starts hitting some crazy shit, aka shots, as we do have a player short and 2 kitchen.
It all depends on the first shot. Oh, gets away. Insane. Now you need
Oh,
to
he
play
spotted
a
him.
box to stand the test of time, but it comes knocking at his door. The clock is running out of seconds. Peppo, do you? No, you don't.
No way.
The final tick of Peppo is what Sinners get and what they need to close out this series. It comes 13-8 on map number 3, and a very well played game.
I can't believe my eyes, but in the end, Peppo pulls off one hell of a trick, and that is an insane triple. It's undescribable how poorly right now Z10 have to feel, and I feel for them. That was a round they weren't supposed to lose. Ladies and gents, that's it for our best of threes for me and Nexus. We have one more best of 3 coming. Remember, it's Favbet going up against Cyber Shock. That's the last one of the day. We are already a little bit slightly delayed, so we won't be taking too much time of yours. Nexus, with your final thoughts, lead us out.
Hey, that's going to be a Series 7 Championships for Wednesday rematch coming at you just 2 days later, I think. Cyber Shock found that they played in the round finals just a few days ago. They're going to get a rematch here in the Swiss stage. 1-0 both at the moment. And taking you guys through that as well is going to be Hayes and JRT. John will take this one, and we will fade away as the break continues and begins. We'll see you in about 15 minutes with more Counter-Strike.
below here, guys. I'm below everything right now, just chilling out. But no, anyway, we're getting ready to go here. Hayes, how you doing?
I'm great, living on top of the world right now, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know, you strike me as quite a tall guy, actually, John. I'm like 5'11". I don't know, but how tall are you? I'm kind of curious. So you quite
I'm
a tall guy?
6'3", yeah.
6 foot, there we go. This is the one time I get to feel like
Yes.
I am bigger than John. I love this. Okay, great. Oh, no.
Hooray!
Why are you doing it on the fire? All right, back to normal. Womp, womp. Okay, listen. We got a hell of a game lined up, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to this next match. Been a while since we shared the mic, so I'm keen to get into some festivities with you. Let's bring some schedules up. We can show everybody exactly what we have lined up for the day. Why don't we?
Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, well, we actually don't have a second game today. Unfortunately, it ended up being a forfeit by
recent news we got, and we'll get into that in a moment. Let's bring up Cybershock here. Quite a lot to actually like about this team. They have been through some chopping and changing in recent times. Obviously, they decided to bench. They brought Alpha in. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
sure, that's caught me a little bit. Okay. All right. Great. Finding that out on the fly right now. That's my bad. Because I remember they had benched. It was Levikas, right? And then they brought Levikas back into the team. So I was going to be talking about them bringing him back, but I see they've benched him in favor of Alpha, who's kind of been out in the wilderness since he departed Paravision, right? Okay, I like this.
Yeah.
A lot, brings more experience, firepower as well. This is an exciting upgrade for Cybershock.
It is, and I got to see him play actually in series number 7. He was pretty solid, honestly. Like, he was taking the hard roles, taking the dirty jobs that a lot of players might not want, but he welcomed it, obviously, since he's been on the bench for so long with Paravision, and looked very good on oftentimes coming in on flanks, getting those lurks to be very effective. He impressed me, and I mean, we can't forget that with him in the roster, Cybershock won their first grand final in CCT season number 3. They won Series 7, the whole thing, up against Favbet. So it's a rematch of that grand final. It's really,
you're right.
It's really impressive.
It is crazy that they were both able to make such a deep run, and I spoke about how previous season was maybe not as stacked as series rather was maybe not as stacked as some of the others we've gotten. So it was a really great opportunity for teams like Cybershock and Favbet to make deep runs. So it's really cool that they were both able to kind of take full advantage. I mean, Cybershock even beating BetBoom in the process, right? That was a huge scalp for them. That put BetBoom out of major contention. That was such a massive result there for Cybershock. So yeah, they're going to be looking to go from strength to strength. Not that they can go much higher, but what we do need to tell everybody about is the elephant in the room. Now, if you are familiar with the Favbet team, you're going to be looking at this team sheet and thinking, Hayes, did you also miss a change for Favbet? Is crushed? No, guys, I didn't miss this one. This is the coach. He's standing in for the IGL Bondic, who unfortunately isn't going to be present today for Favbet. So that is quite rough for them, missing their IGL. You kind of mentioned in the pregame, John, at least he can call. He's going to have a full idea of the game system and the game plan and the way they like to play. So I wouldn't be surprised if he took over that role. And also, I mean, sure, he's probably not going to contribute in a fragging way massively, but it's not like Bondic is in the team for his star fragging power either. So I haven't lost that. So I think it might be okay, although not ideal, maybe okay.
Yeah, I think you still lose a little bit, right? It's still a downgrade overall in firepower because Bondix is actually pretty good for an IGL. Yeah, true. Like 1.03 rating isn't bad. He's still at the bottom of the team, but everyone's above a rating of 1. So overall, this is a good unit that they put together. So maybe they can still pull it off. I agree with you, but it is a concern moving forward overall, I would say. Anyway, that being said, let's check out the veto and see what we're going to get here. It's going to be Ancient picked by Cybershock, and then we have Favbet onto Nuke and Overpass the Decider. Actually, before we get to that, one thing I wanted to mention is Saltovsky recently added to the roster, and I think that's a pretty good pickup for this squad. Honestly, he's been really, really solid. It's an upgrade over over Tension, I think. So overall, it's been looking really good.
I'm right there with you. I've loved the addition of Soltovsky to this team. Remember, he was calling and ARPing in his previous teams like EC Kiev and then Ikla afterwards, Kono, whatever. I'm just really glad to see him now kind of relieved of the duties. I thought he was a good IGL. Bondik's just more experienced, and Soltovsky's always been a good AWPer. I'm hoping he can now like level up to a very good AWPer because I think he has the capabilities. Obviously, having to do more with the calling as well means that maybe he was hamstrung a little bit in what he could do as his AWPing capabilities in its entirety. But I'm right there with you. I'm really high on that change. I think it's a great addition. Ancient Nuke Overpass. 2 of the 3 same maps that we got in that grand final you were referencing in Series 7 a few days ago. Dust 2 was the decider on that occasion. Favbet decided, not again. This time we'll go for Overpass.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because they lost on Dust 2 pretty decisively, 13-7. So, and they had the choice, right? They could have gone back to Dust 2, but as you mentioned, they want to see what Overpass will bring them. I don't necessarily mind that, honestly, when you're looking at it, based upon the vetoes, based upon the map pool that Cybershock have. Overpass has played less, still a good map for them, but a little bit less so at 6 and 4. And you look on the other side, it's not like it's been rosy for Favbet on that map either, sitting at 3 and 7. They are really taking a risk if it does go to map number 3, which is very possible given how that previous matchup shaped up. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm looking forward to it. I think that Overpass maybe could be a bit of a difference maker, you know, talking about the prowess of Soltovsky as an AWPer as well. We know how well AWPers normally perform on a map like Overpass. He will be going up against Fenomen, though, who's great timing,
yes.
Mr. Producer. I love the timing as we bring up the head-to-head between the two of them. They've got contrasting AWP styles. Fenomen is the guy who's that, like, really quick-fire gun. He'd like to go for the re-peek. He loves to just kind of try and take over rounds. Soltovsky's more calculated. Soltovsky plays the odds. If I could make a comparison, he's more of like a device kind of AWPer who has his systems and he sticks to them religiously. He's like a guy who really does like to do the checks and the balances. Where Fenomen is that like live wire, young, you know, unchained, unhinged kind of AWPer, but both equally as impactful and both very, very good.
I gotta be honest, I kind of prefer the unhinged type of offers, the ones that go for those crazy peaks, just because it's really exciting, right? And it's more dynamic and unexpected. Although, you know, it's nice having a player who's gonna do everything by the book and have their protocols good to go. It's just that sometimes you want a little bit of that spice, you want a bit of that extra flavor that you can get through to help you in some rounds that may not be going the best. And when things aren't going well, you want an AWPer who can maybe step up to the plate and take some fights. Anyway, that's just my personal opinion. Both
I think that's
ways of playing are good, though, right? It just depends on the team you're on.
Exactly. And I think with someone like Yeki on Favbet, it means you don't need that AWPer who is the one who's going to be trying to open up the rounds and the guy who's going to be looking to make all the crazy plays. I think Yeki does that. You always need at least one, if not two, of those kinds of players in the modern day of Counter-Strike. I agree. Like, Fenomen is the guy who will just pop off and have these crazy performances that can win you maps. Soltovsky is just going to be more reliable, but maybe not reach the same sort of highs as a result. But yeah, like you said, depends what the team needs more than anything else.
Exactly. It's all down to composition. That's why you see some players, you know, they might do really well on one team, then they switch sides to another squad with a different mentality, and it doesn't work at all.
Yeah,
so it's just,
absolutely.
It's got to fit the system. It's absolutely true.
All right, well, I'm not sure how far we are from getting things going here. Maybe our producer can give us a bit of an idea as to what we're working with. That's a conversation we can put on ice for now because we're live here on Ancient and we're thrust into the action.
All right, let's go. Pistol round underway. Cybershock, grand champions of series number 7. Didn't think I'd be saying that, honestly. I saw them play and it looked a little shaky, but good to see them pull it through. And obviously off the addition of Alpha, sometimes one player can make a difference. Let's see if they can do it again. Up against Favbet, a rematch of those grand finals. Smash gets the opener. Alpha comes back with 2 as we're talking about the impact he could have. He gets an advantage for his team going onto this A site.
Yeah, great work coming through from him. Yeah, it's going to enable the plants, and they've got themselves really good post-plant positions with A main and Donut. That's what makes this really tough to retake. It's a very retakeable bomb site in general, but Cybershock have got great control, and it's going to be difficult for the CTs to fight back. They've actually been able to eliminate everybody bar the Donut players, but this is still that really nasty foothold that's really difficult to uproot as the retaking team. Alpha and Blixie not giving anything away. 10-second defuse now required to be stuck by Crush. Soltovsky, the one who has to provide the cover. He's doing exactly that, but Blixie gets the dink, the instant follow-up on Soltovsky, and he steals the round as well.
Wow, that's a nice clutch coming through from Blixie. 1v2, and obviously that 10-second defusal creates a lot more stress on the CT side to get that stuck as soon as possible. And you see Blixie capitalizing on it, getting the dink, and then, of course, finishing the job on the first player, and then finds the last on the diffuser just in the nick of time. Couldn't have gotten any closer, but Cybershock happy to take that 1-0 lead. And again, we have to, as this goes on, keep an eye on the impact Bondic not being here will have, and it is significant when your IGL is not here, along with the fact that he does provide a little bit of a firepower boost over Crush. Anyway, round number... Yeah.
It's something we'll feel more on their T sides. I mean, just in general, obviously IGLs have more of an impact on the T side calling than they do the CT side. So it is going to be very interesting to kind of see once we do flip over what the T side looks like for Favbet at that point. I remember Crush stood in for this team. I'd actually like to go back and check. I remember he played for them on Nuke. I can't remember what the second map was, but I was actually like pretty damn impressed by his individual level compared to what I was expecting coming into the game. So yeah, it is cool. I've just had a look on HLTV, though, John, and I don't see him listed as their coach. So
he's their analyst.
He's their analyst. Okay, that makes more sense then. Fair enough. But yeah, points I was making is that he actually has shown me a pretty decent individual level a while ago, even though he hasn't played for a long time as an active player. So hopefully he can bring that here today.
Yeah, I mean, he just acquitted himself well, right? Nothing spectacular, but was able to do the job when asked for it. It was back in May, actually. Twice he stood in. One map against Iberian Soul ended up being a loss, 8-13. And then in a win, 2-0 win against Eklot, he stood in there as well on Train and Dust 2. Didn't get that many frags, but again, just did what he had to. Soltovsky gets the opener. Notaneki finds the trade, and we've got a 4v4 right off the bat.
Yeah, Cybershock have been able to get in on the speed bomb site. Marix will cut down 2 with some decent spray control. I felt like he was late to both those gunfights, but on both of them, he will come out on top, and Notaneki just immediately counted out of the round by being too far away from the site itself. So Favbet make that retake look easy.
Man, there's Crush activating in a good moment. Finds that one that's needed. Well, of course, Marix was the one getting the 2K, but still Crush contributing. And it is a first round found for Favbet. Cybershock had a lot of control onto that B site, so it was nice for Favbet to get so many responses before the bomb is even securely planted. And we will head into round number 4 with still enough money for Cybershock, thanks to the way these first few rounds played out, to get 8Ks for everyone and full utility. See what they do with it. Immediately a smoke into Red Room. Yeki wants to get aggressive with the utility. We'll toss that forward, and it is mid-control for now in favor of Favbet.
Yeah, there's going to be a contest coming through from Cybershock all by design, and it flashes over the top, glowing the one to poke through the smoke. And he will find a kill as a result. Great opening frags. That's now going to get them mid-control.
Crush waits here in Jag. Cave and Jag is where he'll be playing for almost the entirety of this half.
That's a tall order, I think.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say. Alpha gets the headshot on Crush. He's gone. Marix kind of left his own devices here, and Cybershock pumped the brakes for a moment to try and capitalize off this 5v3 and let Favbet sweat a bit.
Yeah, I like that they set themselves up before they all just start charging into the bomb site. They make sure they've got all their utility planned out, but it's actually just a ruse for now. However, glowing the guy they kind of were relying on to rotate back in towards the A bomb site's gone down in red, so Smash has now spotted them. It looks like Cybershock are still going to continue to commit in towards the A bomb site. I think there's one ahead of the Incendiary. Smash and his Orpus Soltovsky are there, though. and they drop that player that was ahead of the neutral. So now it's really tough for them to breach back in, and it works out perfectly for the S brothers, Smash and Saltovsky.
Honestly, not the best of reads from Cybershock, and a great one from Favbet as they rotate all the way back towards the A site, cut off Cybershock before they can set foot on the site. Fake plant for Alpha, and then he gets blindsided by Merrick's, who was flanking the whole time from mid towards Donut. Favbet get a second. They've looked good in their 2-round victories, right? I mean, Cybershock both times threatening at the beginning of the rounds, but Favbet great mid-round calling has led to a couple of wins.
I feel like Cybershock just overcooked a bit in that round, though, because it wasn't completely necessary to pivot away from the B site in the 5v3. I know you got glowing in towards Red Room, but it's not like he's heard all the rotations and they haven't looked back in his direction. I think he just continues to commit into the B sites at that point, especially once glowing goes down. That was the guy you were relying on, and just kind of like, well, might as well carry on. No, you can cancel in those instances. Favbet now looking for 3 in a row, and it's Yeki who's on the front foot running at his opponents. Marek's getting in on the action as well. Good multi out of him. And this is going to be Favbet getting a lead. We've spoken about already how Favbet are missing their IGL, so it does feel like CT sides have to be extra special today.
I agree. Alpha should be dead. Not much of a chance for him. 3 players watching the doors, so he's walking into an absolute slaughter. And, well, doesn't even get a chance to walk into it. Crush says, I've had enough of waiting, peeks around the corner, and takes care of business. Favbet 3 in a row. Guns will come back in for Cybershock, but yeah, I do agree with you. You've got to pile on those CT rounds. You can't look towards that T side as a point of strength, especially with Bondic missing. Not to say it won't be, right? Because obviously Crush knows the playbook as the analyst and probably helps out to build it up. So it should be okay, but at the same time, no one's going to replace Bondic.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very interesting to see how it works out. Flash is really good. Everyone was blinded for a moment. Smash regains his vision in time. Glowing out in the open and is the first to fall. Favbet looking to continue on their merry way. We've already highlighted Smash playing in towards Jag. If I'm Cybershock, I'm looking to exploit that all half long, honestly. Not focusing mid, I'm focusing on just trying to take every single fight into Jag possible.
Bit of a pause here. And a recycled smoke into Z means that Cybershock might have to wait a little bit longer, or they could force their way out with a flashbang, but they only have 1 of them. Well, they're going to try. Yeah, they're going out. Trying to get in there. Blixie gets the first. Smash finds the immediate trade, but Blixie's doing work in lane. He's managed to get a couple of frags. The problem is the mid-prong didn't really get to activate because Smash was waiting there and denying every single player.
Yeah, great work. Smash has really pitched up today so far. 7-2. I mean, I've watched Favbet a couple times lately, and Smash just seems to be in some really good form. I can't say the same for Yeki, John. I want you to keep a close eye on him throughout this series because, I mean, he's always been the best player on this team. That hasn't been the case in the past few weeks. I mean, even if you look at his rating, it's taken a nosedive, man. We're talking about... Let me have a look here. I was quite surprised when I saw it last time. Yeki 1.05 over the past 3 months. Those are fine numbers, but Yeki's normally like 1.1 plus consistently. So there's definitely been a discernible drop-off from him as of late.
No, I agree. Certainly there's other players that are stepping up in his place right now, but they need him, especially today.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, round number 7 underway. 4 in a row for Favbet. Cybershock bringing out the pistols. Last time they were here on Ancient, came out with a 13-7 win against Favbet. This time it's not looking as great. Merrick's and Saltovsky going to get a couple. A little bit of utility damage done there by Cybershock, and Alpha manages to get one with the tech. Ooh, now they're threatening a lot. Merrick's going to get fragged as well. Alpha's doing a lot of work with these pistols. All his frags coming through, or most of them on the pistols. Saltovsky gets the op frag on Fenomen to try and settle things down, but look where Glowing is. He's managed to make his way all the way into Red Room. I think the biggest problem right now for Cybershock is, well, no bomb.
Yeah, that is an issue. That's a really big issue. Saltovsky line under his control. That's his 3rd frag in the round here. Around there was always a half investment from Cybershock, but it did look like there was more than half trouble for Favbet. Not when Saltovsky is in position though. Just lines them up and knocks them down seemingly with ease. 5-2. Spoke about how other players have kind of been stepping up in maybe Yeki's, I want to say absence, because it's not like he hasn't been present, just by his drop-off in form. Saltovsky is one of those guys, right?
Absolutely. As we do have a timeout being called here. Cybershock want to discuss things. Just checking out what happened to them in that previous match up against Favbet. And yeah, they picked up 6 rounds on T side. The majority happened, I don't want to say the majority, but 3 of them happening on the tail end, right? Because they got the first 3 at the beginning, which is similar to this. They got 2 at the beginning here. And then 3 right on the tail end. And then had a very strong CT side afterwards. So we'll see if history repeats itself, where Favbet can pile on even more rounds. Honestly, the CT side has looked very, very solid since the guns have come out.
Yeah, that certainly is worth keeping in mind. I mean, I wonder... Yeah, I mean, Cybershock, like you said, was a really good CT side last time, but they did have that 6-all halftime scoreline. Can they match that? It's going to be quite difficult for them to level that up again. Let's see. It's actually kind of predicated off of this round, you know. If they lose this gun round here, then it feels like 6-all would require a miracle at that point. Yeah, exactly.
No, I agree with you. Now to Naki, a chance to strike, and he will. Yeki's gone. He won't expect the second. There's no way you're expecting a double push in this instance. Not a Neki's dead.
Oh,
and Smash just playing the discount. Is he going to go for a full-on flank in the other direction?
Yeah.
He might not. That's crazy. This is a insane play. There's no way they're going to expect him, and he gets bomb control maybe.
Oh, hang on.
Did he get spotted?
No, but he should hear the steps. He does, but not think he's able to jump back. Smash will die to the AWP. Oh, his plan's been foiled. I mean, it's absolutely the correct decision, because even if he does get that free frag on Otaneki, it barely changes the optics of the round. He had to go for the all-in play there.
I really like the idea. I really, really do. But unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out for him. And he can't get on that flank to turn the tables in this round. Down to Crush, the analyst here, and he won't be able to do more than 1 onto Blixie. Cybershock are back into it, and they do get that important round victory, that you discussed, for them to prevent this from running away in Favbet's favor. It would have been so cool to see that play work out.
I know.
Honestly.
I feel bad for him. It's just cool to see how like what would have actually transpired, because then he comes around the corner, he finds the AWP, but he probably doesn't want to get that kill instantly either.
Right.
Like, he wants to try and line up a couple anyway. All in the parallel universe. In this one here, it's 5-3. Cybershock win the previous as they look to fight back. If they win this round, they'll break that CT side economy.
All right, another timeout call by Cybershock, realizing that this is their opportunity potentially to start swinging things back in their favor. No strangers to late resurgences here on Ancient, excuse me. Will be 4 A1Ss and the offer fab, but they've still got plenty of cash to get the full buy on through, so it'll be another test for Cybershock. I think Favbet got a little ahead of themselves going for that push, getting aggressive. I can't blame them for trying to mix things up, but it is in the end what costs them the round.
Yeah, it's a good point. Got to make sure they don't get ahead of themselves here, especially with them playing with the standard. Got to make sure they take everything that could possibly get right now, and what they're getting is lead to the dome glowing. The one who's offering it up right now, too fantastic. He's just been so stubborn in middle. He really has, just fully committed every time.
He's not relenting, and I mean that resilience has proven to be rewarded here in this round. 5v3 handed to Cybershock, and you're looking at the money situation on Favbet's side, and they decide to fully stack B and gamble it. If it goes B, they're golden, right? They have a chance to fight for it. If it doesn't, they'll probably just go for the eco immediately, and it looks like doesn't will be the choice, or excuse me, what happens here, as it will be going A.
It's one of those things when you're down 3v5, you just got to go for a bit of a gamble. Unfortunately, they bet on red, it lands on black. And that is going to be Cybershock drawing within one. Good little fight back coming through from them here as they close that up.
I wonder if Cybershock hunt. I'm assuming not, because their money, well, actually they have a decent amount. They could opt for maybe 1 or 2 players to look around. Oh, Glowing gets the spot. Saltovsky can't connect that shot. It's just too little time to react to that information. But either way, Cybershock know that Favbet are saving over on B, so maybe a little bit of a hunt come through. Either way, it will be a 4th round for them, and the recovery is fully on.
Absolutely. I mean, now a one-round game with Fabet playing with the stand, and you kind of feel like it's Cybershock who are back in control.
Yeah.
This is also Cybershock's map pick, to be fair, so expecting decent highs from them. I like this pop flash here from Blixie. But at least for Fabet, they are able to keep 2 players alive. So what that does mean is they could probably drop a couple guns and still have basically a full arsenal of weapons here. Saltovsky probably going to drop an M4. Crush would do the same. And then it's their last kind of roll of the dice before they're out of money.
Tactical pause being called now for Favbet, their first one of the map. And I mean, yeah, if you look at the numbers on Favbet's side, their T round win percentage is far worse than their CT round win percentage, sitting at 41.8%. And that's with Bondix, remember, not with Crush. And then you look on the CT round win percentage, it's 56.3%. So they do the majority of their work on CT side. But I think you already pointed it out very aptly. The fact is they have to do even better. And right now, Cybershock are cutting into what could have been a nice start here.
Yeah, it feels like Favbet have maybe left some rounds on the table with the start we got from them, like you also highlight, maybe a bit overzealous as well, which kind of cost them one of the rounds. It's ignited this fight back from Cybershock. I do like that Crush has given his M4 across to Yeki and said, I'll take the FAMAS, right? That makes sense as the coach. You put your pride aside, set your teammates up as best as you possibly can. Not as much emphasis in terms of fighting middle here for the CT side either. No surprises there with how that's gone the past couple of rounds.
Saltovsky opener onto Notaneki. That's something Fabin haven't gotten over the last couple of rounds either. Crush. Waiting here in cave. Oh, he could get blindsided. There's a player slipping through. Crush, no. Okay, glowing waits beyond the smoke, so Crush is safe for now. Even though a little bit of utility damage comes this way, Cybershock are trying to decide, do we go B? Do we charge into the A site? It looks like B will be the decision. 1 player into ramp, 2 going in towards cave. They clip Yeki's wing, excuse me, and Crush is going to be still standing here. Could be the snake in the grass. They may overlook him.
Yeah, especially with Saltovsky, who could maybe take the bait from him. It's going to be Crush to take first contact, and maybe Saltovsky to try and go for the trade. Crush mollied out, but Saltovsky is there. Really good combination between the two of them. Crush will burn out, but his life is not lost in vain. Saltovsky wants to go back for more. He loves that angle. You'll see him so often here on Ancient, peering through cave into Jag. He's so quick on the trigger. He backs himself. Dropped the bomb as well. But that should spell the end of the round. And yeah, Alpha's going to go down. Favbet back to winning ways.
Yeah, Saltovsky notably struggled for Favbet on the last map of Dust 2 when Favbet were playing them, and maybe that's why they decided to move away from that map and go to Overpass instead. But you're right, you know, on Ancient, he had 14 frags there, was the leading player in terms of rating at 1.06, and kept them in it, even when times were tough. But unfortunately, that was not nearly enough. He needed the support of one of his teammates and didn't really get that. This time, he is getting it, right? You got Saltovsky, you got Smash, you got Merrick's, all looking quite good, and Crush contributing at certain moments, as he did in that previous round, right? He gets 1, which is the important thing, because that allows him to stay alive, be a distraction for Saltovsky to peek around. 6-4 for Favbet, but Cybershock still have enough money to bring it back. Crush, another critical frag. Opener onto Blixie, and then Saltovsky gets 1 immediately afterwards. Cybershock are just going to commit. They don't really have much of a choice because the util's running dry.
Oh man, they need Venom in here. They need someone to try and break open the round. It's going to be Elf on the front lines, takes a lot of damage in the process. Yeki decides, rather take a bit of chip damage and keep my life intact. Smart play in the 4v3. He's going to play the smoke fade, and it works out brilliantly there. That's the value in maybe just taking some damage, but preserving his life to find impact further on in the round. And Fenneman now, he's going to get iced out by the smoke grenade. That should just be round over. Probably even best off to just save from here. Next round, the last of the half.
Yeah, it's going to be a long save for Fenneman, but you're right. That is the decision he will be making, and it is the best one. That's just a great shutdown between Crush and Saltovsky. I mean, Crush eventually falls, but it doesn't really make a difference, right? Because he's gotten that opener and allowed Saltovsky to activate as well. I like the way Yeki played it. He hasn't gotten any frags for, I think, 8 rounds right now in a row, something along those lines. It's been a while for him that he was sitting at 2. And finally comes through and doubles up on his scoreline at a critical juncture for his squad to allow a 7th to come to fruition. And now it's the question whether Favbet can get that 8-4 lead. That would be honestly pretty good.
Oh, yeah, 8-4 would be a remarkable return for them. That's kind of what we were trending in towards at one point. So if they do realize that 8-4 scoreline, they'll feel like they've done themselves a service here in their first half. Poltovsky is 14-4, man. What a lights out half this has been from him so far. He's probably got like that, every single round FabBet have won, he's gotten at least a kill, which signals how important the frags are that he's finding so far in Ancient.
No, definitely. He's had, I think he had a 3 or 4K round at one point as well. So he's been playing very, very excellently for his squad. And obviously they need that from him if they want to find success. And well, Cybershock are looking to go back into mid. Glowing has had some success here, speaking of which. And he's already taken the space. No one really challenging this time. Crush was thinking about going up, but he says, maybe not. I don't know if going for straight aim duels is the play. And he's correct, because there would have been 3 players staring right at him. Oh, nice wall bang from him.
Okay, still knows his lineups. That's good to see. Wow.
Wow.
He's been hard done by. He deserved the kill there. The combination of the wall bang and the nade to bring Notaneki down to 5. None of it confirmed damage either. But certainly will help in the long run here. Himself and Marek's going to set themselves up here with the lineup. And Cybershock again just going to look to try and breach into the speed bomb site. They were the team who are missing their IGL right now with how kind of limited the scope of the T side has seen throughout the half so far. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been kind of rough for Cybershock. This isn't the side they typically do well on, but that is a nice opener. Just taking the fight on towards Saltovsky. In fact, it was through the smoke. Might have been a smoke break. We didn't see it, but either way, the spam goes through the smoke on back, and Merrick's does get it, but Notaneki lucky to be alive, honestly, because that panel spam looked good. And Venom through the smoke connects on the Merrick. It is absolutely wet and wild here between the two squads before Notaneki takes control, and Blixie gets the last. What an explosion from Cybershock onto the B site, and they make it a 7-5 half.
Yeah, it's crazy from Notaneki there, the one to just charge into cave and then like a double kill spray down through the smoke there. Does a huge job for the team to push that round across the line and secure that 7-5 scoreline. I think both teams will be quietly content, as you've also highlighted the prowess for Cybershock generally on the CT side of this map, right? Sporting that 57%, near 57% win rate on CT side of Ancient. So if they can kind of bring back what we saw in that grand final a couple days ago on this very map. Of course, they had a really good CT side to finish off the job. Oh, wait, no, was that? Yeah, that was Cybershock, right? Yeah,
that was.
They went 7-1 in the second half, yeah.
That is correct. So it's still very much within reach for Cybershock, I think. Maybe even more so than previously. But, you know, Crush hasn't been bad. Now he'll be tested in terms of the calling, or maybe someone else will take over. We don't know, right?
Yeah.
What they're going to decide on.
I feel like he's going to struggle more on the T sides of the map than will the CT side, where you can just put him in a position and say, this is your job. You're going to play. You're going to play Jag. You're going to play Cave. You know, play slightly aggressive, but not over aggressive. Try and fall back and help. You know, they can give him a preset role basically going into every round. T side, every round's going to look slightly different, and I think that's where he might just struggle to kind of keep up with everything that's going on and what's required from him and contribute in the fragging way. We'll have to wait and see.
All right. Well, speaking of waiting and seeing, there we go. We're going to get going. I thought it would be a little bit longer. But we are into it. 20 seconds until this pistol round starts. The first one went the way of Cybershock, and obviously they're hoping that this will be the same so that they can get that scoreline tied up sooner rather than later. Let's see what they decide to invest into. Obviously, the dualies are going to come out, as they usually do here on those CT sides. Alpha sacrifices the armor in order to make sure Blixie can be that raid boss. And on the other side, Cybershock do have a good chunk of utility to work with. I'm always a fan of 2 players going for utility instead of armor on that T side, so I feel it'll have more of an impact. Notaneki goes for a quick peek into A main, decides against it afterwards, and falls back.
There's so much weight on this pistol round right now for FavBet. They need the randomness and the volatility of the pistol rounds to go their way. With the stand-in not looking great, though, at the back of that double from Notaneki. He was always going to go down, but has some great impact before he loses his life. And FavBet going to have to try and hold on in the post-plant. What do they got to work with? They're trying to fight for Temple. No one A-main, no one Donut. That's why they're trying to force themselves forward. So Yeki almost sells Marix down the river there. He decides not to commit to the double swing because he saw so many players on the other side. Fenneman with the clean kill, and Glowing will finish off the round as well. Cybershock make it look easy.
Thought for a moment Alpha was going to get another double or triple in this pistol round. He seems to be a pistol specialist on this Cybershock squad. But in the end, it is not a Neki finding that 2K and doing the most damage. That was right at the beginning, right? But a great retake coming through from Cybershock, as they will get exactly what they wanted here, kicking off this second half. Now only one round back of Falbet, who could go for the 4-spy. We've seen it a lot recently. And it looks like they are going to do it. Even with that bomb plant, they're going in. Well, wait, did they have the bomb plant? Am I crazy?
They got the bomb down, yes.
They did, sorry.
On the money. No. Slow work as a duo, man. We've got to lean on each other sometimes. And yeah, they're going all in off the back of the plant. It's a very classic Fabfet thing to do. They love a 4-spy. And clearly it's the whole team. Sometimes I used to pin it just on Bondic, but even when he isn't here, it's not like, okay, guys, well, you know, the hard boss, he's not here. We can do our... It's like when the teacher doesn't come to class, you just kind of do what you want, right? But
yeah,
clearly it's just a general consensus. Glowing with a really important double kill. Does go down. Notzneki with the break of the smoke, could get one back. No, not going to work out for him, at least not initially, but Fenneman will scoop up Crush, and that's the man advantage now for the CT side.
It will be another plant at the very least for Favbet as Yeki puts that down to dirt, but it's still, as you mentioned, that 3v2 in favor of Cybershock. Notzneki moving through into Temple. He's got support. I like the idea here to make sure they can get a trade off of these two. Gonna check out what's happening in Donut. Util is there. There is a smoke available. Blixie distracting Yeki for a moment. That's confirmed. There's a player in Donut. They still have to get these frags though. They've overlooked Marix, but he can't strike. And then Yeki can't do anything either. Cybershock should get this defusal, even though it's 10 seconds. Yeah, they'll be good to go. And a 7th is on the board.
Yeah, it's just great work from them. Looked like it might get a bit slippery at one point, but they are able to connect the dots, weather the storm against the 4-spy. That after they lost the opening pick. And Fabvet surely have to settle for a save now. I mean, yeah, it's not like they've got a full opportunity to break their opponent's economy, and they don't really have the rounds to play with either, so it does make sense that they're going to save their money. Means Cybershock will get themselves the lead for the first time here on the map, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they had it at the beginning of the first half, right? When they got the pistol, right?
They went up 2-0, you're right. Then there was the streak back from Fabbit, that's correct.
There you go. See, we support each other back and forth.
This is what we need, man. I love it.
Like a good team.
Yes, sir.
Round number 15.
At least the one thing I will say for Fabbet is that this is a 1-0 game in the Swiss stage. So having to play with the stand-in does suck, but like there aren't like major implications at a minimum, I guess.
No, you're not wrong. And I mean, this round's going to go by the wayside. Yeki manages to get one. Oh, could get dangerous if Glowing has felled, but no, Alpha comes to support. And Smash now doesn't slip through the B site without being spotted. Fenneman takes care of that. Cybershock cruise to a 3rd round victory in a row here in this second half. No, you're not wrong with the Swiss stage. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to talk about, speaking of Swiss stage, Cybershock have been really good here, right? If you look at Series 3 to 6, they've gone 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, and then in Series 5, it was a 1-3. That's the only time they didn't qualify for the playoffs. In fact, the interesting note I wanted to bring up in the pregame is that they didn't have to play the Swiss stage in the previous CCT, right? It was an invitation to the playoffs, and that's when they took the championship.
And that's just a reflection of that weaker playing field I was talking about earlier.
Yes, exactly.
And they took advantage of that berth. They completely did. Now they have to earn that right of passage. We saw from 1 win the other day, they were playing in the playoffs of Series 7, and then in Series 8 the next day I was casting them in the play-ins, the closed qualifiers. So it is just kind of all over the place. You know, some of the VRS ranking means that like we invite based off rankings from what, like a month, 2 months ago kind of thing. So sometimes it can be a little bit outdated. Anyway, this is an important round I've just kind of glossed over. Fabfed have just dropped like flies in this really important gun round. They're down 4v2. It's Crush and Soltovsky to pick up the pieces, but the pieces are everywhere, mate.
Oh yeah, this is tough. And you saw the aggression they tried to employ towards mid. They were punished at every single turn by Cybershock. 2 from Alpha, 1 from Notzneki. They traded up Glowing's death very, very nicely. And you have Blixie waiting here at Long B. Saltovsky peeking around the corner. Blixie wins the fight. It's all up to Crush, and I don't like his odds in this 1v4 with 40 seconds left. Yes, he has the bomb on his back, but Cybershock are tightening the leash. They're coming in for the fight. That's not a Neki, and he will blindside Crush. Cybershock win the round.
All right, well, this is now where we start to get very worried. I got my hand hovering over that panic button now for Favbet, because it feels like that was the gun round they really needed to stop this game from getting out of control. Remember, it was 7-4 at one point. It means we've had 5 in a row for Cybershock. They're running away with it. It is their map pick, but they're in complete control now. Going to be a half investment from Favbet. They've got pretty much like one gun round between what feels like the end of the map and where they are now.
Yeah, and this round's just going to be the eco. Well, a half buy, right? You got the armor across 4 players and upgraded pistols for everyone. Glowing, maybe at risk here. Kind of in the open against this Deagle. Nope, not at all. He is too sharp. Yeki gone. Glowing loves to play mid on both sides of the map, and you see he's very comfortable.
Yeah, he's just such an incredible find for the Cybershock team. He must have joined Ivan Check, but like 6 months ago now, maybe. Been a decent amount of time he's been with this roster and has had such a drastic impact on the trajectory of this team. Remember them last season of CCT? They were like Swiss stage merchants, almost like gatekeepers in the Swiss stage. Now they routinely qualify for the playoffs. They had like Levantino, Stinix, Levikas, Notaneki, and Venom. Actually, damn, off the top of my head, that's not bad. And like I said, they were a decent team, but now they're better than decent now since Glowing's come into the mix, and kind of keen to see how they'll progress now with Alpha. But the round progressing not necessarily the way that I'd anticipated. Saltovsky with 2 blows the door wide open on this B bomb site. Alpha, the manager spoken about, called into action, maybe a bit more so than what he would have expected. What? Team Flash Crush completely blind. Will get a kill, and Saltovsky on low health swings. What is going on right now?
I don't know. Saltovsky, though, starting it off with a couple of Deagle frags. Crush gone. Okay. Molotov takes care of that, so still an opportunity for Fenneman, but he's looking the wrong way, and if Merrick's peeks this, it's over. Fenneman will not get peeked. So he's going to do the peeking, and he still falls down by the wayside. Merrick's gets the last. What a play by Saltovsky to bring this one back for Favbet in a round that was just a half buy. They get their 8th.
Feels like a big let off, and it's exactly what Favbet needed. Some sort of like some sort of a reprieve here, something to go their way out of the ordinary. And it's who else but Saltovsky with 2 ridiculous Deagle kills, and then that swing with the AK. I mean, Donk was the guy who really revolutionized Counter-Strike in the way of just playing like you're always on 100 health no matter how low you are, because obviously psychologically when you're low on health it would always change the way that you kind of go about your business. That was like a full health peak from Saltovsky with how much confidence he had to commit to that. Good to see.
Yeah, I think CS2 also helps you bolster that confidence because of that peaker's advantage, right? So you can go with a little more swagger, right? Cybershock 3 players postured up on the B site. They still had plenty of cash to buy up into this round. Good utility usage at the beginning of the round. Yeki and Smash taken down to 81 and 63 health respectively. That helps bolster the M4s because 1 headshot and they're done now.
Yeah, it's all good and well that Favbet do win that half buy in the previous, but they got to follow that up with a successful gun round here. Great util usage. Molly goes with the flash, but not a Neki. It's just a 1-man army over on that B bomb site. He's gotten 3 kills and he's still alive as well, but he didn't take any damage either. That's ridiculous, not a Neki.
He's just peeking around from Long B and having a field day. They weren't focused on him at all. I think it was just a bit of chaos off of that Molotov that was thrown for Cubby. They were so focused on that fight. They did get the frag in the end. It's right here, right? Merrick's finds 1, sees the player in cave, but because they now look towards cave, Notaneki strikes and just blindsides 3, and those are all clean. Not even through a smoke. Wow, what a swing again in favor of Cybershock. At the very least, Favbet, you know, their economy's healthy because of the way they won that 8th round for themselves, but they still have to be careful here in their approach. Aggression from Cybershock, and look who it is glowing towards mid as usual, winning a fight and bringing things back to even numbers.
Big moment here on the map for Favbet. Lose this round, I'm almost willing to say game over. And Glowing, you just highlighted him. He's in such an important position right now. The Jail Warden trying to keep the door locked in on Favbet. He has got Phenomen at range to support, but Favbet not interested in veering in towards middle. In fact, it's going to be He's got his lineups down, man. That's
crazy.
A long range. Look at where Alpha died back on short with that wall bang. That's great work. Glowing will peek out, gets one back, and realizes, okay, I've done my job. And now he's got them trapped. He also has a smoke grenade. No, he's got a flash rod. That's probably why he hasn't dropped it. And he doesn't feel like he can fall back safely. He's going to hang around instead. But he's actually done enough again to keep Favbet in towards this B-bomb site.
That's such good work. I want to highlight it afterwards because we still got some fighting happening here. Glowing will fall eventually. Now we have a moment. Yeah, it's just really good work from Glowing. Even though he falls there, falling back right after he gets that opening frag, keeping so much attention on himself, allowing Blixie to activate, getting aggressive himself down the ramp to find a frag and get a brief man advantage. Round still not over, but very much within reach off of that play from Glowing. Smash and Saltovsky playing the post plant now. Smash has got the AK, Saltovsky on the op. They're trying to hold the line and read where Cybershock will be coming from. They've got the right idea, at least Smash does. Watching towards CT as both Blixie and Phenomen are going to work their way out. Oh, the op shot by Phenomen through the box. Connects on a smash. Puts him on notice. Now he fades into Temple. They have to find these CTs because time... These Ts, excuse me, because time is ticking away.
Oh, it looks
No
like they've
way.
done enough though.
Oh
My goodness, I can't believe they've done enough. They weren't expecting to stick the defuse, and you were highlighting the low health is probably why they were so disparaged from actually trying to peek out there. They never expected them to just stick it.
Wow, I don't remember the last time I've seen that with 2v2 and just a clean defusal coming through. I mean, certainly in a 1v1, but 2v2, that's something else. Not a single player peeks around the corner. Like you said, the health probably factoring into it. Oh my goodness. That is going to be one that Favbet will be kicking themselves about. I think the Molotov may have missed as well, or it just was thrown too late to have an impact. Tough stuff. Favbet, well, they will be running back with the AKs, but they have lost his mid-control, it seems. Yeah, too much presence from Cybershock. Alpha with two, not a Neki one. Alpha, maybe even seen Merrick's there, but he didn't realize it, and Merrick's will come back for two of his own, so numbers are evened out.
I thought that was a disaster. I thought it was basically the end of the round and almost the map with it. Crushing a big moment.
read,
now
dude.
we'll get hard cleared. Yeah, great awareness from Phenomen to sweep back into that A-bomb site. And the way he just methodically clears out the angles as he edges his way forward. You just knew he was going to get that kill every day of the week. And it falls back on Marix as if he hasn't done enough in the round already with his double. He needs two more.
That's just beautiful awareness from Phenomen. You know, seeing the bomb was down towards mid. I think they were aware of that, so he goes and checks, okay, maybe they're going to try and flank me from Donut through A main, and he's absolutely on the money. Great idea from Phenomen. As Merrick's, like you mentioned, already had those two, has to pull together another one. Phenomen tucked in the corner. Oh no, Phenomen. I don't know if he's aware of how much of his barrel was showing there, but that is a freebie for Merrick's, and now a 1v1.
Oh, Marix with the AWP. He's got the right idea. He was trying to clear too deep of an angle there. He didn't expect Blixie to be so far forward at that point. He was probably going to try and peek more in towards middle, and Blixie's advanced position will pay dividends as Cybershock get themselves up to 12, not without having to break a sweat. I feel like all of these rounds almost in the second half have been hotly contested, but Cybershock continues to find ways to come out on top.
I'm convinced Phenomen did not know how much his barrel was around the corner there. Like, that is not a position you can hold with the AWP just because you're given away no matter which approach the T's take into Donut. Anyway, still, fantastic work from him, regardless of that little fumble at the end, and Blixie, of course, making sure that he was towards that site to an area that was not to be expected. 12-8 for Cybershock. 4 opportunities to close this one out.
Wonder how many of them they're going to need here. I mean, you look at their finances, lose around Eco 12-9 after the Eco 12-10. Oh, excuse me. And then follow that up with another gun. Yeah, so there's a couple gun rounds here for Cybershock. Probably no more than 2.5 though. But overtime is conceivable. Two-man setup between Alpha and Blixie right now in towards Jetpack Smash. And Marik's going to be the ones to explore in that direction. And they will work out perfectly. It's exactly what they were hoping for. 2-for-1 trade.
Okay. Favbet might still be in this one, especially with Yeki finally getting himself on the board in a meaningful way here in this second half. Incendiary gets tossed. Yeki's up notice, has to move away from this angle, but he can't. Notaneki cleans his skull with a few bullets from the M4. And a 3v2. Still the man edge for Favbet, but that could quickly whittle away, especially if Cybershock get this shot, and they do. Fenomen will get traded by Saltovsky. Notaneki needs to go back into A. He knows that's the final destination now.
All right, well, surely we're going to live to see another day here if you're Favbet. Notaneki coming through from A main, not going to have anybody caught off guard here. He's got a kit into smoke, though, which does keep me a little bit nervous for Favbet, but Saltovsky's just not going to get hard cleared here, right? So could be guaranteed the kill at this point. Yeah, Notaneki. I don't even know if he's going to attempt the smoke defuse at this point. Looks like he's seen enough, nothing on offer, and he'll head for the hill. So Favbet get themselves up to 9.
Yeah, I still have to manage the economy carefully here because it has been some close rounds between Favbet and Cybershock. And you see Notaneki just trying to fade away with the M4, and he will do exactly that. Ooh, does he want to hunt? I don't know about this, Notaneki. Okay, well, I don't know if that was a good decision at all. Could have certainly used the M4. I don't know if the team was yelling at him not to do that, but either way, now they'll have to go for, I would say, an eco instead of buying up. Yes, Fenomen has 7.4k, but yeah, it is going to be the half buy. Curious, as a 9th comes through for Favbet.
Yeah, I think they'll get a full buy in the next. Lose this,
They
so
will,
12-10, lose
yeah.
that full buy, it's 12-11, and then it's like a half buy between them and OT. So that's why I was saying 2.5 buys, including the previous, kind of what Cybershock have. Now 1.5. Slightly concerning. Favbet holding on right now, fighting tooth and nail.
Crush trying to get a little lucky with that spam again. That will not happen. Space taken by Favbet as Yeki jumps into lane. Cybershock have the A stack right now. There's only one on B. It's Alpha with a USP and a smoke. He's going to hope that this utility is enough to force Favbet off of the site, but it won't be. He's not throwing that smoke soon enough. He's been spotted out. Smoke is out. Okay, maybe. I feel like they're still going to commit to this, and now definitely with finding Alpha towards that B site, their trajectory feels like it's been carved out, but no. Maybe leaning back into A.
Yeah, that would be such. No, there's no way, right?
No, there's only 30 seconds now. They
I was
have
going to
to go,
say
right?
that would be worst case scenario. Cybershock going to start to hear the util being deployed in over on that opposite bomb site, and they'll realize, okay, they've miscalculated this one. I mean, there's no reason not to maybe go on a bit of a hunt and see if you can save a gun or two, because that would certainly help out financially going forward into these next few rounds. Outside of that, nothing left for them to extract from the round. Favbet get themselves up to double digits. How much further can they go from here?
I mean, not only can you save some guns, but you can get some more money in your bank accounts, right? Every single frag matters now for CT sides, as it's $50 a piece for everyone. So yeah, they're going to go as a unit, trying to flank out here into T-spawn. Smash spots them out, puts himself at risk though in this situation. Does get one, plays it cautiously. He falls. Fenomen gets a second. It's $100 gain, now $150. Saltovsky manages to settle things down, but that is more than worth it for this Cybershock side, as they will collect some money in their back pockets, which will bolster their buy up here.
100%. That's certainly going to tip maybe one or two of the players over the edge in terms of what they can afford coming into this next round. A few extra pieces of utility, perhaps. Fenomen's going to have his AWP, but this is the round Cybershock are going to be looking towards. Because if they lose this round here, they only have one life left to try and finish off the game. Otherwise, we're in overtime. It's not going to be a very convincing round either with their lack of money. So, have you guys got one gun round left in the tank here? Because the next one gets so much easier.
Yeah, we'll see. And surprisingly, a better T side from Favbet here this time than in the previous duel against Cybershock when they had Bondic.
Yeah, that's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe Crush is the permanent replacement. No, I'm just kidding.
Bondic would have to watch his back if they do find the win. Yeah, Crush has been contributing. He's going to be in the front lines here, looking to go in towards Cave, but he'll get some info at the expense of his life. The problem is this is a two-man setup, and yes, he's going to have to just try and find fortunes elsewhere. Double break on the smoke, nothing on the other side exposed. 5v4.
Bondic wins that fight. No, I'm kidding.
Bit of a tall order, I reckon, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that was a
He
tough
did pull
fight
off the
for
most
sure.
ridiculous 1v3 the other day, though. Most insane 1v3 at 12-11 on Dust 2 third map, and he 3v1'd to win the map 13-11. I'll have to get you that clip in the break.
Yeah.
Anyway,
certainly.
focus shifts back in towards the safe bomb site. Glowing's just out in the open, and he's just trying to spot the cross more than anything else.
Yeah, he's got Nanoneki with him, so even if he falls, they have that second prong here. But you're looking at the approach from Fab. 3 players coming A main, and this is a good time for that smoke to go out, right? Because it forces Yeki to either push the smoke with the rest of his team or wait behind it. Either way, it's not a good situation. Oh, Glowing's blindsided, and now Nanoneki not watching A main. Glowing thought he had his back, but not the case. Turns from a 5v4 into a 4v3 in favor of Favbet, and I mean, we could even see the save for Cybershock at this stage.
I think they have to, and you're bang on. It's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to head for the hills. Favbet dominate the defense. Glowing and Notaneki both going down without a single kill. They're very costly for Cybershock. Man, oh man, from 12-8, it will now be 12-11. Favbet with the never say die attitude, just keeping things really simple here as well, just creeping their way forward as a unit. Exploding on A at that point. They take contact all over the bomb site. They're on top of each other. Looking like a team who are on course to force us into overtime. Can't help but notice Yeki is still 10 for 19. And I think in a game where you have a stand-in, I mean, in this case, it's the IGL, you need more juice to the squeeze from everybody else in the team. And Yeki just hasn't been able to deliver that, I'm afraid.
No, not at all. But at least the rest have picked up the pace. You do need to see more from Yeki, no question. 12-11 in favor of Cybershock. They've got one last chance. It was 12-8 at one point, but 3 rounds have slipped away from them. And thanks to that 3 rifle save, they will have full utility and pretty much a full buy-up. Maybe you can look at the FAMAS as a point of weakness, but that won't be too bad. Cybershock want to get aggressive, going in there. Looking for fights at mid. I feel like there might have been a miscommunication. Okay, we'll get back to it. Alpha is going to take an early fight. Nanoneki does as well. Back and forth we go, and it will be a 3v3 that Crush is trying to make a 3v2, but he decides against going for the extended engagement.
Oh, Notaneki's trapped, and he only has the P250. Soltovsky, I thought Blixie was going to hang around for the smoke fade. He would have been in deep trouble. Do they expect Notaneki in the corner? He hasn't been able to get the reload off. He's concerned about giving that sound cue away as well. Venomman is desperately trying to take the bait away from him in the corner. Oh, Crush.
Oh,
Does
no.
Crush have it in him to clear the corner here? He's not even going to have to. Oh, he does. Gets punished back. Okay. Still a free path towards A from here. Surely you got to realize that as Cybershock with the way that he was pathing.
Oh, and Nanoneki gets a little too eager to go for a hunt there. I thought he was just going to try and get the AK. Maybe that was the plan. But as it stands, takes a step too far and is punished by Saltovsky. We're back to a 2v2. What I was going to say for the previous round, since we have a moment now, is that Glowing and Nanoneki might have had a miscommunication. I think Glowing thought that Nanoneki was watching A main, so he was fully committed to Donut. Then he gets blindsided, and Nanoneki can't really activate, so the A site's lost without really much of a fight to be had. Anyway, back to the action here. 22 seconds left. Favbet need to make a move. They're going to A. Cybershock have the read. The body should be here. Molotovs are good to likely keep things at bay, and they've got a smoke as well. Oh, Blixie could slip through.
Oh. Yeah, but that smoke at least kills the planter at a minimum. Blixie is going to be committing forward. Yeki already back into Donut. Soltovsky dead though. Venomman catches him just before Soltovsky might have had a shot over on his teammate. And now it's Yeki. Oh, that sucks.
Man.
Completely blind and he's just standing out in the open. What an anticlimactic end to the map.
Oh, man, but a great map of play from both squads. We got such back and forth play. The full 24 delivered. In the end, it's Cybershock taking Ancient again. This time by a much closer scoreline of 13-11. And a lot of it off the back of Nanoneki and Venomman playing really well. But Alpha, the standout performer, the newest addition to the squad, 20 frags.
Fantastic contribution from him, man. I'm kind of looking at him and thinking there were no crazy multi-kills, but that just shows he was chipping in pretty much every single round throughout both halves, right? Which is really good work from him. So yeah, very cool to see Alpha coming alive in a big way there. Big contribution in a 13-11 win. So that means Cybershock, it is their map pick, but they've gone up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, honestly, Favbet going to their map pick now. We'll see if it's going to be as successful as it was last time. But before we get there, a quick break.
scaling forward as well. Might be a chance here for Favbet. Not a great one, but there is still a bit of a chance for them. Cybershock are just going to be heading in from ramp right now with 5 players, the entire team coming through from ramp. Yeki's hearing all of these steps, so he's going to be confirming this information for his team and then looking to try and contribute here on the front lines. Barracks will go forward. He's got 2. It's actually a pretty damn good return from him. The problem is Smash and Soltovsky are both low. It's going to be difficult to hold on. There aren't any kits though, John, so someone's going to have to jump on this defuse right now.
What?
Smash. How's he gotten 2 kills? In the meantime, Soltovsky's bobbing and weaving, and Favbet have done it.
That is absurd from Smash. I don't think he took any damage in those engagements either. Yeah, still sitting at 39 HP, a little bit more taken from the bomb. He's going to try and recover a rifle off the ground. Won't be able to do so, but still, Favbet striking back in their force buy and making it work to tie things up at 1-1. It all just starts with a simple play, right? They just sprint down secret. They find the space, even though they take that utility damage, like you said, it wasn't the end of the world. They gained so much ground and got a post plant with all 5 players left alive, and Cybershock just could never really recover. Oh, that is not good. Team damage right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Soltovsky getting dinked. I think they were just trying to break the window or something, and he got caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, you're shooting quite far upwards.
Right,
so
yeah.
maybe like you're running and shooting, that's the stray bullet. I don't know. Certainly Soltovsky has his bell rung, but I don't think it's going to be a huge problem for them. I mean, the fact they won that previous round is still just ridiculous. Let's see if they can follow that up here. Same pathing. Just grouped up with numbers outside and towards the speed bomb side. Cybershock were quite slow to respond on the previous round. This time, Fenomen is here early with the MP9, but he's got 4 players coming his way right now. How does he get more than 1, if even 1? Oh, there we go. 1 and done.
I mean, at least 1, honestly, and some damage done onto Yeki as well, and you already have that team damage done on towards Soltovsky. So a couple of softer targets for the 2 rifles they were able to force up, and still not on the B site. Cybershock fully rotating in this position. Favbet may want to readdress their attention towards A, and they realize that as well. Thing is, Blixie was there, but now he's no longer available.
Yeah, Blixie gets that kill though, then it kind of just shakes things up for Favbet, and they left in between with no obvious option available. So Crush getting that kill there is the key that unlocks the round there for Favbet. They will go 2-1 up here, and it should be 3-1 soon afterwards as well. Exactly what they needed coming into their map pick. And if you haven't caught the news, this is the last game of the day, unfortunately. John, I didn't even know that until you told me that before we were about to go live with this one. I hadn't even clocked it. So a bit of like a bitter surprise, honestly, because I was looking forward to that game. X Inner Circle against ESC would have been a humdinger, man.
Yeah, it would have been. Certainly. I was looking forward to it as well, but it just didn't come to fruition. X Inner Circle having to forfeit. I'm not certain of the reason why, but they just announced they needed to forfeit that match. Certainly will be back, you'd imagine, very soon. And speaking of being back, Favbet off of that force buy round, pull a couple in a row, and they force Cybershock to go for the save. Although, I say force, right? You get 3 rifles out of a round where you forced up yourselves into, and now, although Fenomen and Blixie won't be able to have anything, it still gives yourselves a good chance of maybe getting something here.
Honestly, I'd prefer to see them just save all their money and guarantee a full buy in the next. I don't think you add a huge amount to your arsenal by forcing up on the 2 players who go down. So, yeah, it's like you're right. It means that they have actually got a few pieces to work with coming into this next round. It's not a free anti-eco by any stretch for Favbet. Certainly some potential pitfalls with these rifles still in play.
Molotov going to get tossed for secret. Alpha's going to have to fade off. Yep. Couldn't make his way up in towards mid, so that will allow Favbet a little bit more space to work with. Oh, nice spam on through. Merrick's on notice at 48 HP. They do return the favor. Alpha does sneak through eventually, and he strikes for 1, then fades off into the distance. Smoke going to get tossed. That'll allow his escape, and a 5v4 along with damage done, and Notaneki does more. The 3 saved rifles striking true.
And if that wasn't enough, Notaneki's going to get in on the act as well. Oh, okay, that's tough. Yeki, Soltovsky, last 2 left, and not even for much longer, but minus Yeki. And Soltovsky hasn't really seen all that much in the round. He knows he's got Glowing dead to right in the corner. Glowing is low. That frag should be a guarantee, but doesn't really help him out all that much in the round. That's why he's not even so fixated on trying to get that kill. He will eventually just be offered up the frag on a silver platter, but time is against him as well.
Yeah, there's not really a path forward for him. He has the full util, but there's just 3 bodies waiting for him. He knows that the A site's a risk. Still going to try it. Not a Neki on the site proper. He's got a player waiting over in Squeaky. Okay, nice shot for Saltovsky. 10 seconds left. Going to deviate himself to the B site. Problem for him is that someone's waiting there. So he's dead. No chance at all. Yeah, he had to sprint to plant the bomb. And Alpha will take care of that. Very well done for Cybershock. They don't invest anything into the round other than what they brought into it. And they get the round victory.
And keep 2 players alive as well. A little bit of extra change in their back pocket. Look at what that does to the finances. You have a Favbet. They'll have 3 AKs, but a couple players going to have to settle for pistols or SMGs. Not ideal at all for Favbet, who kind of came into the map by winning that force buy, and then they lose to... So it's like, what do you even call that round? Because it's not an eco. It is technically a save round where they're saving their money, but doesn't do it justice in terms of the firepower they have. Used to use quasi buy, but that was almost for like a half investment type of buy. It's a weird one, right?
Yeah, I don't really know, because I mean it's just the save guns, right? Outside of that, there were no investments for Cybershock. So yeah, I guess just call it the saved gun round.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We'll have to come up with something.
We'll have to find a cooler name.
Yeah, we'll workshop it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, back into the action we go. Favbet, indeed, a Galil and a Tech9 to plug the gaps for them. If they lose this round, they'll be down 4-2, which is not where they would have expected to find themselves going into that previous round. Playing against the save gun round. There we go. Making it a thing.
Flows off the tongue nicely, at least.
Ooh. Yeki rolling off the top. He's been spotted by Glowing, so at least the info's there for the CT side. He goes searching for Yeki, though, and Marix recognizes someone might be trying to track his teammate down. So that's a very well-played little moment there from Marix.
Yeah, 5v4 gained in a 5v3 now. Yeki peeking into Fenomen, who was holding the line, but that peek just caught him off guard completely. And that will be Favbet with their choice of bomb site. It looks like it'll lean B because that's where the bomb is. And where is Alpha located? I think he's in decon right now. Yes, he is. Oh, Yeki sees that no one's over on A. That could deviate things towards this site, and it does.
Makes sense. Just call his teammates up into this vacant bomb site. No need to venture into the unknown at that point. And Favbet answer back seamlessly after losing that previous round there. They're going to be able to pick up the gun round straight afterwards. Good work there from Marix and Yeki. I'm assuming this one doesn't have any legs to it. I mean, Yeki's legs have just been cut out from underneath him. That was a little bit unnecessary, actually, even just exposing himself in the slightest. It looks like Cybershock might be setting themselves up. There's going to be a flash thrown forward for Blixie to peek off of going into the safe bomb site. If Alpha wins the gunfight with Saltovsky, then Favbet could be in some trouble, and he gets the first. Okay, it isn't the one I was expecting, but it's still maybe enough. The smoke's now been dropped on the bomb. This is starting to get a bit scary. Saltovsky's Molotov means nothing. It's actually missed the mark, but thankfully Crash gets a kill through the smoke, and that will secure the round. That was scary.
That was really messy, honestly, yeah. Favbet do manage to pull it off in the end, but the Molotov misses. Even if it's on the mark, there's smoke on the bomb anyway, so it wouldn't have had an impact. It had to be the bullets that did the job, so great work from Crush. We talked about it. You know, he's capable of getting those important frags when it counts most, and that's another example of it. But you saw there, Favbet getting a little caught off guard, maybe, that Cybershock actually went for that one on the retake, and they lose the first in the 3v3. Which gives Cybershock a brief advantage, but they can't capitalize off of it. And it will be round number 5 going the way of Favbet. But you see, Cybershock do not want to relent. They are going to force up.
I mean, yeah, this is actually an all-in round.
Almost. Oh, no, it is. Yeah,
almost.
Okay.
I mean,
went back.
Blowing did go back, emptied his pockets as well, broke the piggy bank and said, might as well just go all in together. Blixie's kept a bit of money, maybe could drop the AWP in a few rounds from now if necessary. Cybershock don't want to give one up here. That's such a nice flashbang, but Blixie gets distracted by the ramp player, so he doesn't get the frag that was up for grabs.
I thought he was going to get completely cooked there, but he wasn't, because a good flashbang. That flashbang saves his life off of that peak that would have come from that upper lobby area. Either way, 59 seconds left on the clock. Favbet stalling out right now into lobby. Cybershock don't really want to aggress too much. Util's very light in their side, so they have to take the gunfights. Realizing that, stacking up presence into ramp. Ooh, I think that Molotov missed. That was probably meant for top hut. Alright. Well, Merrick's going to come in with a Yaki.
No.
Not really, no.
I was waiting to see if Lexi could find some ridiculous multi that really punished them, or Notaneki not far away from chasing that bomb carrier down, but Favbet going to easily connect the dots here in the round, get themselves up to a comfortable, cushy 4-2 scoreline. And should be able to add more to that as well. This is looking good. I mean, we know Cybershock have struggled a lot on Nuke in the past, and that's just come to fruition here once again. Unsurprisingly, I guess it just makes that win on Ancient that much more important.
Yeah, and I mean, it puts more emphasis on Overpass, which we do know that Cybershock do like to play, and Favbet have not had success on. So it'll be curious if we get there, of course, because this one's not done yet. It's trending very similarly to their previous engagement on Nuke, where Cybershock did get a couple of rounds early, but then Favbet took control on their T side, which is not what you expect on Nuke. You expect the CT side to have an advantage. But Cybershock haven't had the best of luck here, as we pointed out, based on those score lines recently.
Yeah, it's not even like it's been competitive for them, man. And I'm just so surprised when you see the names that they have in the server. I'm wondering if maybe Alpha can have a bit of a change up in terms of their fate on Nuke in recent times. He's only played in the team for a week, right? So how many Nuke games has he even been a part of here for Cybershock, bar that one we know of?
I think 2.
Okay, so one of them was that fairly one-sided loss against Favbet, 13-3, and then a much closer loss afterwards against Johnny Speeds in overtime. So I wonder if he can maybe just improve the performances that they have on this map. I mean, normally one player not going to change the way a team plays on a map entirely, but maybe he can help out. He used to be I'm pretty sure he was actually calling for Parry Vision at one point, wasn't he? I don't know if it was for very long. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think after Jerry left, Alpha might have been calling for a little bit.
It's been a while, so I'm not sure. If anything, it was brief, right? It wasn't for a very long time. But, I mean, he could definitely contribute mid-round, right? If that's what you're trying to imply.
Oh, absolutely. I think he certainly is a voice in the team. Let's see if he even actually replaced Jerry. I think there was a time where they were on the team together. Let's see. Yeah, they were on the team together at one point. Anyway, semantics, but you're right. He will contribute in general in terms of the team's direction, the moves they make, the decisions they make. Shouldn't be a huge problem here for Favbet. I mean, a couple guns saved has been a problem for them in the past here on Nuke, but I don't think it'll rear its head again here.
Yeah, CT round win percentage is lacking on the side of Cybershock. This round will not likely change things, as Merrick gets the opener and then finds a follow-up through the smoke. Spotted Alpha before it bloomed and then finished the job through it. Even clipping the wall on his last shot. Either way, this round is pretty much done. Okay, nice shot from Glowing. At least getting a frag there. Merrick's taking care of business. Trying to go for the ace, but he's cut down by Fenneman at the end of it. And Fenneman, maybe an AK to upgrade to? But no. He will fall off and just save the M4. So it will be 5-2 for Favbet. And yeah, what I wanted to say was T-round win percentage on the side of Cybershock has been pretty rough. 38.1%, and even CT round win percentage 43.6. Like, that should be above 50 for any team that's decent on Nuke. So really any team on Nuke, at all.
Those are damning numbers, that's for sure. It's not like we can even say just survive the first half. If you get like 5 rounds on the CT side, maybe then we can have no reason to believe in their T side either. Maybe playing against a stand-in does just kind of change the context of this Nuke compared to some of the others, but have been in complete control right now, and they can really start to run away with this half if they win this round as well.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting for Favbet is their CT side also isn't that great in terms of the numbers at 46.7%. Their T side's actually better, which, I mean, makes sense given the performances we've seen from them over the past few days. 49.1% T-run win percentage, and, they're showing it here. In fact, maybe outperforming that number in just a little bit, unless Cybershock can come back, as was the case on Ancient, right? Favbet had that 5-2 lead, and that's what Cybershock were able to activate and get back into the action.
That's a good point. I wonder if we're going to see a similar sort of parallel here on Nuke as well. Favbet certainly hoping that isn't the case. Opening kill found for Alpha. Open play for Fenneman as well. This has to be the round for Cybershock, and Alpha's just making moves. He's throwing caution to the wind. He's phasing through the smoke, even on the man advantage. Whittles it down to a one-dimensional round now for the T side. This is going to be all in on the speed bomb side.
Bodies will be here shortly. Alpha. I think he's going to lean B eventually. Glowing, though, in the shadows. Strikes onto Yeki as he thinks the site is clear. Saltovsky through the door gets Glowing, and Merrick's finds Notaneki. So this is now within reach again for Favbet. Merrick's breaking open that glass. Wasn't really necessary. Maybe would have given him a warning sign if someone goes in that direction. But either way, Saltovsky and Merrick's. Oh, okay, that makes sense now because he wanted to position there. Totally understand it in this situation. Still a 3v2 for Cybershock, who are trying to fight back into this. They do have the kit in Alpha's hands as well. Oh my goodness, Venomman thought he had a free line and he didn't. Saltovsky gets 2 before he falls. 1v1 Blixie up against Merrick's. Blixie throws the nade. Does he have a smoke? He does not. Flashbang available. Can't win the fight and probably won't be able to get the defusal either. Yep, well done by Merrick's. Favbet secure a 6th.
I mean, I was a little bit nervous there that Marix was running away from the scene slightly too soon. And I was like, you're really confident right now, Marix. And he was absolutely correct to be so confident. Round over. 6-2. 5 versus 3 in the round. A 3v2 on the retake. Saltovsky, how does he get 2 kills from that position? Such a quick fire headshot there included in that multi-kill from him. And Marix with some smart decision making just makes it unlosable at that point, really. The way that he goes about his decision here for Cybershock is to just go all in. This could get ugly really quickly. If it isn't already, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of is, honestly. Cybershock are in a tough spot. I mean, they had a 5v3 there, too. We can't forget. I mean, they still lose the round. That is extremely rough. Oh. Yeah, actually, right. Oh.
That's brutal, yeah. Feels like they need to win this one, yeah, and everyone after that as well, but it's just probably not going to happen. Marix has already doubled down. Will go down to Glowing, which does shake things up a little, because it looked like Fadbit were trying to go in towards the safe bomb site at the back of his opening frags, and they will just fully commit in on this direction. Glowing has no idea where to look. I love the pace with which Fadbit actually just commit there.
Yeah, they really wanted to start to enforce their will on Cybershock, and I agree with you. That's a really good decision on their part to accelerate the pace. Cybershock, Alpha and Notaneki hoping to save. Notaneki at least gets that frag onto Yeki. There's an upgrade for him up to the AK. But this is going from bad to worse for Cybershock in this first half of action on Nuke. Of all the maps they've played recently, and you know the wins they've been getting, especially with Alpha in the mix, Nuke has not been one of them that has been going well at all.
At least they were able to finish off the job on Ancients. Imagine they hadn't got the win on Ancients and then we come into Nuke in this sort of a state. That would have been worst case scenario. They've got that insurance policy of a third map, which would be Overpass. Because we spoke about in the pregame how last time it was Dust that was played between the two teams. This time Cybershock opted for Overpass, right? They had the choice between the two last time round.
Which
direction.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because of the way Dust 2 went, but also it's not exactly a point of comfort for them, right? And maybe they're just looking at it.
I'm lying to everyone, John. You included. Oh. I'm lying to you as well. It was actually Fadbet who decided to go for Overpass this time instead of Dust. So maybe they were thinking... Yeah. Okay, I said Cybershock. That was my mistake. Because Fadbet won... Oh, they lost that series. That's why it makes sense. They go for something different. Damn! Where's my mind at today? It's all over the place.
I thought that's what you said, to be honest.
Maybe that's what I was saying. I should have just gone along with it, you know. Anyway, got there eventually, just a roundabout way.
Yeah. Either way, bet trying to ensure that'll come through. Oh my goodness, 2 frags simultaneously for Glowing and Notaneki. Now it's down to a 5v2. This one needs to be secured, and Fenneman through the smoke catches Yeki. Shot in the dark that connects. Smash, last one available. Eking his way towards mid, and Glowing shuts him down into the dirt. Cybershock finally get a 3rd round on the board.
And seeing rounds like this is just what perplexes me about how rough their nuke form has been.
Yes.
Almost for like a month at this point. It's like, guys, but you just have rounds like this where you just hit the shots. You've got such talented individuals across the board. How is that not really translated to at least an improvement on the map? I guess it just also speaks volumes to how Nuke is one of those maps that's like last bastion of hope in the map pool of like not outright rewarding strong mechanics, but you have to have good game plans on the map. Your trading's got to be on point. Your decision making, your rotations, all just super important on this map. You can't just get bailed out by strong fraggers.
Gotta win your 5v2s.
Yeah, that does help. Does contribute.
I mean, they did it that last time at the very least, so we're able to shut things down. Yeah, no question. Round number 11 underway. Favbet have enough money, but actually some of these rounds have been so close that even with those string of rounds in a row for Favbet, they're running dry in terms of their economy. So this ends up being a critical round for Cybershock. If they can pull it back to 5, honestly, that would be a victory.
Feels like there's a reason to believe at that point. You know, you win the pistol.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, you just have the players pitching up on the T side and they're just super sharp across the board. Yeah, I can see a world in which that would be enough for them to at least make this competitive going into that second half. But that is predicated off of them winning these last 2 rounds. Soltovsky peering above on top of the red container.
Oh, spot.
It's going to be a leg shot on Fenneman, but Glowing is the one who gets the kill.
Oh, Glowing's at risk now, and he will fall to Merrick's, but Alpha through the smoke tracks Merrick's and will get the immediate trade. Not a neck. He strikes onto Crush and Smash as well. They're doing it again, winning the fights outside and towards ramp to shut Favbet's ideas down completely. Yeki, last one alive, op in hand, but he can't really do much.
Yeah, Bob saving, I guess.
Yeah.
You got to think about the fact he gets what, $1,900 when they lose this round.
It's
that
not
net
much.
economic shift. He's absolutely just got to survive here. Full belt to util, head armor as well. He's trying to go towards CT spawn. I'd imagine there's no way he's trying to go A from here, right? Yeki, nah. I'm not concerned about that. Yeki would never. He is 3 for 8 though. Just going to keep pointing out. I've mentioned on all my casts lately, Yeki is not at all where we expect him to be in terms of his individual form. And I have no idea what that's down to. That's why I wish sometimes we'd get interviews here in CCT, you know, so we could maybe just get like little updates from teams occasionally. It doesn't have to be every series. It's almost just maybe playoff series or something. Might still be nice.
Maybe one day. Certainly, I agree with you. It's nice to talk to the players sometimes and see what's going through their minds, especially when you get those honest answers. Some are just going to give you the standard, you know, oh, well, you know, we're doing our best and all that. But sometimes you get an insight into what's going on, and that's what we really appreciate on our side. Either way, I do agree with you. There's something going on for Yeki. It's been a tough go for him throughout this entire series, and I mean, it has hurt his team when you look at it. They could have had more dominant halves, especially the first half of Ancient, and now maybe even the first half of New, because they're down to some tough weaponry here, and Crush gets peeked by Nananeki into lobby. He will apply a ton of pressure with the utility. Glowing's got a good spot here to perhaps get a second as well.
Yeah, he does deal with Marek sliding across on his screen, and he's even added Yeki to his tally as well. Very good work there from Glowing to lock it down, and it does look like Cybershock are going to make it that 5-7 scoreline, and it looks like they've kind of warmed up as Nuke has gone on as well, which is a little bit concerning. I'm right there with you. Kind of feels like if this does end in Cybershock's favor, Favbet will have to think back to the tail end of the first half here, to where they maybe just veered off track a little bit.
It's eerily similar to Ancient this time for Favbet, as opposed to when they beat them 3-13. There wasn't anything like this at all. Like, there weren't 2 rounds won in a row by Cybershock for the entirety of that. So certainly the alarm bells are probably ringing for them, saying, okay, that's not great. We are going to CT side, the favorite side of Nuke. We swept them away last time, didn't allow them to get a single round, even the pistols. Let's just do the same thing, settle things down. But we also have to keep in the back of our minds, Bondic isn't here. And on a map like Nuke, I think that makes a very big difference to your T side calling. And perhaps that's why we saw things trail off on the tail end a little bit. But now they go to CT side, and maybe things will settle up now for them.
Yeah, I still feel like CT side nuke is probably the CT side across all the map pools that requires the greatest input from an IGL.
It is true. It is true.
I feel like you need somebody who at least needs to be that structured voice, because you have so many varying setups. It's not just down to one player who's going to be floating around the map. There's many different micro adjustments you have to make, whether you're playing one outside and one secret and one ramp, or two A. Maybe you're playing 2 ramp, none secret, 2 outside, one. Like, there's so many different variations.
A lot of decisions.
Someone's going to have to take that mantle.
I agree with you. No, it's absolutely true. And the rotations have to be on point. Like when you have a player subbing in, they may not be up to speed as to what position they need to occupy when certain hits come through. It's a big map and there's a lot of things to think about. I do agree with you.
Yeah. And you're right, the rotations in terms of like your protocols of, okay, there's this wall of smokes outside, immediately everybody knows how that's supposed to adjust the setup. Crush is like, might need to be told in some instances, and that extra delay of 2 or 3 seconds exactly could be a costly one. So we'll keep our eye out for that.
Well, Cybershock hoping to strike true with the pistol round as they did on Ancient when they were down 5-7. Alpha looking for the engagement into Hut with Glowing. Going out together. Saltovsky peeks around with a dual lace. He can't strike. Not a neck. He gets crushed as well. A site overtaken.
Oh, okay. It's exactly what Cybershock needed to kick off their campaign here on the T side. And they're going to do it seemingly with ease. Big burst into that A bomb site. Destroying anybody that they come across. And that's going to be the game drawing within 1 here.
I feel like the way they were playing towards the tail end of that first half was more like a T-sided approach with the aggression that they were taking, right? It felt like they could have easily done the same thing in terms of the fights if they were on the opposite end of the server. So I think it's a boon for them, having built up that momentum at the end of the first half. Alpha does get the trade after Marek strikes for 1, and Yeki's just trying to try and save the armor, which could indicate that a force buy is coming up for Favbet.
Yeah, I'd certainly expect them to go for the force here. Very classic of Favbet. CT side nuke also kind of lends itself to a good old force buy. You can try and take some closer range gunfights, ramp, lobby, squeaky, drop someone down the vents. There's lots of little nooks and crannies that you can hide in with the 5-7. So, yeah, no surprise to see them going all in here.
Yeah, I'd expect to see a lot of confidence for Cybershock in the outside fights, because that's what yielded that success at the end of the first half. We'll see if they decide to go there, but for now, it seems like it's the opposite. Going for inner site A and just charging on forward, blitzing the site, trying to overwhelm Favbet. And it will be successful. Not even a frag on through on either side, but Cybershock take the space and will plant the bomb.
Really good communication there as well. There was one moment where the round might have unraveled and gotten out of control if they committed with the bomb through Squeaky Door, but the player pushing Hut saw Crush wrapping around towards Squeaky, relayed that info immediately to his teammate in Squeaky Door, who then backpedals and goes around through Hut into A.
Yep.
Good decision making there. That was the only real threat in the round. And it's not the orthodox approach, right? When you're playing against a force buy on T-side nuke, you don't normally just rush into the upper bomb site like that. That can certainly be it could become a disaster really quickly. And Favbet don't expect Cybershock to do that. They're thinking along the normal line of thought of, well, they know we're on a force buy, so they're probably going to try and take the long range gunfights and go outside. Therefore, let's stack outside. And
they had I think 2 skunks coming into the round, right? They didn't have the MP9s, just the pistols outside of it. And they decide to go heavier in the opposite direction that you usually expect. And because there are no MP9s, you don't have that ability to rattle off a ton of bullets quickly to fend off that quick push. Maybe if you have it, something will pan out. But no, not available. And Cybershock are happy to get a 7th. Gun saved over by Favbet, so they're going to run it back with the force buy, at least without requiring the investment this round. Although they have Crush, who's limited to only the USP because he died in that previous one. Cybershock looks like they want to go fast again. It feels like they want to keep up the pace from that end of end of the first half to try and keep the pressure on Favbet.
It does feel like they have very quickly ramped up to the 7-all goal lines. You're right. Maybe that is kind of in the back of their minds where they're looking to just keep on the front foot right now, maintain the pressure on Favbet, a chance here for Cybershock to get themselves the lead. Can't drop the ball here. That is without a doubt they cannot afford to drop the ball here, because we know how much their T side tends to struggle in general. So these sorts of rounds are like gold dust.
Absolutely. No, you put it perfectly. An 8th round here. Seemingly a requirement for Cybershock. This shotgun, this Nova, it seems kind of scary though. The position it's in could be very impactful. Venom needs to be careful, and it is not. Although the USP afterwards is. Crush, blinded and all. Will collect that.
No.
Gets the shotgun off the ground, but cannot activate with it as well. Blixie and Alpha doing phenomenal work. Flashbang thrown by Alpha as well to support the attack, and Blixie gets the nade frag at the end. Very well done from Cybershock.
There was a moment. There was
Yes,
a moment with that.
yes.
I kind of had my heart in my throat when the Nova gets scooped up again in Hut. That was a key moment in the round, but Cybershock do get across the line. They only lose a single player in the process as they've now got their noses ahead. This is what John and I were kind of hypothesizing might happen, and how it could kind of be a problem for Fatbet. And I think our hypothesis would be completely proven to be true. If Cybershock win this round here, then there's a really good chance they could run away with the game.
A bit of a tech timeout called by Cybershock. Probably not what they want to have happen in this instance, because they're the ones with the momentum. So putting a pause to it could hurt them, but no choice. They've got to figure out what's going on and sort out the technical issues. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and it doesn't seem like it is, because I just saw Finneman buy up the MAC-10, starting to move around, so I imagine things will get going again very shortly.
Yeah, sure, it won't be too long before we get underway. Do we know what the problem is?
Nothing yet.
Nothing in the match info? All right.
No, not yet.
So when I play pub games and I need a pause, I mean, obviously Counter-Strike, you can just call your timeouts, but games like Dota or Deadlock, where you can just like call indefinite pauses, just down to the opponents, basically how long they're willing to wait. I always use that because I often order like food and I need to quickly run to grab the food while we're in the game. I always just say, my cat has fallen.
What?
I don't even have a cat. I just
know.
say, my cat has fallen, and everyone waits. They always wait. It's never failed. I don't take long, but a good minute is always bought by, and they always ask, everything okay? Yeah, all good. I make sure that I don't leave them thinking there's any harm, and then we carry on with the game. I get my pause. All's well and ends well.
I feel like
Everyone's a winner.
I feel like a cat falling, Hayes, is unlikely too,
I
because
know.
they usually land on their feet.
Them. Yeah, it bamboozles
Right? Yeah.
them. You see, it's all part of the tactic because it gets them engaging. It was like, what? It's like, it gives them something to chew on for a bit, you know? You just say door, people are like, oh, I'm not going to wait for this guy.
Yeah.
My cat has fallen. They start engaging. They want to know more about it.
Like, how has this happened, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Like
oh
I said,
my
gives them something to
God.
chew on in the break. Well, the irony now is we've just been told the problem. And I was talking about how I like to say my cat has fallen for a break. The problem here is it's a mouse issue.
mouse.
So cat and mouse, man. You can't script
how appropriate, honestly, that comes through.
it. Well, production seems to have their approval of my excuse
The
to get
cat
a pause.
has
Anyway,
fallen. I might use
remember
that.
that one. Yeah, give it a test, man. Give it a test. See how it works over there in Canada. Anyway, we're live once again. We bought enough time. We're back into the game.
Yeah, let's go. Cybershock have solved things with their mouse. It is squeaking again and moving forward. Blixie will get the opener. Smash finds the trade. They still haven't cleared out the Hut player, and Smash strikes from heaven as well. Alpha only pulls one back. It is down to Glowing, but this time the blitz does not work. Favbet have the answer and the firepower to fend them off, and we're tied up again.
I tell you what, that wasn't far away from working for Cybershock. That was maybe one extra quick kill on the entry, and then they're not as divided in terms of the fights they're trying to take with Heaven, Mini, and on top of Hut at the same moment. Maybe they could focus their resources in the same direction a bit more. So I like the attempt, especially after a bit of a break, but now we look at Cybershock and say, all right, we've seen the A-Rush doesn't work. What else have you got for us on the T side?
I'm not sure there's too deep of a playbook, to be honest, for Cybershock on T side. It's been rough for them. We'll see what Glowing can call. I'd say this is what I expected initially, right? Going for that outside fight, it was so favorable for them when they were on their CT side towards the tail end of that first half. You'd think they'd want to try and take more of those fights, but they're being pretty cautious about their approach this time. All the smokes has been thrown between Mini and Garage, so they got a lot of space to work with. We'll toss that Molotov into secret, but that is a warning bell for Favbet, indicating, oh, they could be heading down here. And now the smokes get recycled a little bit deeper this time. In the meantime, though, Nananeki is spotted out by Smash. So a 5v4 and damage done through the smoke onto Glowing Cybershock are at risk here. Oh, and even more so now.
Information being gleaned as well. Although, hang on, where's that come from, Alpha?
I don't know.
2 kills out of absolutely nowhere. Actually shakes up the round. It looks like it might persuade Cybershock from veering off from their initial plan. Glowing still committing forward and towards ramp, but that means there's only one player in on the say bomb site right now.
Bomb is down. Oh, Glowing gets spotted. That's information at the very least that there's a player deep into the B site, so it'll probably be, okay, there's one B, maybe one ramp as well. A is likely the destination, so that could be very beneficial to Cybershock's chances here, but maybe not anymore. Alpha lost means that Blixie has to clutch a 1v3, a chance to isolate the fights, needs to win them. There's the first Molotov available to isolate Heaven, and he knows that there was a player towards B, so maybe, just maybe, a chance here. Goes through the vents, does smash, and blindsided by Blixie. Down to a 1v1, Hayes.
Serious mistakes being made here by Favbet to even give Blixie a chance, but I guess you need your opponents to make mistakes to even have a chance to win a 1v3, and Blixie has completely punished them. Saltovsky with the AWP, though, has the read. Okay. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Saltovsky certainly will, as will both Yeki and Smash. And the reason I say they've made mistakes, first of all, Yeki's positioning just makes no sense at all when there's 20 seconds on the clock and you've left yourself completely exposed to the cross from Mini into the bomb site. And then Smash as well should just be waiting at that point. And he's almost like caught with his back turned while he's backpedaling towards Squeaky. So yeah, Favbet certainly made that one more difficult for themselves than it had to be.
I mean, you saw Yeki gave away his position too, so he should have been aware of the fact that that could come through, but was not. So a little bit tough on his side, but it will still be a 9th for Favbet. The thing is, oh, really? I thought Cybershock were going to go all in this round. They had the money. They could have had a pretty strong buy-up as well, but instead they decide to go for the 4 Tech 9s and the UMP. It's still not a bad idea because you have a buy-up in the tank, and you can pull off this round potentially with some faster-paced play.
Yes, they've got something to work with here, that's for sure, and it's going to be, again, a big burst in towards the safe bomb site. Yeki gets at least one, probably the most you could have hoped for from him. Crush goes one and done as well. There's more where that came from, though. They're very quickly just flooding in towards Mini and overwhelming the T players as they make their way forward. That's really quick rotations from Favbet.
Yeah, and a really good recovery from Favbet as well after things seemed like they were slipping away here in this second half. As soon as the guns come out, they get critical round victory. Then after that, they rebuff Cybershock's attempt again to just try and go into that A site aggressively. It's kind of been a little milquetoast in terms of their takes, though. Nothing really too complex, and Favbet are starting to think, okay, what else do you have? Is there anything more to your T side, or are we just going to have to keep rebuffing these simplified plays? Here come the guns again for Cybershock. 4 AKs in the Galil. Favbet waiting for the timeout to expire. Both teams still have 1 left apiece. I mean, honestly, if I'm Cybershock, I'm finding out where Yeki's playing, and I'm hitting that every time.
Yeah, which is such a weird thing to say about a Favbet team, but it certainly is a pertinent point to be made with his current form. Both him and Crush lagging behind a little bit. Smash is also 7 and 12. It's been the Marek show up until now for Favbet. Job's not done yet. 10-8. I reckon they take a big step in the right direction of finishing off the job if they win this gun round, though.
Certainly. Winning this gun round could secure things for Favbet. I heard the smokes again for outside. I think Cybershock are trying to set the expectation that it will be an outside hit. They are sending a couple of players in this direction, but in the end, probably a pincer for Mini, Hut, and Squeaky. Yeah, that's the play. Not wasting any time going in again. Let's see if they win the fights this time. The answer is no for the first one. Glowing falls. Blixie does get one back, but the trades have been solid for Favbet. And even more, Yeki, well, they found out where he was playing, and he finally activates for 3. Alpha, the last one standing, lurking around outside, but nothing to do into this one.
And this was the last sort of big opportunity for Cybershock, as far as I'm concerned. It's just fallen flat. Alpha being looked in on by Marix, who's not going to miss that. Yeki contributes in a big way. Favbet take that big step in the right direction. As I was saying, it's going to be 11-8 for them now. 2 rounds between them and Overpass. I mean, Overpass... thinking about that map without your IGL might be quite difficult. They've got
Yeah,
10
same as
reps
this.
on the map, so they have got some experience on Overpass. Hasn't been a great map for them, so I'm not like super confident for Fabit even after they get the win here.
No, yeah, I'm not either, honestly. I mean, the only thing you can look towards is, yes, a lot of those losses have been close, 23, 24 rounds. And on the side of Cybershock, yes, they're getting wins, but also taking some overtimes, getting pushed to the limit on that as well. So that's probably why Cybershock are looking towards and saying maybe this one will be a good chance for us to come out with if we end up on a third, which, I mean, that has to happen. Otherwise, they're out, at least of this series. Round number 20 on the cards. Half buy-in for Cybershock, so still gives them a decent chance of coming out with victory, but this feels like it should be a 12th for Favbet. That smoke is... okay. A little bit of a gap, a lot of bit of a gap, but it's not going to be abused by Favbet. Oh, maybe it is. Merrick's has slipped through on the flank.
Oh, yeah, and no one for Cybershock's considering this. I mean, if they keep moving so rapidly, then they might be able to avoid his wrath for now, but they just run into Smash and Crush. That's going to be enough for Favbet anyway. This is the eco from Cybershock. Phenomen's trying to give them a chance there. Marix is finally able to arrive on the scene. And Phenomen trying to keep them guessing now. Doesn't have the bomb though, I don't think. Maybe he's been able to scoop it up, not sure. It doesn't really matter all that much.
It's on the ground,
should be impossible for him to win the round from here.
I mean, he is on the site. I think a bomb plant is within reach, potentially. But eventually that won't be the case anymore. And yeah, now it is not. He has to get frags. 20 seconds left. Could still work something together. We'll see. And no. Phenomen will fall. Merrick's finds him. And Favbet are the ones with the opportunities to close out the map. This time it is 12-8 in their favor.
And I have no reason to believe that they won't be able to finish off the job from here.
Yeah.
I mean, Cybershock just kind of stalled out, I'm afraid, as we expected on the T side as well. They won the pistol, they converted, and converted against the Force, and then were able to win against the Eco afterwards, but just not much to celebrate or champion in these gun rounds. Bar that one clutch attempt from Blixie, but even that was down to Favbet making mistakes. So this has got Favbet written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, even if they win that one, I'm not even sure that they would have even found success on the map. There's Saltovsky peeking in to Squeaky, finding not a Neki. This one could be over very quickly, folks, and send us to map number 3. Alpha and the rest of the squad grouping up and saying, okay, maybe A is not the play. Let's try ramp. We haven't really done that much, and they haven't. I think it's the first time they're going to take a foray in this direction. Smash waiting with the A1S. Crush goes down. So does Smash. It's working out pretty well. And Blixie trades out Merrick's. Hold on a second. Cybershock makes a lot of life, but they've overlooked the player. But no! Saltovsky misses the shot. And it will be Glowing striking for a third. Yeki, last one standing. 1v3 clutch, very possible due to the HP bars being low for Phenomen and Glowing.
I mean, it's such a tall order. It's a massively tall order, but you're right. The two low players, the two that are left alive, the nade
did he miss
should
the
finish
nade?
off the job.
No,
He's
he missed
the mark ever so slightly. It's banked back off the box. He has to use the incendiary to finish off that kill, but the incendiary might have helped with the defuse here. He's trying to draw Glowing out, who remains stoic. He doesn't want to give anything away right now. Yeki's going to just try and tuck himself in on the bomb right now, but Glowing is going to arrive just in time, get the kill, and that will be Cybershock surviving.
Wow, almost the recovery from Yeki and Cybershock. Full credit to them, full marks in fact, deciding to take a different approach, go in towards ramp for the first time, and it works out wonderfully for them, even though it comes down to the 1v1. They do play it well enough to earn the W in that one. I'm surprised that that nade misses the mark, though. You gotta throw that effectively for Yeki, and you're right. If he has the Molotov, then he can apply more pressure into ramp, which is one of the few positions he hadn't cleared out yet. Instead, he's kind of just has to fight forward, spamming, pre-firing. It doesn't work out for him. Cybershock keep things within reach. And now, looking at the economy for Favbet, it's not bad, but it could start getting a little scary for them if they lose this next round, and we could start thinking about overtime, perhaps. Oh, Cybershock going back into this A site. I don't think that's a good idea. It really hasn't worked out for them. Once the guns have come out, perhaps they're just feigning that they'll go in this direction and hoping that Favbet will bite.
Yeah, nothing on offer right now, though. Nobody wants to be the player that makes the mistake that could then give up the round. Got to make sure you don't start playing to lose, though. It's still eerily similar to what we had on Ancient, almost in the opposite direction this time, because it was 12-8 with Cybershock on Ancient. Came back to 12-11. Will we see something similar happen here again? Because you look at the money for Favbet, they probably have to eco with a few upgraded pistols in the next round if they lose this one.
Unless they can save a couple of guns, then they can
that would push them over the line, yeah.
Assuming they even have to think about that, because right now it's 35 seconds left. Cybershock have made their way down into the B site. The only player in the vicinity is Merrick's towards the ramp position, and Nananeki's attracted attention towards A to keep players here. Merrick's is now gone. B site completely open. They will try to retake that space. Crush finding Fenomen brings the advantage back in Favbet's favor, but it is a post plant they'll have to work with.
Smash is one of the key components in towards single door. I think he's heard the jump up here from Blixie. Do they even want to go for a 3v3? I guess you got to kind of, and certainly off the back of that kill from Soltovsky, Yeki going to combine with Smash. Now both players coming through from the single door. Glowing going to take the first, but now he's left it down to Blixie in the clutch. Yeki on very low health. Good spatial awareness from Blixie, not overexposing himself. But the spray is completely off the mark, and that's it indeed. Favbet force a third.
Wow, honestly, I thought Blixie had that one, given the positioning and the way he played it. The only thing that let him down was the spray. That's it. He played it right other than that. Really unfortunate for Cybershock that they can't pull that one off, but very nice for Favbet, who managed to tie out the series at 1-1 and send it to Overpass, where we still have questions, honestly, if Favbet will be able to pull it off. And at the very least, Cybershock looked more effective on Nuke this time than did last, but I still think there's a lot to be desired from their T-side calling.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and that, something going into Overpass could certainly become a bit of a problem as well. Just a good job from Favbet, despite the fact that they're here with the stand-in, they still do deliver on Nuke, and they're able to force the third map. So Bondic, probably watching from the sidelines, quite happy to see how the action is going down right now. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get all that action on the third and final map. See who goes 2-0. It's a really good place to find yourself in the Swiss stage, and we'll have to get the job done from that 1-1 bracket. We're going to have 10 minutes, and we'll get into the Back for the third and final map, not only of the series, but the day as well. It is Favbet versus Cybershock. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have another game lined up after this because X Inner Circle had to forfeit. So, hopefully, Overpass just delivers because it's what we have left remaining. It's Friday night. Everyone can go off into the wilderness and have a good time. But first, we have the main event of the evening.
Yeah, and as we kind of highlighted before we got here, and we'll get back to that. Yeki's going to get the opener onto Alpha, smash the second on the boost shot onto Fenneman, so now it's a bit rough for Cybershock moving in, but what I was going to say was, as we highlighted before, it should be a close affair between these two squads. So far looking very clean, though, for Fabit on the pistol.
Yeah, fantastic for them.
Wow.
Cybershock have to try and change up their approach and head in towards the A-bomb site, but Soltovsky has it under lock and key. Watch out for Soltovsky in this first half. This map is his bread and butter, and it's not even because I've seen him play a huge amount on this map and I've really liked what I've seen from him. I just know his style, and his style is completely synonymous with what AWPers do well on Overpass and what works as far as AWPing is concerned on this map. So I think he's going to be certainly a big contributing factor to Favbet here on their CT side if they do well.
We'll have to see if he can bring his A game. I agree with you. Has the potential, certainly the ceiling to perform well here on Overpass. Numbers are okay. Nothing above what his standard is in terms of performance at 1.05 rating on the map. Fenneman going to go down first, but Alpha with the Glock gets one. Smash kind of at risk here, but he's got Saltovsky and Crush supporting him. In fact, Saltovsky on the other side of the map, but Crush is by his side, and it will be okay.
Thank God Crush was there. Smash would have been quite concerned for a moment, but it all works out all right. Favbet about to make it 2-0 here without much of a problem. What Cybershock looked like on this map historically? Let's have a little gander. They played it 10 times. Okay, they've won it on 6 occasions. Win over Amcal most recently a few days ago. A couple losses against K27 and Sangha. Yeah, you're right. There are a bunch of overtimes in their past 3 months. Although it does seem like a better track record than Favbet's on the map. I mean, Favbet have a win over ESC on Overpass, which is like really good, I guess. But still hasn't been an incredible map. Lots of close losses, though. So it's not like it's a rough map for them by any stretch. Certainly not like comparable to Nuke for Cybershock.
No, definitely. And I mean, the one thing that has been a hindrance to Favbet on this map is their CT side, in fact. So it's good to see them getting off to a good start. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the CT round win percentage at 47.9. It is a far cry from Cybershock's. Yeah, it's a far cry from Cybershock's 56.9% win rate on CT side. So this is where Favbet will have to bring the fight. If they don't, Cybershock will certainly have an opportunity to have the edge.
Well, speaking of opportunities, Alpha has caught Crush. Poor spatial awareness from him. Almost cost Soltovsky his life. Marix will appear on the scene in time for one, gets traded, and Crush has now been forced back without getting any kills in the process. Just looking to hold on to control for now. Oh, but Yeki in the meantime, he's making moves. He's making so many moves. Where's he gotten those 3 kills from? Appears in the same position Marix was taken down moments ago, and that catches Cybershock completely off guard.
That happened so fast. Just 3 frags with maybe 10 bullets. It was crazy. Still going to get a plant out of this. Speaking of crazy for glowing. No one on B. He's going in the wrong direction if he thinks they're coming from heaven. There's so much util coming from the other side. He's still looking at heaven, expecting that to be where one of the prongs is, but it won't be. He is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of trouble. In fact, look at where he's playing from as well. It's just like not a great post-plant position. It's a really quick fire first. Frag gonna skirt on past the Molly. Tech might have been heard. Great timing on the peak for the second, but can't connect on Smash. Thank God for Favbet. Smash gets that trade just in time, blowing with a really good effort of it there, but unfortunately comes up short.
Glowing is one of those players sometimes you forget is the IGL because he plays well in those instances, right? That was really impressive from him. Read the play very well given the limited information that he had available to him. But it's Yeki on that flank that you just saw that really changed the round in favor of Favbet, even though it was kind of leading Cybershock before that. So Cybershock get the bomb plant. They will not buy up off of it. They decide that it's just not enough money. So at least they have the hero Galil, and then they have 4 pistols around that. Could be a straightforward play towards the B site. Looks like that's what it was materializing into. And as it stands, 2 players into construction and 3 lurking right outside of Monster.
Yeah, still setting themselves up for that big B finish you were alluding to. Maybe just a little bit more of a measured approach. Able to get themselves set up on short. They're going to be going through this monster smoke smash. Unimpeded by the flashes. Yeki as well. Mops up both. He's dealing in multi-kills at the moment. Sure, Fenneman gets one back, but doesn't really contribute a whole lot. It was just an eco round from the T side, so weren't really putting much stock in it, I suppose, as Favbet. Yeah, it's a flawless start for them. 4-0 on Overpass. Looking pretty good. And most notably, it's Yeki who's gotten off to a great start here at 8-2.
Yeah, no, I mean, Yeki, I was about to look at his stats, actually, to see if Overpass is a map that he actually enjoys playing. I'd be surprised if it was, given the results that they've had on it. So probably sitting at a 1 rating, maybe even below it. And yeah, he's at 1.01. I was like, maybe, just maybe, there's something special here. But there's no secrets, folks. So Yeki's just actually playing the way we kind of expect him to here since we've gotten onto MAM 3. One thing that's important on those CT sides is the timely aggression. There's so much map here to be taken control of, and if you go and push up at the right time, you can get a nice flank on those Ts. Smash, though, doesn't need the flank, takes the forward fight, and we'll find it there. Not a neck, he trades one back, and, well, we do end up in favor of Favbet once more, thanks to Smash's efforts continuing forward here. He's got 2 on the board and 7 on the map. Cybershock need to crack through soon and find a round. Otherwise, this is going to be a runaway half for Favbet, which can happen on Overpass. Very CT-sided with the rotations being extremely quick. Now they're trying to slip through a Cybershock into Monster. Flash is coming out, nades as well. Here's the smoke for Heaven, and they do have the spot in the pit player. Smash at risk, needs to be careful, but Zaltovsky supports well with the AWP from long range. Finds Alpha. And Blixie, along with Fenneman, still haven't made their way towards the site. So this one feels completely out of reach. There's only 25 seconds left, and unless something goes completely wrong for Favbet, and it won't because Cybershock are backing off. Going for the save. And it will be 5-0 in favor of Favbet. 6th round will be coming at you. At the very least, Cybershock will have the full loss bonus, so they'll be able to buy up into this next round. Probably AKs for 4 out of the 5 players, I would guess. Maybe only 3, depending on how much they want to invest in the util, but I imagine a lot, because you don't want to go into a round of Overpass on T-side without having a sizable amount of utility. Puts you at a very great disadvantage. As I was mentioning earlier, one of the biggest maps in Counter-Strike, so you really want to make sure that you have that util available to you to isolate positions. And you see, they actually decide to go for a little bit more, right? I said it could have been 4 AKs. They decide to make it 3. Will be a couple of Galils in the mix. Still not a shabby buy-up. Damage done on
pretty damn good.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Can they put it to use, though? And there we go. Glowing and Notaneki going to combine in construction to find a favorable opening here in the round. Surely this is the moment here where Cybershock are able to move the needle on their T side. We've already spoken about how Favbet have struggled on their CT side historically on the map, but they've got 5 out of 5 so far. Can't afford to go 6-0 here. Not for Cybershock's cause, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Cybershock have that man advantage. They really honestly haven't had much success towards this B site. You'd think they want to have a look towards A again. Last time they were there, I think, was the pistol round, honestly. They were trying to get there before Yeki flanked them out.
Yeah, it's true. They were on
Yeah.
course, that's for sure. Great flash, going to keep lined up, Crusher, rendering him useless. It's only Marix now on the bomb site. And he's only going to be able to get that 1 kill before he goes down. So Cybershock have finally been able to make it happen. Maybe taking them a bit longer than what they would have liked, but they're going to get the points on the board. I mean, it's not necessarily super replicable because that was Favbet trying to play on the front foot in towards construction and then kind of losing out those early gunfights, which always put them in an awkward position going into the rest of the round. But it will certainly just kind of boost the confidence a bit for the T side, which is sometimes all you need.
Certainly. And one thing for Favbet is, again, as was the case on all of the previous maps, they need to get the rounds on CT side because T side's not going to be the easiest path for them, missing Bondic. So, I mean, they do get that 5 already, which is good. Cybershock striking true for 1 at the very least, but the money is still very much there, especially if Saltovsky can save the AWP, and nothing indicates to me that he won't be able to do so, because Cybershock are not hunting. So there's the op on through. He'll be able to drop an M4 as well, and it'll be a full buy for Favbet again. But you're right, you know, a lot of forward engagements here from Favbet. They get caught a couple of times, and Marek's just desperately trying to hang on to that B site, only gets 1 before he is felled as well.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the start of something here for Cybershock. They can't afford to just lose the round straight afterwards and be sent straight back to square one at that point. Got to start to build themselves platform. Glowing should be heard by Marek. He's just ended up on top of him though. Marek wasn't expecting Glow to just completely commit straight through the smoke like that. Yeki's also searching. He's eaten that grenade though. Nigh on maximum damage. He will still actually hang around long enough to get himself a kill. All right, Yeki wants to pick up the gun though, and that is going to be a poison chalice.
Yeah, Alpha taking up the space there. 3 players committed to construction. Felt like a bit of a risk, but it didn't last long for Cybershock, and it will be Glowing getting 1 back, but he is traded in turn. So Saltovsky trying to keep them in this one with that big green gun. Smash waiting on the beast. It hears all these footsteps heading in his direction. Looks to take a fight over the top of pit. No, he stays below, and it will benefit him. Blixie gone. 2v2. The trade is on from Alpha, who finds himself a second, and there's the bomb plant as well. Saltovsky now, it's a much more winnable situation. He is in a position to strike from above.
Yeah, they're going to start to expect this. Yes, Alpha now looks in this direction. Perfect timing from him.
Wow.
And he's just going to immediately get that frag as soon as Saltovsky steps out. Big round out of Alpha. That triple kill. Certainly a big contributing factor in the round there for Cybershock. Oh man, you got to think here for Yeki that this was a little bit careless from him, honestly. Hadn't completely cleared it out before he committed to try and pick up the gun. It's a bit lazy there and it cost him his life. Nice effort from Smash, but ultimately in vain.
Work from Alpha, and that will break the economy of Favbet. Saltovsky had enough to buy up the M4 and stay above the 2K mark, so it's a hero M4 available. He's the only one with body armor. Some upgraded pistols outside of that. This is going to be a tough go for Favbet. Probably a third for Cybershock, who are still taking a cautious approach despite the advantage that they probably know that they have. Boost up here to get visibility into connector, but Cybershock quickly realizing what is afoot, throw the smoke in and will not allow this boost to do anything.
Yeah, I like the change up in the approach, the temperament here from Cybershock. Now that they know they're playing against a broken buy / eco, you can see there's been a distinct difference in terms of how fast they're trying to take their control. Really happy to just take their time, get Blixie in towards long, make sure Glowing has got control of lowers, realize that Favbet haven't really got any crazy flanks going on super early. And now they can just group themselves up and go in towards what's currently a completely vacant B-bomb site.
Smokes and limited utility being deployed well here by Favbet. You know, they wait and they're patient with it. Still have a flashbang available. Problem is they don't realize that the B site's being overwhelmed right now, and it will be over. Round done. Saltovsky certainly wants to keep this M4 alive, so I doubt he'll hunt much. They could send the pistols in to try and find something, but Blixie catches Marek's before he can even think about that. And yeah, they're
good
just
awareness.
falling.
Good cleanup coming through here from Cybershock, not leaving anything to chance. Really good game plan here in the round. Even if there was a stack over on the B-bomb side, or at least, you know, they would have had the option of maybe rotating back towards Blixie, keeping that option available to themselves. They also knew that there weren't any big flanks coming through from the CT side. Just backed themselves, packed up as a unit. Good useful usage. Not that it was required, but everything goes according to plan. 5-3. Cybershock now alive and well on their T side.
Terrorists win.
Alrighty. So we have another map on our hands, folks. Not going to be a clean sweep for Favbet. We'll have the guns back into this one. Let's see if they can get themselves on the right foot once more. Usually on your CT sides of Overpass to be considered a success at a minimum, obviously 7-5, but I think this is a type of map you can go up 8-4, even 9-3 if you play your cards right. We'll see if that's the case for Favbet, but Cybershock are certainly threatening.
What makes their low win rates on their CT side so sort of questionable and concerning? Because I'm right there with you. For me, Overpass is like an 8-4 halftime map on your CT side. You get 5 on your T side, you're probably feeling almost maybe the slightly happier of the two teams. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It kind of makes this a big moment in this first half, right?
Certainly. Oh boy. Duel happening here through the walls, through the smoke. Back and forth we go, and it will be Favbet briefly gaining the edge, and now they'll have it back again. Fiery round on our hands. Fenomen, last one standing with the op available to him. A 1v2. Oh, it's one, but can't get the second. So many trades back and forth. I don't think we saw 2 frags in a row from either side, and it does go Favbet's way at the end of it, but very expensive round.
Oh man, the trade train just in full effect there, like you say, going both directions, and ultimately finished off by Favbet there. Smash with a big impact in the round. 11-2, man. He was really good on Ancient as well. Himself and Yeki got 22 kills between them in 9 rounds of Counter-Strike played so far in Overpass. Over on the Cybershock side of things, you got 3 players on 2 kills, Glowing and Alpha. Sure, they're alive and well, but we need a whole lot more from the rest of the team.
Alrighty. Yeah, we had Alpha with 20 frags on Ancient, right? That was when he was playing. He's been playing well the whole series, really.
He has been, yeah. He's been the best player for Cybershock, I reckon.
That's crazy. It's not what you really necessarily expect out of him, given the roles he's been given.
Especially being the new player on the team as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't normally walk into a team and all of a sudden just become the best player. I mean, they've been juggling Levikas into Forrester, back into Levikas, now into Alpha. So quite a lot of changing going on in Cybershock in the past, like 6 or so weeks, maybe a bit more than that, I guess, and they brought Forrester in. Anyway, big moment here for Cybershock. Looks like they set themselves up for burst into the B bomb site, but they've changed their mind, and Glowing getting that kill will certainly contribute. That's a wall bang frag going the opposite direction into the B bomb site.
Oh boy. That softens up the B site. Favbet trying to readjust off that lost body. Yeki falling back. They're not even sure where this is going to go, so they might rotate towards A. Getting a bit aggressive into the short bathrooms. I say a bit because they haven't traversed very far, but there's no one on the site proper, and now there will be someone. All 4 players rotating in here leaves a big void towards the B site.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising as well, because this is just a straight up gamble. It's not like they've got any information with which they've decided to make this decision. And it seems like Cybershock are kind of clocked what's going on here as well. They've got a very good idea. This is immediately round over. They're even going to have that extra layer of Blixie trying to throw the fake over on that A bomb site before they commit.
I'm not sure if Nonaneki gained any information off that lurk he was in towards construction, as Merrick's does find Blixie. If they ran at one point or he heard the rotation and called them over, but either way, this works out very well for Cybershock. Will be a 4v4, and Favbet do not have the position to even go for this. Yeah, you see them backing off completely. The money's not there either, so it'll just be a save. Cybershock have done their job here. It'll be a 4th on the board.
Okay, well, that is, yeah, it's going to set them up really nicely now, getting that 4th round at a bare minimum. Chance for a few more, any more on top of the Cybershock. Like I said earlier, probably going to be the more content of the two teams. Of course, just to remind everybody, this is a 1-0 matchup in the Swiss stage. Means the loser of this goes 1-1, not the end of the world. Winner 2-0 up, you get 3 chances to qualify for the playoffs at that point. Of course, Cybershock are defending champions against the finalists from the previous series as well. Both teams certainly in pursuit of that spot in the playoffs.
I think Cybershock have only had 1 clean run through Swiss stage. Yeah, that was in Series 4. when they went 3-0. They always lose, or tend to lose at least one. Maybe that'll be the case here.
Such a big contributing factor to that as well.
I think so, yeah.
Fantastic from Plexi, man. Just dominating the defense on the B bomb site with 2 great opening kills. He will go down, but he's surely done his job and then some. Yeki trying to make a nuisance of himself, but with some really good smoke grenades, there's just nothing on offer for him as things stand.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Favbet, although the smokes may give them a bit of an edge here, assuming Cybershock go B. But I think Cybershock thinking, okay, there's so much utility on that site, rotating back to the A site may be a good idea, or at least putting a pause to things, pumping the brakes, and giving Favbet something to think about, force some rotations back to A, and then they can execute towards the B site. And that appears to be the case. Oh, well, that's not the audio cue you want to be giving away there if you're Favbet. Glowing knows that someone tried to boost up for information. And now we'll see what Cybershock decide to do. Both teams seemingly playing the mind games as now Favbet are coming back into B.
Yeah, this is exactly what I bet would want, though, hanging around on the speed bomb site as Cybershock is starting to commit 30 seconds on the clock. Notaneki leads the charge. Only good for some damage. Crush, Marix combined. There's still Yeki here to try and play as well, and he will appear to get the trade necessary, but the job's not done just yet. Alpha charging on the bomb site, but Yeki will just stand out in the open. 14 kills to his name. Wins a key 1v2 as Favbet go up 7-4.
Alrighty. Favbet coming through and pulling that off surprisingly, honestly, given the advantage that Cybershock had gained into the round. But that is what they needed to stop that comeback and make it possible at securing the 8-4 we touted, right? It's something that they haven't really been able to achieve that often on their CT side of Overpass, but if they get it here, you have to be looking towards them as the favorite to pull things off. That being said, it could easily swing the other way, right? Cybershock get this and they're back into it. It's amazing what a difference one round can make. Especially in MR12.
Yeah.
All right, Alpha's going to scoop up that bomb and head down into lower tunnels.
Especially if the game gets super close right at the end. That's where you look back to those sort of key moments and those tipping points within some of the rounds. Let's see here. 8-4, 7-5, like you say. That one round could be the difference maker later on in the map. I haven't seen a huge amount of rounds ending from Cybershock on A. In fact, have we seen any where they've actually gotten onto the A bomb site?
No, really. No, it's been mostly B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. Well, let's see if it's going to work out for them on this occasion here.
So much info. Marix has
Marix is in a great spot. And this is going to be the bomb carrier he could drop as well. That is going to be the C4 drop, but Soltovsky goes down immediately afterwards. In fact, Marix has to do a whole lot more all of a sudden.
Wow.
And Glowing has chopped his head off. What a map coming through from Glowing so far. Great half on this T side. It's only Yeki left, half health for him. Just not going to be a contest, I'm afraid. Guaranteed 7-5.
That looked like it was going to fall apart for Cybershock, but Marix only gets one, and then on the front side of the fight, they find everything. Yeki is only going to get one himself, and Blixie, the immediate trade. Cybershock do it, they get a fifth, and this half is honestly really good for their T side. Still, a serviceable half from Favbet, right, as they go over to their T side, but they were hoping for a lot more, and to be quite honest, they could have had it with a bit of sharper play.
Yeah, I think so too. It was there for the taking. And Glowing, one of the main reasons why they weren't able to actually get a few more rounds out of the first half. Great work coming through from him, 7-5 as we go into the second. Crush has been serviceable so far. I mean, this might be his quietest map so far, 3 for 9. Now going into the T side. I wonder if they're going to be able to get much out of him. I mean, I wonder when last he would have played Overpass in his career. Probably been a fair while. And now the question marks over Favbet's T side also going to get answered for us. We've been wondering for a while what we were going to get out of them on their T side across the series.
Yeah, certainly. hasn't been great, but not necessarily too bad either. It's just right in the middle for Favbet. I don't know if they'll have what it takes here on Overpass, a map that, you know, you mentioned it, they do play enough, but it is a 3-7 record on the map and haven't necessarily had the success they're hoping for, especially as of late. Lost 3 of their last 4. Did highlight that win against ESC. But even that one was kind of hard fought. I think the biggest concern was that Sangal lost 3-13, but we know that's not going to happen here. Since we already have a nice first half from Favbet. All right, switching sides now. CT side for Cybershock, as they're going to put the pressure on into connector immediately. This is a lot of information gained.
Yeah. Gives you a very quick rotation between the A and the B bomb site. So kind of hedging your bets at that point. You're not really defending either site directly, but you're able to very quickly end up on the correct side of the map. And they're going to get all these steps in towards construction, open up the door to catch them in transition. It works out perfectly. Bomb carrier's also been isolated. He's been dropped in the short tunnel. And this has gone exactly according to plan for Cybershock.
Oh, so well done. Yeah, I mean, once you get into that short connector position, like you said, you can just collapse in either direction, hear all the footsteps, and just immediately get on a flank. That's absolutely devastating for Favbet. No time to even react to that or calm it. It will be smashed, left in a hopeless situation. 1v4 required. Now his position is known. Doesn't have the bomb on his back, and for all intents and purposes, unless things completely collapse for Cybershock, this should be a 6th. Actually, crazy to think. I was just going to say, crazy to think that Cybershock have been down 7-5 at every single half.
That is outrageous, actually. Wonder what's up with that, man. Making life a bit more difficult for themselves. They were able to overcome the 7-5 halftime scoreline on Ancient. On Nuke, they won the pistol. Anti-force, anti-eco, that's all they got. Bar around later on right at the tail end, so very similar here on Overpass. They're going to hope that similarity continues all the way to the end of the map, right?
Of course. And, you know, CT side of this Overpass, a lot more potent than Ancient in terms of the edge that you have, so a lot more to build up on here, especially if the rounds are clean. No force buy for Favbet because they don't get the bomb plant. So we'll just be the Glocks that Cybershock have to fend off. So you would imagine this should almost certainly be, let's say 95% sure that Cybershock will get a 7th.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair odds. I mean, it's just one of those things that when you're playing against 5 Glocks, especially on a map like Overpass, there's no utility at all. It's going to be... It's fair to say impossible to win these sorts of rounds. Kind of similar to clutches to win like a 1v4, 1v3. You obviously need your opponents to make some mistakes as well. If you're ever going to win a round like this, you really need a helping hand. This is not bad though. For the damage, okay. 2 kills. 2 kills? That's way more than they could have bargained for.
That's why you always get that 5%, right? Because you never know what the pistols are going to do. Especially in CS2, there's something about it. But either way, will still be that 7th coming through. We are all knotted up. The AKs are out. Favbet trying to regain control here of a map they were once up by a scoreline of 5-0 on.
Yeah, that's quite a concerning and damning stat, actually, that Cybershock have won 7 out of the past 9. Big moment here for Favbet on their T side as well to kind of set the tone, because on these maps that do have difficult T sides like Nuke, like Overpass as well, it's quite important that you actually contest the first gun round, because I feel like heads can drop quite quickly on T sides on those maps in particular because of how difficult they are. If you know, lose pistol, lose conversion, and lose the first gun round, sticky situation.
1:10 on the clock. Cybershock, already highlighted it before, their CT side is pretty potent, better in terms of the stats anyway, compared to Favbet at 56.9% of rounds won, and Glowing gets the opener here, not the follow, but he does get it in the end, from the grave after the nade is tossed forward. Yeki is traded out, and a 2K for Glowing, who continues his dominant form here on Overpass, giving his team the man advantage.
My goodness, Glowing, the Overpass monster, man, owning this map right now. Pace slows for a moment. Fatbet looking to set foot in towards his B bomb site. Notaneki seems to have his internal clock wound perfectly, but Smash has crossed on the crouch. And so will Soltovsky. Is Notaneki even slightly aware of this? It doesn't look like it. No, not at all. But oh my goodness, he's been gifted a lifeline. Smash misses his shot, so Notaneki then gets the information. 15 seconds, where's that bomb? Soltovsky's going to have to activate it soon enough here. And he will jump on the plant. Pressure now starts to mount on that B bomb site. Wait, oh, there we go.
No, he faked
Back
it,
at
yeah.
it. Wait, where was the nade missed? If the nade banks off the pillar, it kills Soltovsky. So at least he's able to get the plant done.
It's still going to be difficult for them, right? Because of how low Soltovsky is. Needs to tuck himself around a corner here, and he's managed to do that. Cybershow kind of taken a little while to activate on this retake, probably because they don't have the util. They're hoping for a fight to go their way. The first one does, and uh-oh, traded out. 2v2, Merrick's won't get anything but Soltovsky with 22 HP. Almost does it all, but eventually falls short to Alpha, who finds the trade in a critical circumstance. Cybershock find an 8th, but it takes every single body that they have.
Oh, just brilliant work. I mean, like you say, it was really down to a fine line there. Cybershock make it work. The trade train once again in full effect. Cybershock with that extra man are the ones who come out on top of that trading battle. That means Cybershock will get themselves a bit of a lead here. You look at the money for Favbet, they're inclined to go for a half investment. So Cybershock with a good chance now of extending this lead to 2 rounds on the favored side of the map as well. Would set them up really nicely.
Bet need to crack through on this T side. Great pop flash thrown. I mean, so much information probably gained off that. I believe they may have seen a player as well. Yeah, they're lining up for this sandbags play. Cybershock expecting it. So these crosshairs will have the advantage on the CT side. Favbet walk into them. There's 1, 2, maybe even a third. Yep. They're all dropping like flies. Favbet, nothing they can do. Cybershock had all the intel, and they capitalized.
Perfectly played. This is going to be such a big boost to their economy as well. Just getting a round like this across the line without losing anybody in the process sets you up so nicely moving forward. Crush 3 for 12, like I said earlier, certainly having a tough time in the office here on Overpass so far. And I'd imagine the T side of Overpass is going to be one of the most difficult halves for him to contribute. T side Nuke as well. But we need more from him, I'm afraid. Has been serviceable so far, but Cybershock are now a couple rounds away from winning the series.
Yeah, that's tough. We'll see if Crush can activate here. At least Yeki's been having a good map, right? Like, that's a really good sign for Favbet. Perhaps he can continue to contribute here now that the guns are back out. You can't forget that it was, 9 rounds picked up by Cybershock on Nuke under similar circumstances, and then Favbet got the guns out and took control. It's a very different situation here, map-wise, but still. Let's see how the calling goes and if they can pull things together. Smash going into construction already. That's going to be a surprise for Cybershock if they decide to get aggressive, but they're not. They're playing it more passively on B, but way more aggressive into Fountain. Look where Glowing is.
Yeah, this is insane. So early on in the round, and I love this type of approach in this sort of a round where Favbet on back foot, but really good awareness there from Marix, just not to kind of be idling and waiting for his team to make moves and then for him to activate later in the round. Doesn't have much to do, but he certainly had his wits about him.
I don't really like this play from Alpha at all, but maybe he'll make it work. Yeah, no. Only for one, and even not a Neki. Like, you lose your forward position, you kind of need to give up a little bit of space and fall back to the sites. Instead, they lose every single body towards A, which opens up the path for Favbet, assuming they decide to go there. But right now, it feels like it'll still be a B lean, which will, luckily for Cybershock, both players are waiting here.
Yeah, Blixie in a really good position right now. Flash not going to blind him up. There wasn't a flash, it was a smoke grenade. Blixie just mows down 2. Oh my goodness, Marix kind of reluctant to push, and in the meantime, Crush is going to go down and short. It's only Marix left, and he'll just get cleaned up with ease.
That's a 4v2 that you gain. You got 3 players. All the 8 players are dead. You have that confirmation. Maybe they were expecting Cybershock to rotate around to A, but it doesn't happen. They just hold their ground at the B side and say, look, we're going to stick here. If they head in this direction, great. If not, we'll save our guns. And they all walk right into the perfect spot for Blixie to spam them down for a 2K. That is so devastating for a FavBet squad that, one, have already struggled on overpass in the past T-side, and two, don't have Bondic to kind of rally the troops right now.
Yeah, exactly. That certainly could be a big issue for them. This gun round carrying so much weight right now for FavBet. They have to win this gun round. Just no two ways about it, I'm afraid.
I mean, Cybershow giving it a different look as well. They've backed off of that aggression completely, which is surprising because you do want to at least deploy someone for info. But they're just hoping that holding the sights will be enough. Nade goes out, glowing. Oh, nice flashbang from FavBet, and they get a frag off it. Merrick's with one, but two right on back from Cybershow. Merrick's is isolated and alone. He needs support. He's doing it all himself, but eventually will fall. Trade from Saltovsky. We're down to a 2v2, but the HP is not looking great for Smash, and he's also absolutely no, not to mention he has the bomb as well. They're chasing him down. I love this double swing from Cybershock. It's the right play to make. They don't know where he's gotten to. He managed to squeak it through though, and hides beyond the corner long enough that they don't realize he's there. It will be FavBet's round. Wow.
Well, that is such an important round going their way. Chaos ensues. This is how it started. No, that was okay. Wait, hang on. That's a round back. Yeah, that makes more sense. Over on the A-bomb sites where all the action goes down here this time round. Great timing on the peek out there from Smash to finish off the job. Cybershock empty their pockets. It's not a super convincing investment because of the fact that the previous round came down to two players. The round before that just one. Not much money built up here for Cybershock.
I can't believe FavBet win that round. Like, that's crazy. They just overlooked the generator position. You figured they wanted to clear it, but just didn't commit to that. And that's what costs them. And a nice activation on the other side from Saltovsky, who's been very, very clutch for FavBet throughout the series. The catalyst for a lot of their victories. And we'll see if that happens again here. Holding the line into Monster Tunnel. Now I'll head to Short Tunnel as that smoke blooms in front of his face.
This is the moment for FavBet. You can't drop the ball here, boys, because not only does it then mean you don't take advantage of Cybershock's frail economic position, it also means that you then have your economy reset. So game completely on a knife's edge right now. Like they want to poke up short here, trying to take contact and see if they can surprise this B. Bomb site's not going to happen though. Oh, Cybershock have been so damn good over on this bomb site throughout the half so far, and again it proves to be impenetrable.
I feel like going B is just a mistake for FavBet at this stage. Probably A would have been a better choice. And I mean, it just feels like a lot of teams fall into that trap of heading to B repeatedly just because it's so close to that spawn. I'll try and gain the advantage quickly. As it stands, 28 seconds left. This is just a mission to save. Keep the op in the AK. Give yourselves a fighting chance, as it will be down to the wire for FavBet with Cybershock finding an 11th.
Well, that's, like I said, worst case scenario now for FavBet, who are in a position to try and reset their opponent's economy, but now not only do they do that, they in turn have their economy reset, and Crush and Saltovsky don't get any money, so now what do? Do they just buy up around these two guns that have been saved? Certainly wouldn't be an ideal investment at all. You know, Smash could go Galil armor, Yeki, I think it's enough for AK, yeah, Marix would be Galil. I think they're going to have to go all in here. I mean, what's their round loss bonus? It's going to be pretty close to max at this point, so maybe there's a world in which you save and get the buy in the next, but yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the former option. Just try to go all in here.
I mean, the firepower is pretty potent going all in, so I understand the idea. Maybe you have to settle for a Tech 9 somewhere in the mix here, or a couple of pistols, but you still have an op, 2 AKs. Smash could have gone for a Mac 10, but I understand you want that util. I already mentioned it before. It's so important on your T side of overpass, on any map really, but especially here. 20th round of play. Cybershock want to tighten the noose.
Oh man, I mean, they basically push FavBet off the chair at this point if they win this round. Let's see if they can make it happen. But gruesome, but anyway, we move. It is going to be a huge opportunity for Cybershock to put Favbet away. Notaneki draws first blood as well. Nash has already been dropped. The best player outside of Yeki removed from the round. Very light in utility as well on a map like Overpass. That's going to certainly make life more difficult for them.
I feel like a half buy would have been better here for Favbet, honestly. Like, I get that they get the firepower here, but a half buy still gives you a good chance at the round, and then you can fight for overtime down 12-8 with some good firepower. But instead here, it's like they're doing the opposite. They're going to have a very mixed buy up in the last, assuming they lose here, because they could still pull this off. But losing that first player and Crush down to 22 does not paint a pretty picture.
No. Certainly does not. That does improve with a nice brushstroke there from Soltovsky's AWP. Makes the picture look a little bit better. We have still got two players over towards the same bomb site. Favbet winding this clock down as low as possible, hoping that maybe Cybershock rotate away from the safe side. Fenneman spots the gun barrel and they'll connect on the shot. Soltovsky can't get the trade.
Fenneman threading that one through. That's a beauty. 4v3. Molotov lands at his feet, so he's in a bit of trouble, but that is quickly dealt with. Crush moving in the open. Needs to be careful here. Fenneman looking to strike for another one with the off, and he won't. Soltovsky continues to be clutch for his squad. Merrick's activates as well. 2v2, but they're so low, and there goes Crush, flanked from Notaneki. Merrick scrambling. 5 seconds left past the plant. The bomber win the fights, and he will do neither. Cybershock are up to 12.
Oh, wow, okay. That's a fantastic round for them to win. Great job in terms of getting the kills initially, but then it kind of like the round got turned on its head, but Cybershock were able to keep their composure, figure out which way was up in time, and get themselves up to that 12th round, as again was the scoreline on Ancient. They went up 12-8 on their CT side, then lost 3 in a row, and finished it off 13-11. Yeah, so many similarities throughout these maps between these two teams.
You don't see it often, but yeah, pretty much replicable score lines, or not replicable, the same score lines coming through every single map. We've got 3 12-8s, 3 7-5s. I think we also have 3 9-7s. It's not something that you'll get probably ever. I don't know. It's never before for me that I've seen that. Anyway, all that aside, this is fantastic for Cybershock. They have a chance at coming back into this one, getting a second straight victory against Favbet, and really asserting themselves as a force to be reckoned with here in CCT.
Absolutely right. Just showing that they are no longer just like gatekeepers of the Swiss stage, but these are now playoffs mainstays. Look at this from Favbet, though. They've sold a huge fake. All the rotations have come up in towards the same bomb site. This might be a problem for Favbet, because B bomb site's been completely cleared out by Marix right now, but they're all in on A. And, I mean, that maybe gives Cybershock a bit of a chance. Marix is committed on the flank right now, and the smokes in play will buy a bit more time for him.
Yeki's not close, so that's maybe a concern as well. So you technically only have 2 players on the site itself. Crush gets pushed back. Now they're going to really tuck themselves around corners. Money is okay for Cybershock. They're going to go for this. Trying to win it out. Notaneki tapping the bomb a couple of times. Now he's sticking the defusal. Trying to hide behind the corner, but eventually his teammates fall, and he won't be able to do so. Round over. Just doing as much damage as possible. He knows he's dying to the bomb anyway. And there it goes. Favbet will stay alive with a 9.
And they should be able to stay alive for a little bit longer than that as well, because this next round's going to be a half buy from Cybershock and then into a gun round. So not a huge amount of distance between them and overtime right now. Great awareness from Fenneman to be holding that cubby, but I thought getting that kill almost guarantees the round for Cybershock. Far from it, though. Like you mentioned, those players being super far away, seems like they realized that in time they were able to close the gap and get back in towards A. Kind of just flood that A bomb site all of a sudden. And the retake unsuccessful. Cybershock gonna go for that half buy. I thought they might. I bet how far can they take this?
You think at least one more round. Nate's gonna get tossed here. Flashbang, excuse me. Towards long. Glowing. Tap down to 75. He'll fade off. There are the Deagles here and some 5.7s too, so you never know what can happen when those are in the mix. But taking a slow approach.
Yeah, which is the right approach on the T side of overpass. You want to take your time, especially in the sort of a round where you know you've got favorable weapons. You don't want to leave anything to chance, or maybe gloss over something that costs you a player, costs you a gun. Marek's on the other side of that smoke as it starts to fade. Will catch Alpha backpedaling, and I think that keeps Cybershock interested on A, because they were rotating B, and yeah, they'll continue to commit to that. So Favbet, they're going to have to execute into a stacked up bomb site. I'm still not that concerned, though. I mean, one of the 4 players has a USP. This is going to be fine, right, John? We're all good, hey?
I don't know.
Aww.
We'll see. Blixie does go down, and there we go. Fenneman falls as well. A deagle and a 5-7. Shouldn't be enough, but okay. Not Neki makes it interesting until he falls. Sprayed down by the Galil. That'll do it. Favbet do indeed hit double digits, but here come the guns again for Cybershock. Full buy is on. Op in play for Fenneman. And he's not going to have to worry about an op on the other side.
It feels like if Favbet win this round here, they should be able to take things into overtime without much of an issue, especially if no weapons are saved. So this is really the key round, not the next one. Cybershock, for the most part, in fact, actually will just have everything they need. All full utility, M4s across the board.
I think it's
last real opportunity.
Kind of wild. That's the first time out called by Cybershock. They didn't even call him when they were down 5-0. Now they'll use it here to talk things over. I imagine if this goes another round, they'll just use the last 2 and say, whatever, let's talk things over as much as possible, especially considering their buy-up could be very brutal, as you aptly pointed out, depending on how this round goes. If we even need to think about that, too, because Cybershock could just win it, and that's it.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Is this where the map and the series end, or do Favbet take a massive step in the direction of overtime? That's what winning this round would mean. Everybody also just for the most part in their shell here for Cybershock. I mean, even Glowing and Fenneman all the way back in towards the A-bomb site, going to have a bit of a setup towards long between the two of them, but not nearly as much presence in bathrooms as we've seen throughout the half. And again, that's just recognizing how important this round is and just making sure you don't give anything away.
Oh, look at this. Look at this aggression by Blixie, not Neki. They haven't really done this before. It's not expected, but Smash still gets 2. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe he adjusts for that. Down to 20 HP. Has attracted attention in this direction, but he will lose Crush in turn. Even though Crush gets glowing below the half health mark, they have so much information towards that B site. They're going to try and readjust towards A. Is this the right choice? Fenneman holding the line with the AWP. So much pressure on his shoulders. Hits the first, and there's not the spacing for the trade. This is problematic for Favbet. Fenneman strikes again. The tables have turned once more.
It's an Orpa's bread and butter on the CT side of overpass, dancing around the dice like that. Glowing is going to find a second. How has this happened? How are we down to a 3v1? It's only Marek's left. There's no time. Might have been spotted on the jump up. Certainly was that time. Fenneman is just toying with him at this point. Marek is eventually going to have to hit the pedal straight into Alpha. He actually gets that first kill. If he can get Fenneman quickly enough, maybe there's chance. But no, Fenneman will drop him and Cybershock prevail.
Oh my goodness, how? They had a 5v3. Smash handed it to them, honestly. Yeah, holding the line with the op. He was tested and he had the answer every single time. Unbelievable work. I thought that was going to work out well for Cybershock because they haven't done it. But it gets denied and then Fenneman's like, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm just going to get 3 and end this.
Yeah, I'm never really a huge fan of the double monster poke, like in that sort of a situation. I think it's fine earlier on in the half. I agree, like it probably should have caught them off guard. Smash does really well to get both, but I think in such an important round, it's just a really big roll of the dice. It didn't work out for them, but it doesn't cost them the round because Glowing has some quick rotations, gets the kill on B, then gets the frag in lowers, and Fenneman does his job. Like I said, it's the bread and butter of an AWP on the CT side of overpass, just picking and choosing your fights so nicely. Notice he doesn't get too scared after the first kill and then jump back to bank. He's still searching for another, which was actually very impressive and a key moment.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we can't overlook is how much contribution Alpha's had, right? It's
Yes.
quietly been at the top of the scoreboard on Ancient, and also hovering there on the last 2 maps. It's really impressive, and he's got tough roles. He's not got the easy ones. They've given him the tough jobs, and he is delivering on every single front. So I think sometimes you say it only takes one player that's swapped out to change things, and absolutely in this case, it has changed the dynamic for Cybershock to so much of a point that we're seeing a team that's moved from, mid-tier, tier 2 to maybe the top of it.
Yeah, it certainly does have that sort of potential. And I think that Favbet do as well when they're at full strength, right? But was always going to be very difficult for them having to contest with Crush today, losing your IGLs, obviously, alongside your AWP, probably like the 2 most difficult players to try and sub in on short notice. But yeah, still a respectable performance from them. And at least, like I said earlier, it's not a super costly game for them to lose now going 1-1. I mean, I'm imagining Bondix is going to be back again tomorrow or the day after, and he'll compete with the team. But what does suck, John, is that we're not now saying, oh, guys, we're behind schedule. We're going to throw to a quick break. We got another game. No, there's no ESC versus X in a circle. We've been deprived, man.
Yeah, we have been, but it's okay, right? We got a pretty nice series here. It went the distance on pretty much every single map. Yeah, so I'm happy about that. We got a great 3rd map of action. Almost went the full 24, but I agree with you. Yeah, we do have to wrap things up, folks. We are heading off for the day, but tomorrow should be a full schedule. See you then. For now, have a great night.
Excellent decision making from BTN. Obviously, BTN, one of the most experienced players in the server. He's going to be one of the most experienced players in most of the servers he's in. Obviously, it's been 9 years. 9 years. His time here when it comes to officials on HLTV. Obviously, it's 9 years his time on Nexus. Early Util towards middle here. Nexus, obviously they've got themselves plenty of opportunities to find success in this first map. And Sound kicks things off very nicely. 5-7's tapping through, fully blinded here are Sparta. Blitz will take him down. Solby finding Sound though, certainly the player you want to be dealing to. He's the top performer here on this Nexus side, but it's a 4 versus 3. FNL gets the double. It's all on Campers. It's 1v4. Sparta are going to get taken down in this first map. Ancient Sparta's map pick has gone against them in quite the devastating fashion. 13-4 result. This is the most dominant game that we've seen from between these two on Ancient. And interestingly, it's the way of Nexus. A ridiculous start to this series here for Nexus. it puts them in such good stead when it comes to finding victory. But obviously, there's still the opportunity for Sparta, and I'm excited to see how they do play, obviously on map 2 being Mirage. That is the pick of Nexus. It is Sparta's most played map, to be fair, so out of any map that they are going to be confident on, you'd assume it's the one that they've got the most reps on, but even still, Nexus, the way they dominated that map, Sparta, they've got, what, 10-15 minutes now to kind of mentally reset after the deficit of that one, because that is such a horrible way to start off your series. But as mentioned, obviously, Mirage going to be kicking things off. Well, we're going to be going to Mirage in about 10 minutes time. It is the pick of Nexus, and they've got such an opportunity to take the series and move 2-0 in the Swiss stage now. But as mentioned, we are going to be jumping to a break beforehand. unit. It seemed like they synergized really well, and obviously that's what gave them such a dominant performance overall. Very impressive. They're going to be very happy with the result. But now into the action we go. I'm obviously very excited to see how this one does go, because Sparta backs are against the wall. They need to find success here. Pistol round. Solby looking to get aggressive, but it's cost him massively. Lost his life to Zello here. Nice pick there onto Invisible. FN out. Nice find there. Is this man advantage scenario? Oh, they've spotted out Blitz though. Nice find from Camfaz. Sound though with a great triple to close out this one. Nexus, they put themselves in such a good spot. Sparta obviously losing out on that pistol. Certainly not how they imagined things to go. It was a nice looking retake. I think the second they got that kill to bring it to a 3v3, there was that level of belief. But the triple from Sound closing it out. Sound has continued to show dominance throughout. It's looked really nice. There's not really much that Sparta are going to show in this one. Invisible has invested in a Desert Eagle. Whether that's the right decision, I'm not too sure of. Obviously, Canfaz, he was having continual connection issues throughout the last series, and it was always such a tough one. It seemed like every time that Sparta, not to say things would go their way, but it seemed like just every time Sparta just had a kind of a horrible bit of a tech issue, Canfaz disconnection, and it just put such a stop on the game, and it's always horrible to see. It's always so tough to see as well. Especially because it's got to be so infuriating for a player that every single time you feel like you're getting into the groove, every single time you feel like you know what's what, it's just a disconnect that comes through. And obviously, we're in a tech issue as I'm talking about it. We haven't seen a disconnect from Canfaz yet. Hopefully, we won't see too many disconnections and tech issues, because not only do they put a bit of a strain on the players, but obviously it can just be quite infuriating to deal with. But Nexus, a 2-0 up here. This is their map selection, so you would assume they'd have a slight edge here on this map, but as mentioned, stats, they don't really matter. The only stat and the only important one conveys any intel. Just how the game's going here and now, because we've seen upsets, we've seen back and forth, reverse sweeps, everything here in the Proving Grounds. And as advertised, we have all of the action here. The upsets, the brilliance, the clutches. Obviously, the 1v3 clutch that was seen back on Ancient was quite the moment. Obviously, in the previous series, that being. So there's been plenty of key moments here so far today. And look, I'm quite happy that I'm back, because there's always such intrigue, such interest in every single series. Sadly, this has been this one's been halted. There's some slight typing going on, which is usually a good sign. Hopefully we won't be sat for very long in this tech issue, because especially for a team like Nexus, where they're on hot form, they're feeling confident, they're feeling like everything's going their way. It can be such a momentum shifter. Well, Nexus performance on map 1 that they'll remember for quite some time, because Ancient has been such a tell for them in the past. It's not really been the map that they are so happy and kind of hopeful to play. Obviously, that game was not one that Sol B is going to want to look back on with any happiness whatsoever. 3-15, he ended that game, a 0.29 rating. Obviously, for Sol B, he has got over 350 maps of Counter-Strike played on HLTV. That one ranking between his 3rd worst. So definitely a game that he'll want to forget about. And if he can have a top-tier performance here, you'd hope he would forget. But 0-3 start for Sol B. He's the first elimination. He's the first casualty in this game. Or in this round, sorry. Disadvantage, though, still are Nexus. And with Euromata fighting, yes, it's a scope weapon. It might not be the AWP. Might not be his primary weapon, but certainly can still find success with it. We need to see Zello activate here from short. FNL taken down. It's Zello in a 1 versus 4. An unwinnable scenario for Zello. And we will see Camfuz finding. So, Sparta. First full buy versus full buy. And they do find success.
Counter-terrorists win.
Sparta, though, they have to double down on the success of the last round. Otherwise, what was the point? This being the CT side of Mirage, obviously, generally speaking, the preferred side for both teams. Recently, Sparta have had a bit of an upward trend when it comes to this map. I know they've got 2 losses out of their last 3, but when you look at the opponents, it's GG How and 500. When you look at the results, they're both 13-11. So, for Sparta, they're not going to feel completely outmatched on this map, but timing for Euromata's nade looked good. Sound is taking space here towards shore. Getting a player and ladder on the T side can be such an asset, and that is the game plan here. Invisible, elevated. Shots being heard towards short. Invisible now. Operate as a flank. Sol B mollied off and found by Sound. Invisible still here in the back lines, and he can line 2 up, but traded out by BTN. Still this 3 versus 3. BTN, he's going to be the one to recover the bomb. He's got utility as well. There's HE grenades, there's flashbangs, Molotovs. There's a smoke grenade down for Sparta. And with the molly sent in short, this could delay their retake. And Sparta, they've got a question to ask whether they're going to go for this retake. They've just cleared top mid boxes, nothing seen. 2 mollies for Sparta to use in this retake. Great shot from Zello, though, taking down John 8. Camfuz with the trade. Camfuz doubling down, and now it's on Blitz. He spotted both of them out, but in doing so, he's given up his position. There is mollies down, and one will be sent, and Camfuz, he's got enough time to defuse. I hate how Nexus played that. After we see Zello get that kill, I just don't know why Nexus overfight. There's so many unknown angles, but they go for the peaks, they go for the fights, they lose out their life, and in doing so, it just gives the round to Sparta. So that is now a 2nd found from Sparta. Puts them in a nice spot. Obviously, though, Sparta now realise that there is quite the road back for them. Miata with a nice find on the AWP. Camfuz takes down Zello as well. nice from Uramiata there. Really nice. Sparta. We've got the lead here. Obviously for Sparta. Map 1. I think they've just mentally written that off. This is the first time that Sparta have ever had the lead in this series, and it's taken to the second map for me to utter those words. No great find. Oh, can nearly double down as Canfuz has taken a lot of damage. It is still a AAA setup. Invisible finally activating. Canfuz, though, he knows that they are aware of him. It will be the third for Nexus. That lead for Sparta diminished and demolished quite quickly. 3-3. Nexus. An important round for them to find.
Terrorists win.
Obviously, with Nexus finding that round, it puts a lot of pressure on the Sparta finances. We can already see dissipation of money for Sparta. Fine from Zello here. Aggression towards top middle from Invisible. He's got teammates alongside him, and oh, the kill feed has gone very blue. Sparta not happy that they've just lost the lead in the last round, so they go snatching it back, and it leaves Blitz in a 1v4 here. Aggression towards top middle is excellent for Sparta. It's just been spotted by Canfuz. There's no real need for Canfuz to over-aggress. As Uramiata's holding the line. Simple stuff there. Sparta find 4. Obviously for Sparta, you need to find Mirage. They need to find this map if they want any chance. Gotta come back. Miata posted up with the AWP here. Invisible. Oh, FNL, what a shot. Invisible has already found a double kill in this round, and he wants a nice third. Leaves Zello 1 versus 4. Already a player on the back of the bomb site, of which Zello can't deal with. That's Solby getting his first kill of the map, 4th of the series. And Sparta continue this lead. Invisible, though, he's 12-4. Canfuz has got 8. This is a very important performance here out of Sparta. Invisible. Again, getting on the score sheet here. 13-4 for Invisible. Obviously here, this was just a half buy for Nexus, so financial damage is the main goal. SPARTA. This should be the 6th.
Counter-terrorists win.
As mentioned, that is that 6th, but Nexus are the ones that feel the pressure. That's the disappointing thing. Nexus, after finding things in such a dominant fashion on Ancient, it seemed as though it was only to go their way here on Mirage. Another 4-buy opportunity here for Nexus. They've got the weaponry out, but they need to show success. Again. Nexus. Every round that goes against them, every round that's found by SPARTA. It's just the idea that Nexus have given an opportunity away. They've given another chance where they should be finding success. BTN will find Canfuzz. It's a man advantage scenario from Nexus. So far, the tactical pause looks pretty good. Nice from Invisible. Gets his 15th kill. Only on a 1.5 KR. Dello gets that pick back, though. So still the man advantage scenario. Smoke fading here. Sol B progressed on now. They seem certain there's a player towards Firebox. Misinformation here for SPARTA. And Sol B now maneuvering. Zello gets one and BTN swinging. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really nice start. Nexus, 4 rounds found on the T side. Obviously for Nexus, I think they're going to be aiming. They're going to be aiming to look for maybe 5. Obviously 6 would be quite the statement to be made, but I don't think many are expecting a 6-6 scoreline here. I think SPARTA, they've looked really good on this CT side, and it'd be a little bit unfortunate to see them fall out. You know, not win the half here on this CT side. FNL just posted up here, waiting for the jump spot to come through. Zello is making his way into apartments as well. Sol B, all going to be on timing here. There's the jump spot. FNL with that intel. A landing. Sol B, hardly taking any damage from that. Invisible. Important there. Landing from the flash here is Sol B. FNL falling. 2-man advantage here. Solby takes down BTN as well. Able to evacuate apartments, and Sparta should secure 7. Zello should just look for the save here. Blitz as well could go for the save. He can drop over Galil. I think that's the right approach. Sparta, they're going to get themselves 7 here. Uramiata on the AWP can find him. Save for Blitz.
Counter-terrorists win.
That is the half now officially confirmed from Sparta. Still though, Mirage, very CT-sided map, and what we've seen from Nexus in the past, a 42.4% win rate on their T side, a 62.4% win rate on their CT side. So, although Nexus haven't shown the most prolific of halves so far, I don't think they're going to feel out of this, and if they can somehow find this 12th round, they'll be very happy with that. Oh, Canfa's timing on that Palace peak is perfect. Sparta, they should be able to get an easy 8th hit. The kills haven't, or the rounds, sorry, haven't come through for Sparta because they've kind of been tactical geniuses on their CT side. It's because Canfa's and Invisible have got 29 kills between them. A ridiculous, ridiculous showing. To put into reference how much work these two have been doing, their opponents have got 28 kills combined them. All 5 of Nexus kills is 28. There are 2 of the players here. Invisible and Canfas have 29. Pistol round, though, has got to be going the way of Nexus. Otherwise, I think the idea and the confidence of finding Mirage might slip from them. Aggressive play here towards B. Oh, nice find from Sparta. Great opener from Sol B. Sound might look to deny the plant. He could easily deny the bomb plant here, and it's Zello to find that kill. Oh, what a retake. What a speedy round here from Nexus. I know they lose the opening kill, but round is effectively done. They are so certain about Uramiata's positioning. He will get the first. Uramiata gets the second. Oh, he can find the diffuser, but not quick enough. Nexus, they do win the pistol. Zello gets his 3rd of the round. Zello could invest in an AWP. Oh, do it to them. Bring out the big green. Why not? He could invest in an AWP and have full head armor as well. Diaz keeping to the rifle. I don't mind that from Zello. Full utility as well. Could invest in a defuse kit too. Obviously, it's the investment from Sparta. That's what the bomb plant allows for a lot of teams. A majority of teams, they go for that 2nd round force. Sparta, though, they've got 3 Galils, 2 Deagles. Utils are not great, but it's enough. They've got 6 pieces, obviously. They've got Flash, Molly, Smoke, and 2 sets of those. This is where Zello could have brought out the AWP and would have had real effectiveness with it, and it would have been such a surprise. Nexus. 3 rounds behind their opponents, but if they win this one, we should be looking at a 7-8 scoreline for Nexus. Still in a deficit, but not as far out of things as it could have been. Nexus. Under pressure now on the A-bomb site. There's going to be 3 players flashed in here through Con. Oh, fully blinded is BTN. Excellent flashbang from Uramiata, but Blitz, important there. Pushing through the molly is Zello, but it goes a bit wrong as he falls to John 8. It's now Blitz and FNL in a 2 versus 4. Flashbang in CT. FNL going to be sending the util himself. They would have heard the player in ladder as well. Bomb to go down now. The setup and the positioning of Sparta's just too strong. This force buy has gone so well. And Blitz, oh, he gets the first. Okay, Blitz, some kills need to come through now. If he takes down the John 8, the planter of the bomb, things could get interesting because that's where you'd assume Sol B would turn his attention elsewhere. But Sol B, he's now looking elsewhere. And there it is. He gets another. Okay, FNL. He can push through Murder Hole. There is no way. There is no chance they are going to be ready for him here. And he gets the first and information on the second now. And Uramiata's trapped. Fight's going to be coming through. And Uramiata's just going to attempt to escape. Uramiata will get taken down. But I don't think there's enough time for the refuse kit. So Sparta will still find 9. 4 rounds away from taking this map and pushing to that 3rd and final of Dust 2. Down towards apartment. Sparta. Obviously, they're against the full investment here. Nexus went for the buy. FNL's been dealt with, though. Surely this is where the CTs just save. Invisible, though. That's a freebie. Nexus. In losing this round, they put themselves in a very dangerous spot. I think it would have been safer for them to go for a full stack on a bomb site. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. But then at least you've got weaponry to eco around. But this is now going to be Sparta with the potential securing 11. For now. Zello is in a good position here. This is one of the save weapons. Zello kind of needed to find maybe 3 with this rifle to give it any chance. And because he's gone for an aggressive stance, this round's never going to go the way of Nexus. Now, that rifle's not even going to be able to be recovered. That's the issue. Oh, okay, the kills are coming through here. How have we seen Nexus win this round? BTN's got a double, so is Sound. These were the weaker pistols. I saw Zello only get 1 frag, and that was me thinking, okay, well, Sparta, that's a simple 11th. But somehow on the eco, after Zello saved M4, only gets the 1, Sparta, they still somehow lose that one. And now this is where we see the AWP in play for Zello. Force buy coming through. Well, I say force buy, it's just the full buy from Sparta. They got enough money for a decent investment. Weaponry has been the priority on many, as we've got AKs and AWPs in play. And Uramiata realizing, well, I've got enough to purchase the AWP. I know I'm a bit of a glass cannon, but I think Uramiata, he spent a majority of Ancient without the big green in hand, and I think he said to himself, well, I've got the chance to have the AWP now. Let me play with my premium weapon. It's nice find there. Nexus, obviously, they're trailing by 4, but they're on their favored side. And it seems like around like the last, where they lose, or when they win, sorry, with the eco, can just instill so much confidence and so much kind of team morale. Nice find from Invisible, though, just playing above the smoke, and Solby's Tech9 can find Blitz. Zello, though, on the AWP. This is the player you want to have that moment. This is how Zello does his best work, but Invisible posted up there. Excellent to deal with Zello, and now Invisible repositioning. We have got a deep position here for John 8 here. Invisible going to feel very isolated. No one ready to trade, no one ready to help. Sound and FNL going to try and take down Invisible. They should be able to deal with him quite comfortably here. Sound will be able to find, and there's the low HP John 8 and Solby's under balcony. There's a smoke, I believe, to be recovered. FNL now clearing. Needing to find... Oh, he will take him down, and now it's all on John 8. Just a tap of the bomb. That's going to force out the peak. And he gets one, and no trade possibility. It's going to have to be the full stick of the bomb, but FNL not even giving any idea about that. And Nexus, that's another clutch going against them. It's unfortunate, but we need to be seeing more. Those two players in jungle finding absolutely nothing. It was the Solby Tech9 kill, and I believe it was Invisible above the smoke, but Invisible doing everything in his power to win this one for Sparta. 21-9. Sparta, they are in such a good spot now. They should be able to push that third and final. That is the expectation. I would be very surprised if we don't see this go all 3. For now. Obviously, his performance on Ancient was pretty premium, and he's had a good moment here, but yeah, I wanted to say his A anchoring was very key on Ancient. We just haven't seen that consistency here on Mirage, but nice moment. Zello will find as well in middle. Uramiata. You always mention Uramiata's name when talking about the success stories of the Sparta roster. Uramiata usually such an asset here for this team. On the AWP, he provides such ability, such stability, and just a lot of success. But this hasn't been the one for Uramiata, I can't lie. And it's always a tough one, but obviously, 7th for Nexus. Sparta financially in a bit of a sticky one, as they should just invest in this one. But there's going to be Tech9s. There's going to be maybe some Deagles at best. But Nexus only 4 rounds away from their opponents. I know Sparta are just 2 away from finding Mirage, but T-side of Mirage, it's no one's kind of favored side of it. This map can be such a struggle. Ollie landing towards top mid boxes. Miata. One of the rifles here in this round. Him and John 8 are going to have to perform. Miss smoke from Invisible. That's not really how you're meant to be starting this game, or starting this round, sorry. Either way though, Sparta there's always going to be difficulties in a round like this, and when you've got low utility yourself, and you miss a simple smoke like that, it can always be a bit of a tough one. But Blitz, nice find onto Invisible, takes down the heaviest hitter here for Sparta. Timing on the nade looks good, but positioning looks better. Great setup between BTN and Zello. Nade could have found John 8 there. Sound holding for any con aggression from Uramiata. Brilliant there from Sound. And FNL can find John 8. So Nexus secure their 8th round. It's soon to be 9th. And now Sparta, although they had such a kind of a lead and such a strength on this map, it slipped away quite quickly. And there's no telling about where this game can go now, because all it can take, it's going to be an eco from Sparta. The full buy versus full buy actually isn't going to be a perfect investment. There's going to be slight utility deficits for Sparta, and there's not going to be an AWP on Uramiata. And if they lose that round, we could potentially be seeing an 11-11 scoreline, which is just absolutely crazy. Especially with the lead that Sparta did have. But aggression now towards the A-bomb site. Blitz under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the rotations from Connector seem quick enough. And the Glock will connect for Camfuzz. He finds 2 here with the Glock. Okay, Camfuzz. Didn't realize the Glock had that in the locker. Usually it takes about 5 bullets to their head against, you know, armored opponents, but he's able to make it work. 9 though secured. As I mentioned, if Sparta lose this full buy versus full buy, Nexus find 11. And as mentioned, there's going to be some slight utility deficits. Couple kills on Camfuzz though has actually helped. Those kills alone have allowed for some drop flashbangs and whatnot. Flash into under from Solby. The attempt to find any aggressors. We've got a triple A, sorry, double B setup to allow FNL to take some space. I love the decision from this. Nade of the smoke. FNL taking a little bit of damage for it, but it's all to see whether he can cross or if anyone sat in said smoke. Now he's confirmed that that isn't the truth. He can just hold. Invisible. Going to be pushing through the con smoke here. It's going to be a split through B, of which we should see a lot of information here from FNL. Needing to survive is Sound. He's going to drop the smoke. Solby takes down FNL though. Solby's very low. Sound can get 1 though. Reposition from Sound is brilliant. And Solby now going to be aggressing. He's low HP and that's confirmed damage, but that doesn't matter for Solby. He can take down BTN. Great find from Sound. Man advantage back now for Nexus. Sound again, and Zello finding 3 survivors for Nexus as well. So money's going to be on the rise. And as I mentioned, we should be seeing an 11-11 scoreline now. Nexus, they put themselves right back in the conversation. Obviously, a loss in this series isn't the end of the world as you push yourself to a 1-1 scoreline. Or 1-1 Swiss stage record, but I think this game has got kind of playoff spot written all over on it. You know, you go 2-0 in the Swiss stage, a vast majority of the time you find yourself a spot in playoffs. You obviously then have 3 opportunities to get yourself that playoff spot. FNL playing on the bumper of Van. We'll find Solby. Zello on the AWP. Oh, Zello going to go for the no-scope there. Jone actually does a lot of damage to Blitz, and Zello realizing, actually, I feel a bit isolated. Realizing BTN is alongside him, and the rotation in CT will be quick enough. Contact taken from Connector. Oh, okay, well, they've found the kills. Johnny gets another, but again, 3 survivors here for Nexus. 11-11. The difference is for Sparta, if Sparta full buy and lose, yes, the loss bonus is kind of there, and I think they'll be on what? I think they'll be on full loss bonus currently. So, okay, yes, if Sparta lose this round, they've got about 3.5k, 3.6k to work with. The difference is regardless of what happens, doesn't matter about loss bonus, none of that matters. Nexus are getting a full buy in the next round, whatever happens. So even if Sparta win this one, Nexus are going to be on perfect investment, and that's something that Sparta would love to have, but they don't have that same stability. The finance is not in the same spot. Sparta now, aggressing out towards middle, just leaving Canfuzz as that lone ranger towards the A-bomb site. Uramiata, contact taken here towards top connector. Flashbang over Con. Zello, oh, okay, goes for the flick. BTN needs to be cautious. Sound needs to help him out. Sound's just tucked away here. John 8 will find it's a 5 versus 3 scenario, and now Sound's going to get caught off guard. He will just be able to get 1-for-1. We've got a decent position, though, for Blitz. He just needs to activate. He's here in Palace. That's the bomb dropped outside connector, but Blitz still yet to activate. If Blitz helped out with the defenses in Con, we are looking at a completely different round. But Blitz gets one, needing to find the player in ramp. 1v4 gone down to a 1v3, but round is over. Sparta victorious. And Blitz was the Palace player. There was players emerging out of Con, progressing to stairs, fighting your teammate tucked away in jungle. If Blitz just helps from Palace, I think Nexus win that round every day of the week. They would have had 4 players ready on the A bomb site. Huge mistake from Blitz. And I think that's one where, when they look back in the demo, I think that's the first thing they'll be saying. Look, you're in Palace. You can help all of us out. But that's now 12 for Sparta. Nexus, if they want to find this series in a 2-0 fashion, they're going to have to take to overtime. A play through middle for Sparta. It's what worked for them in the last. They're going back for it here. Nice find from Zello, though. Excellent opener. Smoking under. Zello attempting to back away. Ooh, Zello might get himself in a bit of a sticky one. He's able to emerge out of middle, though. It is going to be this play through A. Invisible going to be this late lurk-up connector. Disadvantage, though, of Sparta. Timing is everything for Invisible. Gets traded out by Blitz. Positioning of BTN is brilliant. They need to be worried about Palace, and that's why BTN. That's all he needs to hold. Flashbang looks good. Why? Okay, well, it works. It's obviously in favor of Sparta, but I just don't see why they're flashing BTN in. It's a good flash of which Sparta turned from. I guess they spot it coming over. Look, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. As Solby's in a 1 versus 3, this round should be found from Nexus. But again, it's a little moment like that from Nexus where it's clear they're just not happy being disciplined. They're just not happy sitting around. BTN, he's calling for a flashbang. It just doesn't pan out, though. Either the flash is missed or they've turned from it. Whatever we want to say, it just isn't needed. They have 3 players ready on that A bomb site. It seems very unnecessary, but Nexus, they were trailing massively in this game. And then they go on that 5-round win streak. Obviously, they were, what, 11-6 down? It went 11-11, then 12 found from Sparta. But we are in overtime now. So for Nexus, they can finally have that kind of deep breath, that sigh of relief that they've made it to overtime. And now for Sparta, it's the absolute opposite. It's the idea of, wow, how have we messed this one up? The real step up. Zello, Sound as well. Blitz has had his moments. And this is what the scoreboard for Nexus should be looking like. It should be Sound and Zello at the top. It should be Blitz as a secondary. Obviously, FNL, new player to this roster. We cannot expect him to be a top performer. We cannot expect him to be kind of a real star and a continual outlet for Nexus yet, because still very inexperienced. And BTN at the bottom, this is what needs to be seen. BTN, don't get me wrong, he can have his moments, he can have his games, but never has BTN ever been that kind of top performer. Obviously, we are now heading into the action. Sparta potentially messed up their chance to go 2-0. Visible, nice find, but FNL trading. Already on the A-bomb site here is Canfaz. Oh, they've spotted him, though. Timing on this nade. Oh, it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as anticipated. Utility already drained here for Sparta. They've got a flashbang and a Molotov to their name. Uramiat has taken a lot of damage. How has he been able to... Well, I was going to say how has he been able to get out. Then just gets caught with his knife out, potentially on the clipping of top wood. I'm not too sure. There is a flank coming through, though. Nice awareness. It is FNL. He's got full utility. Probably the one player you don't want on this flank. Sol B Darting between the two angles. It is all about timing here. Solby. Well, timing goes against him. John 8 will find BTN. John 8 again. Can't... Oh, okay. Well, he can find a third. How has that possibly happened? And he finds another. What is the spacing? What is the trading like? Why don't we just see Zello be the one to be the activator? He's got an AWP. Just go in first. So you're in a 4 versus 2. All you need to do is head in first. If Zello goes in first, their trades are going to be so much easier. But it goes so wrong there. Sparta find 13. Zello goes for an opening peek towards Palace. Not seen. Flash is coming over. Canfuzz gets a double. Or for Zello finding, but Uramiata trading. Nice find from FNL. This retake kind of has to come through for Nexus, otherwise, effectively, Sparta put themselves in such a good spot. FNL, that's a great find. John 8 now, he's been smoked off. Smoke on the bomb. John 8, another big round. Obviously, it was a huge clutch in the last. Finding 4 in that post plant. He's now just won the 1 versus 2. Exceptional performance in Sparta. Although they might have messed things up in regulation, overtime is where they could find the map. Round has to come through for Nexus, but the fact they've lost the first 2, money's pretty busted for them. FNL needs to go huge, but he doesn't even get a kill. A lot of damage has been dealt though. Zello on the scout, back at the bomb site. FNL is ready and waiting. Same with Sound. The setup's brilliant. It's the 2 rifles, obviously, towards short. Great find from Canfuzz though. Sound now under pressure. Zello's been dealt with. It's a 2 versus 5 that's kind of slipped into a possible spot. It's now John 8, surely not. John 8 with another clutch. He's found 3 so far in this round. Just to note, John 8, we've seen 3 rounds of this T-side overtime. Currently sat on 10 kills in T-side OT. He got a quad in the first, a triple in the last. And he's on a triple in this one. He could find 11 kills in 3 rounds, all kind of in clutch scenarios. BTN, still a deagle in hand. All going to be about timing. BTN, has he spotted him? Well, I don't think so. 1-8 just patiently waiting. BTN. Team goes for him. 8 landing. Ollie on the right-hand side. Smoke on the bomb. Or is it a fuse kit, I believe? Knife in hand for John 8. Going to start swiping. Oh, he connects, but not in time. Oh, John 8, that is devastating. That's a terrifying way to lose that one. But for John 8, he does so well. He gets 10 kills, as I mentioned. Nearly doubling his kills in overtime. In 3 rounds, nearly doubling his kills that he's found in the last 24 is crazy. But obviously, if he looked to play a bit more aggressive, if he looked to fight more confidently, I think he would have found BTN, because BTN was allowed to retrieve a rifle. It's this moment here. Obviously, he knows he's towards short. But then John 8 kind of realizes, oh, okay, I've got a big clutch to play. It wasn't the passive nature that gained John 8 so many kills in overtime. It was the aggressive, it was the activating kind of style of play, looking for fights, looking for frags and finding them. Yet, the second he goes back to a bit of discipline, it goes against him. It's going to be this A split from Nexus, 3 from top middle, 1 from Palace, 1 from ramp. A lot of utilities already been sent from Sparta. Nades behind the smoke. John 8 in the open of middle. Needs to be cautious. Smoke's now faded. Oh, FNL will find John 8. That's now a molly into ladder. Flashbangs in con. Going to be sent. Fully blinded is Sound. Another flash fully blinding his own team. Poor communication clearly in play here for Nexus. Nice find from Canfuzz. Util in hand for FNL. FNL under pressure, but BTN by his side. And oh, this has not gone as planned. In the Molotov here is Yuramiata, and he will fall to Zello. Important. As Yuramiata goes down, it is a 1 versus 2 for Sol B. FNL spotted him as well. That's now 14 for Nexus. Obviously, Sparta, it seemed as though it should have gone their way in regulation. Now we're here in overtime. Sparta, they should have been able to win that one when they were against a Deagle and MP9, a Scout. But Nexus prevailed. And now with Nexus finding the first on the T side, it's Sparta under pressure. Sparta under scrutiny. If they don't win this one, they'll be the players and the team operating with weaker weapons, giving Nexus series point here. So a lot on the line for Sparta in round number 29. Smoke towards lower con. Still just a jiggled approach here from John 8. Nexus really going for the if it ain't broken, don't fix it approach, as they're going for the triple mid to outside A again. Flashes in connector, but this time FNL. He's been boosted up. Holding for ladder currently is FNL. Yuramiata on the ult, posting towards short. Great flashbang. Sound gets one for free. And now a great position. And as Sound gets that pick, it forces Yuramiata to look towards A. And that's when we see the activation for FNL. It is now 15 to 14 here for Nexus. Expected for Nexus to take this series after the result of Ancient. After the battering of Sparta on Ancient, and now it's on Solby. It's a 1 versus 4. His ego and confidence will want to go for this, but the no util, he cannot justify giving this round a go, especially with the lack of finances going into the final. He's going to have to keep this rifle, and I think Nexus, I think they know about it. Obviously, for them, they're going to have money. Whatever happens, all 4 could die, and they'd still be able to buy. I'd love to see a bit of a hunt here from Nexus. Once they realise that he's not giving this a go, this is where the hunt should be seen. Zello going to be peeking out of con. Goes for the peek here, but Solby finally realised that he's going to get taken down, and that creates some problems. Obviously, Canfuzz, Solby, John 8, they can all buy. There's no issues there. There'll be rifles in play, but there's going to be limitation for both Invisible and Yuramiata. They're probably the 2 players you don't want to be limiting. Canfuzz has had a good game as well, to be fair. Yuramiata's gone quite quiet, but there's 2 SMGs in play. There's no defuse kit currently. Sparta have now put themselves in a very terrifying spot. Utility's not great. Weaponry's not perfect. This is it for Sparta. The want for a "this is Sparta" joke. I had to restrain myself there. But Nexus, 1 round away from taking the series and pushing 2-0 in the Swiss stage. Plenty of teams we've already seen move to that 2-0 spot. Obviously, Sangal were the ones to do it earlier. Johnny Speeds and Eternal Fire this morning. And Nexus, 5 kills away from that hypothetical to turn to reality. 2 pieces of util remaining, one of which being a smoke on the elevated Yuramiata. It's going to be a playthrough short here. Zello's going to try and get posted up. Oh, John 8 found by Zello here on the AWP. Molly landing, and that's Yuramiata forced off. Why is FNL? Well, it doesn't really matter. FNL gets the kill with the Molotov, but I was going to say, why has he got his gun out, or why hasn't he got his gun out? It's now down to a 2 versus 3. Solby down to 5 HP. They just need to find Solby. Invisible taken down by Zello. This is it. It is done. And Zello again. 3 kills in the final. The top performer here in this game being Zello on Mirage. Nexus, they have been able to do it in a 2-0 fashion. What a ridiculous comeback there from Nexus. I did not expect that. Not at all. And now, obviously for Nexus, they move to this 2-0 spot in the Swiss stage. Sadly for Sparta, they go 1-1. Not really the scenario you'd be hoping for, but obviously for Sparta, it was that lack of threat on their T side that was just so devastating. I believe they were, 11-5 up, I want to say, or 11-6 up, and somehow fumbled. Somehow they didn't see that success. It's devastating to see because I think Sparta, they certainly had the it factor about them at moments, but the issue is Ancient was just too difficult. It's just too disappointing, and that's why we don't see them take even a map here. But as you can see, we've got the Swiss stage standings now. We've seen the teams that go 2-0, the teams that have gone 1-1, which means tomorrow, the 4 games that we've got are going to be the 0-1 games. Obviously, we've seen the ascendance of 4. We're going to be seeing the descendants of another 4, where we'll be seeing them go 0-2 in the Swiss stage, which is always such a scary space to be in. Obviously, the next game is going to be tomorrow morning. It's GG How to face against Oremond, or that kind of Reason Gaming roster, I believe. So that's going to be an exciting one. I think both of those teams are of very similar ability. I think GG How sit 85th in the Valve rankings. Oremond sit at 82nd. So a very close game that we've got to see. That is going to be me on the broadcast tomorrow morning, so I'm excited to see that one getting all kicked off. But that's been it from us here in the Proving Ground. Season 5, we are getting a bit of a lay of the land as the Swiss round 2 games. We've still got tomorrow to see and to formulate how those go. But obviously an exciting day of Counter-Strike already today, and I'm looking forward to see how the games go tomorrow. But as mentioned, that's been it from us, and we'll see you tomorrow for the 0-1 matches.